Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 5 of What If a Noob Found Himself Trapped in Sword Art Online, trained and cleared all 100 floors. Let the tale begin. Chapter 101, Eyes Everywhere. The assault team weren't the only ones horrified by the losses suffered in the 10th floor boss raid. And, while Drifter and later Agile spoke, all of SAO heard them. And realized that death, which was always around the corner for them, might actually be much closer than they thought. To many, the 6 deaths against Kagachi the Samurai Lord were another indication that they had to stay away from the front lines. Hide. Let others fight and die and save them. But to some, the battle only stoked their fire. Griselda vowed to push her guild harder, so maybe next time they could be there. They could make a difference. Akari decided Fumaningum had a bigger role to play than just being shadows. It was those who didn't have an option, whether to run or fight, that the results of the battle hit the hardest. Namely, several 100 million people around the world who watched the broadcast. But most of all, the families of the assault team. Drifter's parents were in tears, and they didn't stop flowing even after the battle was over. It was simply too much to take in all at once. Kana and Genji hugged each other tightly. Their son was alive. So were his friends. But not all of them. Maybe the man called Nami wasn't a close friend of his. Maybe others saw him start speaking to the assault team and thought him callous. But Kana and Genji knew their son. They saw him. And he was hurting. To them, it was obvious on his every move. The way he nodded to Agile and knocked heads with Wolf and Shigeo, who were still stunned. How he made the rounds around his guildmates with Kirito, talking to each of them. Never stopping, until he reached the songstress Yuna and crouched next to her, wrapping the girl in a hug as she buried her head on his neck. Drifter didn't cry. None of them did. Not one in the assault team shed even a single tear. People were dead. More would die. They would still fight. It was 20 minutes later that the assault team finally started moving, sluggishly climbing the stairs that had appeared after Kagachi fell. The Reavers were herding Agile's party with them. The Legend Braze and Furinkazan followed behind, the last to leave the boss room. No one particularly cared who unlocked the teleporter. Kana and Genji hadn't moved from their positions on the sofa the entire time. They stared at their son hungrily, unsure of when they would see him again, and in what condition. They didn't bother turning off the TV. The broadcast would end on its own once the last player left the room. Kana. Kana! Drifter's mother was shaken awake from her grief-induced stupor by her husband. Genji was staring at the television. She knew that all there was after the broadcasts ended was a black screen, but she still looked, thinking that maybe someone still remained in the boss room. Ha! What Kana saw wasn't the Japanese-style courtyard, but a list of names. 24 of them, in alphabetical order. Many were crossed by a black line. What is this? Genji didn't answer. He let go of his wife, almost pushed her off, really, and scrambled to get the TV remote. Then, he started scrolling down the list, and it was a long one until he found the one he was looking for. Suguha watched the raid on her phone during lunch break. She had used an excuse to get away from her friends, and went outside when the first player died. She didn't want her classmates to see her cry. She never made it back to her afternoon classes, also having found Kaiba's latest update to the SAO broadcast feature. Suguha had found her brother's name almost immediately, and clicked on it. Her phone went blank for a moment before showing Kirito slowly climbing the stairs to the next floor. Ah! Stifling a cry that was somewhere between a choking sob and laughter of relief, Suguha kept her eyes trained on her brother. She could watch her brother now. Anytime she wanted. Suguha had never loved and hated Akihiko Kaiba more than she did at this moment. If only the circumstances were better. Kirito's head was hanging down, and he was walking completely silent. All of them were. Suguha quickly switched perspectives, confirming she could watch any player she wanted. She could even zoom in or out and spin the camera to look around. For now, all she wanted was to see her brother's face. Somewhere in Kyoto, an old man was sitting on his heels while wearing an old-style tunic. Around him was a diverse and odd collection of tools. Multiple anvils, hammers, pliers, casting molds, and even 3 different-sized furnaces. One of the furnaces was still smoldering, and a lump of misshapen metal rested on one of the anvils, having long since cooled down. The old man had abandoned his work, something he had not done once in decades prior, but already happened exactly 10 times since the end of last year. Despite his advanced age, the hands holding the phone were steady, and his gaze focused on a girl within it with eagle-like precision. She may have dyed her hair pink, but he would never not recognize his dear granddaughter. In a small but stylish cafe, tucked away in an alleyway, a tall foreign woman was methodically cleaning glasses with a rag while watching the screen in the corner. That particular beer glass she was cleaning had already been on her hands for 15 minutes, but she had completely forgotten about it. Her eyes were focused on Agile as he took his first steps onto the 11th floor. Andrew. Trish, short for Trisha, didn't know Wolf or Shigeo or any of the others walking with her husband through the rocky plateau. She didn't know Name either. They were all people Agile, whose real name was Andrew Mills, had met inside Sword Art Online. But her heart ached for Name and for the pain and guilt she knew her husband was feeling right now. Yuki Shizu was at home, watching his daughter walk towards a village in the distance with the rest of her guild and frontliners. He had left the office and gone home as soon as the raid ended. He discovered the new feature Kaiba had added again without Rectink's engineers having a clue of when or how he did it. Asuna's mother, his wife, was in her room. She didn't show any interest in watching their daughter do something barbaric like fighting with a sword any more than it was necessary. She did watch all the floor boss raids, however. Maybe it was for the better his wife wasn't watching right now. Asuna was uncomfortably close to one of the other famous players in her guild, the black-haired boy named Kirito. Black Swordsman Kirito, as he was coming to be called by the media due to his attire and choice of weapons, always black one-handed long swords. It wasn't as if they were talking hand in hand and whispering sweet nothings to each other, especially not after the battle they just experienced. In fact, Asuna had her rapier in hand, and if the way she twitched whenever the grass rustled was any indication, was very prepared to use it. But Shizu had enough experience that he could tell the glances and whispers the pair exchanged meant something more than just friendliness. Pensive, Yuki Shizu watched his daughter put a hand on Kirito's arm and say something. He could have listened in, as no doubt countless people were doing right now, but he had the sound muted. Anything of importance he would learn later. Maybe it was time for the CEO of Rect Incorporated and new owner of Sword Art Online to pay the families of the frontliners a visit. And to the families of Reaver's Requiem, as a concerned parent of a guild member. Kirito's family could be the first. The curtains were closed, and the only source of light in the room came from the computer. The 2 screens illuminated a skinny boy whose eyes kept jumping from one screen to the other, each showing different SAO players. The screen to the left showed a cyan-haired girl, who hung her bow on the back of her chair as she sat down with the rest of her guild and friends. The assault team had split up after reaching the main town of the 11th floor. Someone went to activate the portal, but most found inns and restaurants to sit down and lick their wounds. Reaver's Requiem was no different, though their main focus was on Agile's group and making sure their thoughts didn't wander in bad, worse directions. Asada, I'm glad you are okay. The soft whisper was filled with relief. Shirakawa Kyuji was Asada Shino's, Sanon's real name, closest and only friend. Until SAO, at least. He could see now that she had made many new friends in the death game. He doubted many of their acquaintances had recognized her appearance, behavior, personality, and the way she carried herself were all a world apart from how she usually was at school. He knew most of that was because of the other Reavers. A small part of Kyuji felt a pang of jealousy, but he was happy for her. His gaze then turned to the right screen, which showed another player, this time a man. He was alone in a dark forest grove somewhere, and his face was covered by a skull mask, showing only his red eyes. Yet, Kyuji was certain the player was his brother. He didn't know what the mask or the weird tattoo on his wrist, visible when he flexed the needle-thin sword in his hand, were about, but for now, he was glad he could watch the two most important people in his life. Amidst the hundreds of thousands of people currently watching the SAO players, there was another couple. It had taken them a while to find the one they were looking for, mainly because they didn't know what name their daughter was using. They had spotted her a few times during floor boss raids, and didn't that almost give them a heart attack, but she was always in the back and out of sight. Now they had found her, however, and the couple held each other's hands tightly as they watched Argo burst out of the teleporter, check her menu, which was invisible even to those in the real world, and take off running. It took their daughter 5 minutes of running around like a headless chicken to find the inn the Reavers were at, despite not having been to the city, or floor, before, not that her parents knew that. When she did find them, Hasuka Karina Tomo, that was Argo the rat's real name, didn't throw herself at Agile to comfort him or hug the Reavers, despite some of them looking like they could use one. She just walked over, pausing along the way to squeeze Wolves and Shigio's arms gently. To Agile, Argo gave the briefest of hugs, barely a touch, and tapped him on the head. The giant man returned a tiny smile that didn't reach his eyes. "We are gonna win." "Yes. God fucking damn it. Why are we being blindsided again?" Kikuka Seijiru was in a conflicting mood. On one hand, he was glad they could now watch any player they wanted whenever they wanted. That way, they would have much more information about what was going on inside Sword Art Online and the well-being of the players. On the other hand, his team once again had no clue of what Kaiba had planned. And now he had his superiors, and worse, the media, breathing down his neck and asking for a statement. The office of the SAOK's task force was busier than an anthill, and Seijiru knew that, while yelling at his subordinates helped him vent his frustration, it didn't actually help in any practical way. "Naguka, I want that press statement ready in 30. It doesn't need to be fancy, just take the heat off us. Aiko, Chi, choose whoever you want and start canvassing through the players. I want to match names with faces. Everyone else, I want 24/7 surveillance on players of interest. Kirito, Kibu, Lind, Shivata, Asuna, Mort, Drifter, Orlando, Agile, anyone who we know about from the previous broadcasts. We are going to need more eyes, sir. Send the request up the chain, they will agree." "Yes, sir." Seeing that they had things more or less in hand, Seijiru turned his gaze to one of the walls, where 24 screens were being set up. Many of the players shown he knew and had just mentioned. Kibu, Lind, Kirito, Asuna, Drifter. Some showed random players in different states and locations. Most seemed to be inside cities and villages of some sort. 3 of the screens were black. Seijiru pointed at them. "What's up with that?" "The 2 to the right are from players we believe to be inside private zones, sir. Probably rooms in an inn. There's a warning." Seijiru nodded. It was somewhat hard to read since the text was gray on a black background, but there was a message in the middle of the screens. "Transmission currently unavailable. Confirmed." I just watched a player check into a hotel room, and the screen went black with the same message. "Keep an eye on that player, see if the transmission comes back once they come out." "Got it, sir." "And what about the leftmost screen, Mokirawa?" This time, there was a brief hesitation from his subordinate. Seijiru frowned and stepped closer to the screen. "Player offline." "That's Mort, sir. His name was crossed. He's dead." Genji and Kana didn't know how much time they spent watching their son. They simply sat on the sofa, transfixed even if all Drifter was doing was eat and talk with the others. They were all downcast and subdued by the losses they suffered, but Kana and Genji were smiling amidst the tears. They couldn't help it. For the first time in months, they could see their son without it being a life-and-death battle. When Kirito stood up, Drifter and the others also did. The Legend Braze and Furinkazan had left already, after having managed to extract a promise from Agile, Wolf, and Shigio to go drinking sometime, not today. The big man and his friends bid good night and left for their shops on the lower floors. Drifter patted them on the shoulder one last time before letting them leave wordlessly. Agile and the others didn't need a babysitter, just time alone to come to terms with Maymate's death. Up bright and early tomorrow, people. If Drifter is right, and everything indicates that's the case, things will get a lot tougher from here on. Progress will be slower, so we'll need to put more hours into clearing. For once, nobody complained when Kirito told them to work harder. There were wordless nods, and the swordsman gently tugged Asuna's hand as everyone went to their rooms. Drifter was among the last to climb the stairs to the second floor, and his parents watched as he stopped in the doorway to his room. The spearman rested his forehead against his arm and the wall. Fuck! 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 Kana sobbed and started crying again when she saw Drifter punch the doorframe to an immortal object, message in mindless anger. Suddenly, another person came into frame and hugged Drifter from behind. Yuna rested her head against his back, holding him tightly. It's not our fault. Yuna's right, Drift. This is all on Kaiba's head. Naymate's death is on him. A third player, Nautilus, appeared. Drifter looked at his girlfriend and his closest friend. Steeling himself, he nodded. Naymate won't be the last. But we'll make sure it wasn't in vain. Wherever he is going to see us free one day. One last thing. In his office, a man watched Kirito and Asuna walk hand in hand, then the girl kissed the boy on the cheek before they each went to their rooms, and threw his phone at the wall. Chapter 102 Air Attack. Naymate won't be the last. But we'll make sure it wasn't in vain. Wherever he is going to see us free one day. The only answer Drifter received was a forceful nod from Nautilus. The ash-haired player was as affected by Naymate's death as any of the others. But he had long since cried all the tears he had. They all did. I'll leave it to you. It was unknown who Nautilus was talking to. He gently stroked Yuna's hair and patted Drifter on the back before leaving for his room. The songstress hadn't shown any reaction to Drifter or Nautilus' words. She still had her head burrowed on the spearman's back and her arms wrapped around him. I'm here, Yun. Sorry. Come on. Slowly, Drifter shifted and turned around so he could embrace Yuna. He ran his fingers through her smooth hair. She had been letting it grow more like chosen the long hair option on the menu. It now reached the middle of her back. Very gently, Drifter guided Yuna towards her room. She was trembling, and he knew exactly why. Fear. Not for her, but for him. His feelings were much the same, only towards her. There was no curing that. All they needed was to hold each other close, make sure the other was all right. /N, sorry to break the flow, but I want to ward off all the comments I know are coming. I'm not using Naymate's death to rush Drifter and Yuna's relationship to a more physical and sexual point. Read and you will see. Drifter sat down on the bed and cradled Yuna to his side. She still didn't let go, so he lay down, her head now on his chest as he kept his ministrations. Yuna? Yun? I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Eventually, the songstress did calm down. She raised her head to look at him, her eyes bloodshot. I thought I had gotten used to it, Drifter. But I'm like this now. I can't help it. She was so afraid. Drifter forced down his own fears and insecurities. They were not what Yuna needed to hear at this moment. It's not something you ever have to get used to, Yun. I know I hope I never do. The day we can watch our companions die and feel nothing, Kaiba 1. The songstress stares into his eyes, as if searching for a sign of reproach or disgust in Drifter's gaze. She would never find any, not there. I don't want the nightmares. Don't leave me, please. Tightening her hold on him, Yuna rested her head on his chest again, and closed her eyes. Drifter planted a soft kiss on her forehead, his fingers flicking to turn off the lights. Never. Like I said, I'm not going anywhere, Yun. Neither Drifter nor Yuna were aware of the outside reactions to seeing them enter one room and the message, transmission currently unavailable, appear. Even then, they probably would have only cared about two sets of reactions, from Drifter's parents and Yuna's father. Those three were very confused, and one of them not just a little concerned when neither of the players came out even 2 hours later. After all, there was no way for those in the real world to know that all Drifter and Yuna did was sleep. But the couple didn't know they were being watched, and those outside had no way to contact the players inside Sword Art Online. So Drifter woke up the next day cuddling Yuna, and froze. His hands were in safe locations, so that was one less worry and a tiny sense of loss. Drifter also wasn't a teenager who would panic in this situation, so after a moment of surprise, he settled down and continued holding the songstress. He hadn't intended to sleep here. Boyfriend and girlfriend or not, they still hadn't gotten to that stage of their relationship, and Drifter didn't want to do anything to make Yuna uncomfortable. His initial intention had been to put her to sleep and leave, but then she asked him to stay. And how could he say no when she sounded so fragile? Good thing he stayed too. Now that he was more awake, Drifter distinctly remembered waking up twice during the night to Yuna thrashing about and mumbling. Only when he hugged her close did she settle down, with him falling asleep again soon after. He had seen Namate in his dreams, as he knew he would. Rockle too. And also Diavel, Mort, and everyone else he had seen die. It was always like that. The nightmares eventually faded away, but they always came back, with new additions. Drifter? While he was still musing, Yuna stirred and twisted her neck to look at him with half-lidded eyes. All frontliners slept light and woke up at dawn. Yuna still wasn't entirely awake when she turned around to kiss him lightly and then snuggled on his chest. When he pulled her closer and she shook slightly, however, Drifter knew she had fully woken up and realized what she had done. And he just knew she had to be blushing madly, which was why she refused to take her head away from his chest and look at him. Just imagining her red face made him forget the nightmares and put a smile on his face. Told you I'm never leaving you, Yuna. Yeah. They stayed in a comfortable silence after that. Neither was really keen on getting up, because once they did, it would be another day of fighting for their lives. Unfortunately, someone had to do that if they wanted to escape, and they happened to be that someone. We should get up. You sure? Unfortunately. As much as I enjoyed hugging you to sleep, the others should already be awake by now. Sighing, the songstress propped herself up. Drifter grinned at her grimace, and reached up to give her a short kiss before getting up. Come on, Yoon. New floor, new mobs, new battles, and all that. I'm thrilled. She drawled the sarcastic response, and Drifter grinned impudently. Namate's death was still fresh in their memory. But it was better to smile and soldier on. Holding hands, the two walked out of Yuna's room. And then immediately stopped. Across the corridor, Nautilus was similarly frozen in the doorway to his room. Drifter felt like he had been caught red-handed doing something he shouldn't. The three of them stood still for 2 entire minutes. Then, Nautilus very slowly, deliberately, raised an eyebrow and smirked. Good morning to you too. Had fun? Not! Yuna shrieked, blushing madly, and whacked Nautilus in the arm multiple times. Drifter himself was a little red, but he took it in stride. The ash-haired player's eyes were twinkling, and Drifter's matched his. It was a good night's sleep. Drifter! It was the spearman's turn to be smacked, but he just laughed and captured Yuna into a hug. She struggled a bit before sighing and resting her head on his shoulder. I hate you all. The two men burst out laughing. Drifter held Yuna's waist while Nautilus threw an arm over her shoulder, and they walked down the stairs to the inn's common room while holding her in the middle of them. A few of the Reavers were already there. Kirito, Asuna, Ran, Yuki and Merida were heavy sleepers. Liz and Valork were in a corner, the blacksmith seemingly going over a design with him if her wide motions were anything to go by. Sinan was, as usual, sitting at the end of a table with Kirito and Asuna, eating quietly. Not alone, but also not quite in the group. Kismal was the one who caught Drifter's eyes. The dark elf was just entering the inn as they came down, and he felt curious about where she had gone so early in the morning. Hey, Kiz. Everything all right? Hello, Drifter. Yuna, Nautilus. And yes, everything is quite okay. I was just checking out the town. Kismel greeted them with a smile and her usual politeness. Drifter let go of Yuna to grab a slice of some kind of pie on a table and bumped fists with the dark elf. Anything interesting? About the town itself, no. But I went to the battlements and talked with an old guard. He gave me a monster extermination quest, and I managed to scout some of this floor's creatures. Yeah? What about them? Chewing, Drifter sat down next to Yuna while Kismel went around the table to sit across from him. She looked at their cyan-haired archer. I believe we will be relying on Sinan a lot for this floor. Sinan looked up from her menu when she heard her name. By the way her fingers were moving, Drifter guessed she was going over her skill list. Relying on me? For what? Kismel took the fruit slice Asuna handed her and gestured to the air. All the monsters on this floor have wings. Drifter wasn't sure how he felt about this floor's mobs. They were cute, cuddly, and would try to murder you if given the chance. Their name was Thorn Nimbus, and they looked like slightly more solid clouds, just floating about 10 meters over the ground. Until they aggroed on you, at which point the cloud reversed to show hundreds of thorns, or, as Silica propositioned, quills, like those of a porcupine. Dodge! The Thorn Nimbus's main attack method was to become a ball of pain and dive at the players, hitting them as if they were pins and it was a bowling ball. A bowling ball covered in thorns. Drifter threw his body to the left, dragging Merida and Kismel with him. The Thorn Nimbus smacked the ground where they had been standing, carving a deep gorge on the dry soil. The entire plateau was scarred with such marks thanks to the hundreds of clearers fighting Thorn Nimbus. They did fill up again after some time, though. Now, while Drifter and the other two were still recovering from the fall, the rest of the guild started their offensive on the mob. There was a period of time after they attacked during which the Thorn Nimbus would be dizzy and vulnerable. Just a few seconds, but that might as well be a lifetime for elites like them. The entirety of Reaver's Requiem was against that one Thorn Nimbus. It didn't last long, not with Kirito, Asuna, Yuki, Ran, Silica, and Nautilus all hitting it at once. That was when they discovered the second feature of the Thorn Nimbus that made them not so cute and cuddly anymore. They exploded when you killed them. Quills went everywhere, flying at the speed of a bullet. Kirito and Yuki actually managed to deflect a couple, to everyone's amazement, but there were too many. Oh crap, get down! Half of the Reavers dove down, the other didn't even bother. It didn't make a difference. They were all struck the same, and their HP dropped. Not by much, but enough to be an annoyance. Right. Forget these mobs. We're going south. You said there's some kind of flying serpent over there, Kismel? When they got up, all with 24 punctures all over their bodies, the first thing Kirito did was declare they were changing targets. When the dark elf nodded, the young swordsman started leading them away from this section of the plateau. Nobody complained. Fighting the Thorn Nimbus was a pain in the ass. Sinan, we'll try the same tactic again with the snakes. A crippling shot to the wings to see if you can bring it down. Didn't work with the Thorn Nimbus since they didn't have actual wings or a body really, but might be effective on the other mobs. The archer shrugged. Her bow certainly had the potential to make things easier on this floor, but it wasn't the end of the world if it didn't work. Kayaba would never make an unbeatable enemy, so it was certain that every mob would, at one moment or another, get close enough for players to attack them. Hold on. Agile just messaged me, he's asking if we can meet up. They were a few minutes on their way towards the south side of the floor when Kirito held up a hand and stopped them. Drifter tilted his head. They left before we could check up on them today. Think this has something to do with Namate? Likely. Drifter, Asuna, can you come with me? He's asking for the guild's leadership. Truly curious this time, Drifter raised an eyebrow. Specifically asking for the top 3 of Reaver's Requiem made this seem like an official thing. Drifter could think of only a handful of reasons why Agile would want them. Some good, some bad. He nodded, as did Asuna. All right. Ran, Kismel, you are in charge until we get back. Hunt safely. After what happened the day before and the sudden spike in difficulty, the others weren't about to let Kirito, Drifter, and Asuna split from them and go back to the city alone. They escorted the trio, much to their amusement, to the gates before going to level. Agile wants to meet in that inn east of the teleporter, the one with the big sign. Any idea what this is about? Instead of answering Asuna, Kirito turned to Drifter, a question in his gaze. The spearman nodded. He's either giving up or going all in. But it's Agile we're talking about. I know what I'm betting on. Yeah. They stayed silent for the rest of the way. Asuna had caught Kirito's hand with hers, and Drifter smirked at their slightly ruddy faces. He still owed Yuna a date, now that he thought about it. Their dinner plans had been completely forgotten after the raid and casualties. We are here. He was brought out of his musings when Kirito spoke. Without waiting, the black-haired boy swung open the doors to the inn. Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo were sitting at a table, waiting for them. Chapter 103 Growing. In an inn near the teleporter on the 11th floor of Aincrad, Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo were sitting at a table, while Drifter, Kirito, and Asuna sat opposite them. It felt official, almost like a job interview, although it was unclear who was interviewing who. Agile, normally stoic and steady, always with an easy smile and booming laugh, looked both uneasy and serious. Wolf and Shigeo were the same, and kept glancing at their leader. Drifter frowned. Then his expression eased. Now he was sure what this meeting was about. And he could also understand why it was hard for Agile to start it, considering Namate's death had been just yesterday. But in SAO, there was no time to waste, and the big man understood that. Grief, pain, sadness, you spent a few hours on these, maximum. Then it was back to fighting. Hey, guys. How are you holding up? Kirito was the one who opened up the conversation, but even he winced at the bland question. Agile just shrugged. We always knew being frontliners wasn't going to be just fun and games. Namate knew it too. It was the kind of response someone used to seeing people die gave. Like soldiers, such as Seijiru, who was watching the meeting from the real world. Or like SAO players, which was what they were. Whatever the reason Namate joined the assault team, he knew the risks, and accepted them. So they just nodded. We'll strive to make sure he is the last. He won't. No. But we can try. It was Agile's turn to nod. The big man collected his thoughts for a few seconds, then took a deep breath and spoke. You asked us to join Reaver's Requiem once, Kirito. We should have taken you up on that then, but we didn't. Maybe if we had, things would have been different. I don't know how much, or if it would be for better or worse, but they would have. Now. It's too late. But is the offer still standing? Agile wasn't shaking. He wasn't begging. If Kirito rejected, it wouldn't be the end of the world. They would still be frontliners. There were 1,000 questions Kirito and Drifter and Asuna could have asked Agile here. Why now and not before? What would they do if they agreed? And what if they didn't? Would 3 men really make that much of a difference? Was it worth it? Kirito didn't ask any of those questions, because he already knew the answers to all of them. The black swordsman looked at Asuna and Drifter, his seconds-in-command, not girlfriend and friend. They nodded, and he stood up and offered a hand. Agile gripped his forearm, and Kirito squeezed back. Always, Agile. It was simple like that. And again, it all boiled down to the fact Drifter and the Reavers trusted Agile and his friends with their lives. There were many, and yet precious few, that the Reavers trusted that way. Each other, of course. Agile, Wolf, Shigeo, and the deceased Namate. Argo. Even Furinkazan and the Legend Braves weren't quite there yet. They were close friends, no doubt, but it was not the same yet. Drifter trusted them to have his back in a raid, even with his life during a battle. But the same could be said about all the assault team. Even Kibu and Lind, if push came to shove. But it was not the same. Agile and Wolf and Shigeo. Drifter had no doubt they would always be there when he needed them. Be it in Sword Art Online or the real world, he knew he wouldn't even need to call them. They would be there. So really, it was simple to accept them into Reaver's Requiem. And it was equally easy for Agile and the others to integrate into the guild, because everything they would be willing to do for Drifter and Kirito and everyone else, they knew the Reavers would also do for them. Welcome, Agile, Wolf, Shigeo. Asuna jumped up to hug the three men, who grinned and hugged her back. Kirito caught Wolf and Shigeo's hands and arms in the same strong grip he gave Agile. And Drifter smacked the black man on the back. The others will be thrilled, Agile. And will be unstoppable. Can you imagine it? Liz, SAO's greatest blacksmith, and also SAO's biggest scammers. I mean, merchants. If we add Argo into the fold, it won't be long before we can swindle enough people to buy an entire floor to ourselves. Prick. Agile grumbled, but he was smiling now, a true grin for the first time in 2 days. The others laughed at Drifter's exaggerated claims even if they were only partially untrue. First things first, we should join the others. Or we can hunt on our own, we got a full party. Slightly unbalanced towards the offensive, but feasible. Shigeo's just gonna have to work overtime. What do you think, Kirito? Let me message Ran, see how they are faring. Shortly after, Ran messaged back saying they were doing well enough that she had already split them up into 2 parties, one led by her and the other by Sinan. Kismel had declined to lead in favor of acting as a secondary tank for the archers party. Right, let's go then. Ran said the flying snake thingies are called Ocantus. Sinan can shoot them down, which simplifies the whole process, but we got Drifter. The spearman started, then understood what his guild leader meant. He hefted his weapon over his shoulder with a grin. You got it, Kirito. It's a good way to practice my aim, if nothing else. They walked through the south gate of the city. Kirito with his one-handed longsword already out. Asuna had her fingertips gently resting on the hilt of her rapier. Drifter knew from experience how fast she could draw it. The spearman himself was holding his Chaldea Fana loosely by his side. The spear had been with him since the 3rd floor, and it was past the time to change it, but Liz's enhancements made it just every bit as good as the weapons he found on the 10th floor, so he was still using it. Agile's trio was even more heavily offensive-oriented than them. Of course, there was Agile's door-sized double axe, which had to weigh more than Kirito and Asuna together. Wolf carried a warhammer which was just slightly smaller than the axe. Shigeo was the only one with a shield, a medium-sized square one, which he complemented with a mace. There. Drifter, on you. The spearman followed Asuna's pointed finger and saw one of the mobs lazily flying circles ahead of them. The Ocantus was about 4 meters long, head to tail, with scales in dark hues of green and blue. The wings were covered in feathers, instead of the membrane-like limb Drifter had been expecting. It had no rear legs, but it did have 2 sets of curved claws near the front of its body. The creature looked like someone had taken a big snake and glued chicken wings and legs to it, magnified a few times. Okay, here it goes. Drifter didn't need to heft his spear and find its balance, he knew it by heart. Curling 3 fingers around the butt of the weapon and letting it rest on his forearm, he brought his arm back, then heaved and slingshot it forward. Serpent coil impale. The shout was for dramatic purposes. His Chaldea Fana glowed and flew towards the Ocantus much faster than a simple throw could propel it. The spear spun, and it would have fallen short of the mob by about 3 meters, but Drifter felt more than saw the skill correcting its path. Jayas! The Ocantus hissed loudly when Drifter's spear flashed past it, puncturing a hole clean through its left wing. The monster struggled to maintain its flight, its other wing beating madly, but eventually fell. At about the same time Drifter recalled his weapon through the menu, and Kirito shouted at the party to attack. It wasn't a fair battle. Kirito and Asuna were the first to reach the Ocantus, his sword glowing red with a vorpal strike, hers the light green of an oblique. Agile was next, an overhead slash Drifter recognized as Earth Sunder almost bisecting the mob in 2. Despite not having been in the same guild before, the Reavers and Agile's party had fought together so many times their coordination was on point. While Kirito, Asuna, and Agile were attacking from one side, Wolf and Shigeo had already moved around to encircle the Ocanthus, and Shigeo knocked it back down with a tremor as soon as he saw the mob trying to take flight again. Wolf went for a double cleave, just for the damage. Drifter wasn't idle either. He had hung back just in case the Ocanthus managed to break free from his party members. Serpent Coil Impale put too much of a strain on him for Drifter to use it multiple times in a row, but he wouldn't need that skill. A well-placed sting followed by a downwards dirty play would pin the mob down and ensure it was permanently grounded. It didn't even get to that. He saw the Ocanthus's HP falling rapidly under the unceasing offensive, so he threw a snakebite over Shigeo's shoulder, then swept up, decapitating the mob. The entire battle lasted less than 2 minutes. Incredibly fast, even by their standards. Drifter was under no illusions Kaiba had suddenly had a change of heart and lowered SAO's difficulty, however. For any normal party, the flying mobs would be a highly threatening enemy. No hidden weapon and throwing pick would bring them down. A pity Reaver's Requiem just so happened to have 2 walking loopholes. SAO's only archer, and also the only spear user with an actual throwing skill. Drifter had no idea why no one else had managed to unlock Serpent Coil Impale, and he did try to teach others, but I was what it was. Maybe only Nez's chakrams would have a chance of cutting an Ocanthus out of the sky. 3, then. 3 players with the abilities and equipment to facilitate the hunt of 11th floor mobs by several degrees. Clearly, Drifter's theory that the first 10 floors were just a tutorial was still holding strong. He would even go as far as to say that the 10th floor boss battle was a checkpoint, and not just signaling the end of the tutorial. 10th floor, 10 out of 100. Round numbers. It seemed valid to think that it would be harder than most. A true checkpoint, to make sure players only climbed higher when they were strong enough, and not through sheer dumb luck. A true checkpoint, which required lives as the price to get through. Good work, everyone. Wolf, that was great timing with the tremor. Drifter, you can come in earlier next time. Yes, ma'am. Drifter smiled cheekily to Asuna, who rolled her eyes. She was making the rounds, patting people on the back, while Kirito went through the spoils. He didn't find anything interesting, so they went back to hunting. Despite the broadcast, despite the warnings circulated by the assault team, despite Argo printing it in bold red letters on the cover of her 11th floor guide. Despite all that, people died. And not just a few. The mood of the strategy meeting for the 11th floor boss raid was somber. The 24 people in an inn's private room all had deadly serious expressions plastered on their faces. From Kibu and his 2 vice leaders, Lind and Shivata, Klein, Orlando, Kirito, Drifter, and Asuna, down to the leaders of independent parties. 54 deceased players. I confirmed it on the Monument of Life. I can say with surety that 41 of those were on this floor. Mostly medium to high-level players, 6 clearers only, in the tower. Of the other 13, 11 died by mobs, though I don't know which or where. It's the remaining 2 that worry me. Argo was giving the briefing, showing a list of names that did nothing but add another weight to their minds. The leading figures of the frontliners and, indeed, all of Sword Art Online, kept their silence. Those 2 were player killings. Mort. Kibu spat the name in a growl which would have intimidated even a floor boss. Because if he could call Kirito a beater and blame Diavel's death on him, then Mort was his responsibility. Argo snuck a glance at Drifter. She knew they would arrive at that conclusion, but she could not include it in the briefing. The spearman took a deep breath and took a symbolic step forward. No. Every eye turned to him, and Asuna grabbed his wrist, worried. But Drifter shook off her hand and smiled reassuringly. The truth was important in this case. Vital, even. What do you mean no, Drifter? It wasn't Mort, because he is dead. I killed him. He stared straight at Kibu as he said it. Drifter saw the shock, surprise, and shame on his face, appearing in turns. The ALS leader pursed his lips, joining the others in their stunned silence. When? Eventually, Shivata spoke. And the question was indeed when, not why or how. They already knew the answer to the first, and the second didn't matter. Drifter looked around. He saw some fear and disgust. Mostly shock. No reproach. His gaze found Shivata again. Some weeks ago. He found us first. Moved and threatened us, and said he would kill us one by one. I believed him. His cursor was darker than when we had last seen him on the 5th floor. He let that sink in. It would be too much to say that Drifter didn't care about what the other people in the room thought of him. But he didn't think what he had done was wrong. It had been necessary. I went after Mort, and found him. I had him on the tip of my spear. I could have arrested him. I wasn't sure I wanted to. But he made the choice for me. Threw himself into my spear and called me a murderer. His last sentence brought about another long silence. Not just from the players, but also the people in the real world he didn't know were watching. Seijiru. His family. He probably wouldn't have admitted it if he did know. But he didn't, so the point was moot and he had just told the world he had killed another person. If Mort could even be considered that. Good. He is wrong, Drifter, but you did good. Mort wasn't a player. He was a monster. Orlando. The boisterous leader of the Legend Braves spoke quietly. Gravely. But he reached out and put a hand on Drifter's shoulder. Squeezed and nodded. Others around the room echoed his words. Not all. Lin kept quiet. But Shivata also nodded to Drifter, and Kibu stared at him with the barest hints of gratefulness. But if it wasn't Mort, that means we have at least one other red player around. Probably more. After Drifter took care of Mort, I checked the Monument of Life periodically. 27 player killings in total. 26 without counting Mort. So we either have a complete psychopath who murdered 20 people, or we have more than one red player on the loose. I don't know which one is worse. Argo's words brought the meeting's mood to a new low. But they recovered quickly, and the info broker spoke again. I have Fumaningdom looking into it. Meanwhile, we have to focus on our job. A scouting party found the boss room. Let's get to planning. Chapter 104 Scouting Party. The players cautiously pushed open the doors to the boss room. They were made of baked clay, and looked every bit as plain and old as the rest of the floor. Slowly, very slowly, they stepped inside. Their gaze immediately found the formation in the opposite corner of the room. A giant rock wall, on top of which the floor boss was resting. A king on his throne. Almost lazily, the Storm Griffin King got up and stretched, showcasing its wings. The feathers sparked with lightning, and more than one player gulped in apprehension. Electricity normally meant paralysis, which was a player's nightmare. Then the boss jumped off the wall and dove straight towards them, and the 18 players scattered. Dodge! Drifter yelled internally. The curved beak and sharp claws sparking with lightning did not look friendly. As if they heard him, the players split up, jumping to the left and right. The boss dive was so telegraphed everyone managed to avoid it. The spin with open wings that came after, not so much. 3 frontliners cried out and retreated, nursing large cuts across their chests and with 20% of their HP gone. 3 tanks immediately advanced, smashing their shields onto the boss. The Storm Griffin King shrieked loudly, swiping a few claws and snapping at the players. There were too few of them, so they were struggling to damage the boss. Drifter watched all rationale through his menu, from the safety of the inn he and the Reavers were staying at. The scouting party was doing a good job. Scout party. Lytton from the ALS had been the one to come up with the idea, surprisingly. She had suggested it during the strategy meeting, which caused the battle to be postponed for 2 days, but for good reasons. She had every other frontliner plus Argo repeatedly smacking their heads on any solid surface they could find at the moment, and loudly calling themselves idiots. The proposal was simple. Really simple, actually. Since all the floor boss raids were broadcasted to the SAO players, why not use it to their advantage? They would send a small group of players to scout out the boss, while everyone else watched the broadcast and figured out the moves, skills, and attack patterns of the boss. Then they could create a strategy based on actual information, instead of the vague rumors they got from the quests on the floor. Another reason all the front lines were beating themselves over, sometimes literally, was not thinking of it earlier. If they had, the 10th floor would have been different. Maybe no one would have died. Or maybe the entire scout party would have perished, surrounded by the boss shadows. Either way, it would have gone down differently. Dodge and evade, mostly, then counterattack. What do y'all think? Ran was pointing out the details of the battle and her ideas as they watched. Only the Reavers were around, each guild having preferred to watch this on their own first, before meeting for the actual raid. Agreed. We need to watch out for those dives. Did you notice? When it comes down claws first, it's followed by a grab. When the claws are back, it's a spin. Drifter had noticed. He had also spotted the way the Storm Griffin King's tail feathers sparked whenever it went for a supercharge in both senses of the word attack. He thought it quite looked like a character from a certain anime. But Drifter was staying silent while the others commented. So was Kirito. The young swordsman had the corridor crystal they got on the 9th floor clenched in his hand, the coordinates already set for the boss room. This was the first time a scouting party had been created and sent forth to challenge a floor boss. For that reason, they had joined 3 parties in an 18-man team, half of which were tanks. Safety was the priority. If anything happened and the scout party looked like they were in danger, Kirito would use the corridor crystal and Reaver's Requiem would jump in to rescue them. Thankfully, it didn't look like that would be needed. The scouting party was doing a good job, chipping away at the boss HP while doing their utmost to drag out all the possible patterns and skills the creature employed. Of course, it would be impossible for 18 players, most of whom had low offensive power, to discover everything about the Storm Griffin King. While the basic attacks stayed the same, new skills would be added once the floor boss was down to the yellow portion of its health. And when it went berserk, at the end of the battle, then everything changed. 80%. They are coming out. It took the scouting party over an hour to deplete a mere fifth of the Storm Griffin King's HP. Once they felt they wouldn't be able to get anything more without putting themselves in danger, they retreated. As soon as the last player stepped out of the room, the boss returned to its perch and the doors closed. That went well. Thankfully. My heart was in my throat the entire time. Everyone, compile what you saw and your ideas for tactics, then we'll brainstorm on it before Kirito, Asuna, and I head to the strategy meeting 2.0. As Kirito stowed away the corridor crystal, Drifter clapped his hands to get everybody's attention and told them what to do. Many of the SAO players were confused when they saw just 3 parties worth of frontliners start the broadcast, and even more befuddled when they left. Through word of mouth, they discovered the objective of the group, and soon there were hundreds of people forwarding suggestions to the assault team. Argo and her conscripts, mid-level players from ALS and DKB, were responsible for sorting through the messages for actual useful insight. The real world was little better in terms of confusion. At least several thousand people had been watching the live feeds of the players involved in the creation of the scouting party, and news had spread somewhat, but many were still caught by surprise. And like before, they were helpless to interfere, not even able to communicate with the players, only watch. Seijiru was one such person. He was sitting in his office, elbows on the table and rubbing his temple with his fingers, like he was prone to do since Sword Art Online was launched. His inability to do anything at all to aid the poor souls trapped inside Kaiba's death game ate him from the inside. Drifter's confession 2 days prior also didn't help ease his mood. No one was claiming that he be trialed for killing Mort, at least that he knew about. The voices inside the country were almost unanimous that the red player deserved it. And, as Seijiru had already told a desperate Ogawa Kana earlier, the entire case was full of extenuating circumstances. The biggest was self-defense. It could also be argued that Drifter was lying and hadn't killed anybody. Or that he wasn't mentally well because of his extended imprisonment in SAO. Basically, anything anyone could have used to take Mort out of death row could also be used by Drifter, and with much better results. All of that was hypothetical, of course. There would never be a trial for Drifter. No one would push for it, because they would lose and also find themselves on the wrong side of public opinion. And if push came to shove, Seijiru had little doubt he could get a full pardon for Drifter. Drifter and the recently deceased Mort were low on his list of worries, however. Argo's revelation that there were other red players at large had his entire team combing through 7.000 live feeds trying to find who. As of yet, they had found one, but the player was always masked, so there was no way of discovering who he or she was. All they knew was that they used a large cleaver as their weapon, which didn't help in any way. As of yet, there were still several hundred unidentified SAO players. Some were because they never left their private quarters, and hence couldn't be watched. Others because they used items that covered their faces, and that didn't automatically mean they were bad people. Many simply did for privacy or the stats. The main problem Seijiru faced was manpower. After the 24/7 broadcast started, he had already been assigned 30 new subordinates, just to keep an eye on the key players. And yet, that was barely a drop in the bucket with how many victims there were to monitor. He needed 3 times as many people as there were players, so they could take turns watching each and every one of them. Somehow, he doubted he had the budget to hire 21,000 underlings. Again and again and again, all Seijiru could do was pray the frontliners would survive just another battle without losses. The very next day, the assault team found themselves in front of the now familiar doors to the Storm Griffin King's room. This time they were in full force, all 114 of them. They were less than they were before. No one left, even after 6 people died on the 10th floor. All the frontliners were fully committed by now, and they would fight to the death, like Namate and the others had. But no one had joined them either. There were a few clearers who could, and planned to, at least when they were winning every raid easily. They got cold feet after the last floor, however, and Drifter couldn't blame them. It was one thing to be willing to fight, and another entirely to be willing to die. Drifter knew that he wasn't ready to die yet, willingly or not. All right. We are starting, everyone. Stick to the strategy, fulfill your roles, and work together with the groups near you to avoid positioning issues. We want every party with enough room between each other to avoid the spinning attack after the dive. Unknowingly, Reaver's Requiem had already grown to be one of the largest frontliner guilds in size. With Agile's party, they were now 14 strong. And, while there were other guilds with larger numbers, all the Reavers were on the front lines. That made them the 3rd largest guild in size amongst the assault team, and in contention for first in sheer strength. They didn't care much for the rankings. At the moment, Drifter, Yuna, Nautilus, Asuna, Kismol, and everyone else were far too entertained by their guild leader. Becoming such a huge power amongst the assault team meant they had the qualifications to take charge of boss raids just like the DKB and ALS, and it pushed Kirito directly into the spotlight, something the shy boy was deathly afraid of. Even so, he was doing a good job, Drifter thought. Other than the visible nervousness and the stuttering at the start, Kirito was delivering his planned speech well enough. And the more he talked, the more his confidence grew, and the steadier his voice became. That's about it. Remember what we discussed during the strategy meeting and we'll be alright. Help each other when needed, don't be heroes. Reaver's Requiem is taking center, with the Dragon Knights Brigade and Aincrad Liberation Squad as support. Let's go! Kibu and Lin's scowling expressions showed their dislike at being called support. They couldn't complain, however, having already agreed to the plan beforehand. More so, the two kept pushing off the responsibility to the other after the disaster on the 10th floor, so they had no right to complain when Drifter cut in with a proposition for Reaver's Requiem to take the lead, which Kirito begrudgingly agreed to. What do you think? With only a brief pause in his steps to allow the others to catch up to him, Kirito walked towards the doors to the boss room and put a closed fist against one of them. Drifter mimicked him, and, with a nod, they pushed the doors open, even as Kirito questioned the spearman. Couldn't have done better myself, Kirito. Liar. I still think you should have been guild leader. Nah, too much work. It doesn't really matter who is the leader normally. And when the going gets rough, it's you everyone listens to. They bantered as they walked slowly into the boss room. The Storm Griffin King was still perched on top of the rock wall, staring down at them like they were defenseless rabbits. The assault team was going to show it that this prey had teeth, and they were sharp. Talk later, fight now. Here it comes. Yuna nudged them and pointed at the boss, who was again going through the routine of getting up and stretching. Drifter held his spear close to his body and waited for it to attack. Wait! 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 It's a grab. Dodge and counter. The value of the scouting was proved immediately as they saw the Storm Griffin King diving towards them with its claws open and stretched forward. They knew that, if the attack hit, the boss would grab a player and smash them into the ground, dealing a massive amount of damage. Thankfully, spotting the telltale positioning of the claws allowed them to not only know they had to dodge, but also prepare a counterattack. Drifter neatly sidestepped the griffin, and many spectators couldn't help but wonder how he could be so calm in front of a 2-ton heavy creature trying to kill him. Drifter didn't even think about that. He simply spun and stabbed. His spear tip searched for the weak point they had identified during the scouting session, a small spot underneath each wing where the feathers of the Storm Griffin King were arrayed backward. It was barely 5 centimeters wide, a mere dot compared to the wingspan of over 4 meters of the boss. Drifter felt he was going to miss, and jerked his spear to the left, creating a waving motion. He hit the weakness head-on. Arkrike. I think you pissed it off, Drifter. You don't say. Ignoring Valor's taunt, as bosses were wont to do, the Storm Griffin King turned and shrieked at Drifter. The spearman answered by jabbing his spear in its open beak. The boss didn't like that. Rearing on its back legs, the griffin clawed at Drifter. He dodged the first set of sharp claws, but was forced to block the second. Deep scratch marks were left on the shaft of his spear, and Drifter was treated to the second most important discovery of the scouting party: the Storm Griffin King's claws destroyed a weapon's durability. Well, this is gonna be hellish. Chapter 105, Broken Spear. It took the scouting party 75 minutes to drag the Storm Griffin King down to 80% health. The assault team only needed a fifth of that time to accomplish the same. Reaver's Requiem was in the thick of it, but that didn't mean the other frontliners were just standing back and watching. One of the main characteristics of bosses was that many of their attacks were random and didn't follow the aggro system. Case in point, as soon as its HP dipped below 80%, the boss cleared its aggro and flew straight towards Furinkazan. Klein and most of the others jumped away in time to avoid the deadly spinning move, but Isin and Harry One were just a tad too slow and got cut. The damage was mind-blowing, but what was even more terrifying was the way the Storm Griffin King focused on Harry One, carving 3 red gashes along his chest while the player was still recovering from the first blow. Drifter had a horrible flashback to the previous boss raid, when he watched one of the players being ganged upon by multiple shadows and dying before anyone could help. It didn't happen this time. Everyone was on edge from the last floor boss raid, and as soon as they noticed Harry One was in danger, players swarmed forward to help him. Klein, being the closest, was the first to get there, hacking at the boss with his katana. Someone else shield bashed the griffin, and several weapons cut it from the sides and back. The Storm Griffin King shrieked and lowered its center of gravity, flexing its wings. Back! It's gonna spin again. Whenever it was surrounded, the Storm Griffin King resorted to a spin attack, as the players already knew. They quickly backpedaled, narrowly avoiding the sharp feathers, and the Reavers ran to regain control of the boss again. Jumping up, Kirito used an airborne slant to restrict the boss movement before it could take flight again. Empowered by Yuna's Firemare, Ran and Yuki's sonic leaps caused the griffin to stumble. It was Merida's execution that did the trick, knocking down the boss fully. Drifter looked at the downed boss and grinned. He whipped out his spear in a horizontal arc, followed by 2 normal attacks, all targeting the eyes of the Storm Griffin King. He failed to blind it, unfortunately, but the critical hits were good damage. Drifter managed to sneak in a last double tap just as the creature was getting up. What followed in the next 30 minutes was a tense and violent battle. The Storm Griffin King was brutal, its wild attacks leaving any player it targeted in fear for their life. Especially when it managed to grab someone or strike them with lightning, leaving them on the brink of death. Still, Drifter couldn't help but feel that the battle was a little easier than the raid against Kagachi had been. This lent credence to his theory that the round number floors were checkpoints, and hence harder. Maybe, even if they knew everything there was to know about the 10th floor boss beforehand, it still would have been impossible to avoid casualties. Have health. Watch out for pattern changes. Valork, grab the aggro. Nautilus, Shyvana, and Litten, secondaries. By that, Drifter meant that the 3 players should be ready to intervene if Valork failed to hold the attention of the boss. Here it comes! Brace! Counterforce. The boss had been aiming for some random player, but Valork dashed and interposed himself between them. With a loud bang, the sharp beak struck Valork's shield, strands of pure lightning flying off from the impact. However, contrary to everybody's expectations, the one who stumbled back was the boss, not Valork. Counterforce returned the power of the attack twofold. The Storm Griffin King cried in pain and got up to attack Valork again. Drifter, Asuna, Kismol, and the other Reavers moved to support their friend. Yuna was buffing all of them with her sings, while Sinan kept losing arrows into the boss from afar. Kibu and Lind led their guilds to target the boss flanks, rotating with Furinkazan, the Legend Braves, and other guilds. Overall, the assault team was chipping away at the Storm Griffin King's HP at a respectable pace. And with how cautious they were being, there had yet to be any player who was really in Dan. No! Suddenly, Drifter jerked back and crushed that line of thought. It was being complacent and arrogant that led to so many deaths on the 10th floor. Drifter? What's wrong? Yuna stopped playing for a moment and stared at him worriedly. Drifter shook his head. Nothing, Yun. Just centering myself. His girlfriend still looked concerned, but this was neither the place nor the time to show their affection. Throughout the rest of the battle, Drifter constantly reminded himself not to get sloppy. Each frontliner was extremely valuable, and he knew it was cold to think that way, but that was the reality. Unfortunately, no matter how careful Drifter was, there were things no one could be prepared for. The Berserker phase of the boss after its HP fell below 10% wasn't one such thing. What it did, however, was another matter entirely. No one saw it coming. When the boss flew down again, with its claws stretched forward, everyone thought it was going to try to grab a player and slam them into the ground, like it was doing before. The Storm Griffin King targeted a party of DKB players, who made to retreat. But the boss was faster than before after being enraged, and it gripped a spear user tightly, sinking its talons into their armor. Then, instead of smacking them down like everyone was expecting, the boss flew up again. The desperate player was still in its claws. Sinan, shot it down. I'm trying, but it doesn't care. Indeed, there were several arrows sticking out of the boss wings, but it was still flying. Drifter made to use Serpent Coil Impale when the Storm Griffin King suddenly changed its trajectory, flying straight towards the ground. Just when it looked like it was going to crash, the boss spread its wings and let go of the player. The impact of the player hitting the ground at nearly terminal velocity raised a dust cloud. When it cleared, there was nothing left in the crater but a few flickering polygons. No! Not again. Several players simply stopped and stared. It felt like a nightmare starting all over again. Even Kirito and Drifter faltered for a few moments. Agile didn't. Stop standing around and fight. Kill that bastard before it gets anyone else. The angry roar of the man shook everyone awake from their listless stupor. Suddenly, the Storm Griffin King found itself the target of 100+ murderous glares. Drifter himself tangled with the boss when it next flew down, ready to grab another victim. He waited until the very last moment to use edge vaulting to jump over the sweeping claw and stab the griffin through the neck. The durability of his Chaldea Fana dropped to dangerously low levels when the boss snapped its beak at it. Drifter didn't even notice. He was focused trying not to get bitten in half. He leaned back, dodging another attack and swiping up with his spear, catching the underside of the boss' neck. Silica slipped underneath his arm to stab the griffin nearly on the same spot, and Liz came from his other side with a crushing impact to the side of its head. Shrike! Badly wounded, the Storm Griffin King spun, smacking all 3 Reavers and half a dozen other players away. Then it reared on its back legs and snatched Litten, the only one still standing, thanks to her abnormally high defense and heavy equipment. No! Laboriously, the boss beat its wings and went up with Litten. Drifter saw it all happen in a daze, still trying to make up from down and right from left. He had been knocked down pretty hard. He also heard the pure desperation in Shavada's voice as his lover was carried away. It might not mean death to Litten thanks to her stats, but there was no way of knowing until it happened. And frontliners were pessimistic to the last. Shaking his head, Drifter jumped up. The world spun, but he bit the inside of his mouth and focused. His hand naturally slid down the shaft of his Chaldeafana, and he narrowed his eyes. He had to aim where the boss would be, not where it was now. Ha! With a shout, he let a serpent coil impale fly. It looked like it was going to go over the boss' head, but the Storm Griffin King flew right into the skill's path at the very last moment. The spear pierced a hole right through its chest and shattered, the last of its durability spent. The shards of the weapon were mixed with those of the boss. Catch her! For once, nobody was looking at the floor boss when it died. Led by Shavada, 24 players rushed to get beneath Litten and break her fall. The sight of all of them falling like dominoes when the heavily armored ALS tank crashed on them was almost comical. Drifter barked a short laugh that was half relief and half stress when he saw Litten had survived. Then he looked at the empty spot on his character page where his weapon should have been. A sense of loss flooded him. His Chaldeafana had been a trusty companion for almost 9 entire floors. He knew he had to change it soon, but it still felt bad to see it suddenly vanish in this way, even if it was for a good reason. That was amazing, Drift. I was sure Litten was a goner when the boss grabbed her. Drifter felt a pair of arms wrapping around him and turned around to reciprocate Yuna's hug. The songstress pecked him on the lips, the only thing preventing her from giving him a thorough kiss being that a lot of people were around or watching the broadcast. I'm glad it worked. Liz, it seems like I'm gonna have to ask you to hurry up on that new spear you promised me. My Chaldeafana broke. Sorry, Kismol. Drifter didn't dwell on useless thoughts of how he could have saved the DKB player if he had used Serpent Coil Impale earlier. He had done his best. It wasn't enough, it probably never would be, not in SAO, but he had been in no position to help earlier. Instead, Drifter dragged Nautilus and those nearby in a group hug while apologizing to Kismol. The Dark Elf simply shook her head. I couldn't think of a better end to a weapon than slaying a mighty enemy and saving a friend's life. Drifter smiled. Then he saw Litten coming over, and pulled her into a hug before she could start to thank him. The 11th floor of Aincrad. Cleared. The outside world was in an uproar after the successful conclusion of the 11th floor boss raid. Another life had been lost, but since it came right after the disaster on the 10th floor, it was considered a mostly positive outcome. Drifter's last blow was replayed countless times around the world. It couldn't be helped. Watching Sword Art Online was like having an action movie come to life. Even if it was inside a video game, knowing that the fighters weren't just actors, but actual people risking life and limb, impacted many deeply. Yuki Shizu was one such person. As calm and even cold as he was, his heart leaped to his throat every time he saw his daughter fighting, which, now that he left her feed open 24/7 in his office, was every day, all day. At the moment, Shizu was studying an interesting joint proposition by the public relations and marketing teams of Rect Incorporated. Considering they were now the owners of Sword Art Online, an idea had come to life to create official merchandise of the frontliners. Shirts, mugs, figurines, posters, pins, and hundreds of other items. His first reaction was to deny it immediately, and fire, however, was involved in creating this proposition. His daughter would be one of the main characters after all. He already wanted to send his legal team after everyone selling illegal merch containing Asuna's image. But once Shuzu stopped and thought better, he realized it wasn't such a bad idea. In fact, it only had positive points. The money they would earn aside, he already had truckloads of it. Creating official SAO merchandise would allow him to control what was put out there. Not only that, the profits could be used to fund the maintenance of the SAO servers, which were a huge drain on Rect Incorporated's funds. Of course, they would need permission from the families and guardians of all the players who would be portrayed, and also to send them a portion of the profits. But Shuzu didn't think many would refuse, especially after he added a clause saying that 50% of the earnings left after liquidating the costs would be set aside and become a fund for the families of the deceased SAO players. Another 30% would be split and sent monthly to the loved ones of the living but still trapped victims. Shuzu knew the board would fight him on that, but he wouldn't budge an inch. He personally knew the pain and loss the families of SAO players were feeling. The board could accept, or they could accept. The only difference was how much resistance they would put up, and how hard he would have to knock them down. After signing the proposition, Shuzu started thinking about which players to include. Many were obvious. And he would use the same nicknames and titles that were already starting to spread inside Sword Art Online and outside of it. He knew it was only a matter of time before the news picked up on them. Snatching a pen, Shuzu started writing. Dragon Knight Lind and Kibu the Challenger were no-brainers, as leaders of the two largest frontliner guilds. So was Argo the Rat, the brain behind the assault team. Litten the Fortress and Shivata, who had yet to be granted a title but was no less notable than any of the others. Hero Orlando and all of the Legend Braves. The katana user Klein and his guild. Several other players from ALS, DKB, and other frontliner guilds. And Reaver's Requiem, of course. Shuzu was biased, but all the Reavers deserved it. Even the NPC Kismol, in fact, she seemed to be one of the most famous members of the guild for her origin and appearance. Her canine partner, the Wolflock, was already somewhat notorious, despite his sparse appearances. Black Swordsman Kirito, one of the greatest SAO warriors. Lightning Flash Asuna, his own daughter. The Blacksmith Lisbeth and the twins Yuki and Ran. Merida, Valork, and the much younger Silica. The recent addition to Reaver's Requiem, Warrior Merchant Agile and his friends, Shigeo and Wolf. Indeed, even the deceased Na-mate. Arrow Huntress Sinan, the owner of Sword Art Online's sole ranged weapon. The inseparable duo of Songstress Yuna and Indomitable Knight Nautilus. And last but not least, the one who had just been crowned with his new title, Broken Spear Drifter. Chapter 106 Titles. The day after the 11th floor raid, Drifter and the rest of Reaver's Requiem were having their breakfast on a balcony in the main town of the 12th floor. Argo, Furinkazan, and the Legend Braves were also there, and the three guilds split up into smaller groups to chat while eating. The 12th floor was mountainous, and the city they were in, populated by humans and dwarves, was structured on various levels. They were in one of the highest, looking down at the edge of Aincrad while they ate. The sun had just risen. Drifter was sitting with his back to a house's wall, with Yuna leaning on his side. Argo had her legs dangling over the edge of the floor, carelessly kicking her feet. Sinan was laying down with her arms underneath her head and eyes closed, just vibing. Klein and Asuna were sitting cross-legged near them, the samurai trying to convince the fencer of the merits of a katana. It was an old discussion that never went anywhere, and they both knew it. "I'm telling you, Asuna, you need to try it sometime. There's nothing like slicing something with a katana. It's too heavy for me. I prefer light and fast weapons. Even if I were to change my rapier, it would be for a dagger." "What?" "No offense to Silica and everyone else, but swords are the best. Even if you wanted to." Drifter tuned them out and turned to the last person in their circle. Liz had several sticks of kebab in her hands and was giving them to the others. She had been on breakfast duty today. Drifter gladly took his third serving. They were delicious. "So, what are my options, Liz?" Yesterday, after they arrived on the 12th floor, the blacksmith had promised to either forge or find a replacement for his broken spear. Of course, Drifter had several backup weapons, exactly for this kind of occasion, but none were as good as his Caldiafana. I'm still looking for appropriate materials. I think I'll find them on this floor, but meanwhile you should use this. While speaking, Liz manipulated her menu and pulled out a long purple weapon. The wide, curved metal head immediately identified the item as a halberd, not a spear as Drifter expected. Technically, spears, halberds, polearms, and lances were all inside the two-handed spear skill. That was all, however. Halberds and spears were only similar in the fact that they were both long weapons. Drifter extricated himself from Yuna to take the weapon, immediately feeling the differences. The balance was all off, heavily tipped to the head of the halberd. It weighed several times more than any spear the same size, the shaft being made entirely of a purplish metal. It was also completely rigid. Drifter tried to shake it as if he were using snakebite, and failed to bend it even a little. It was only when he activated the skill for real that it worked. Error. Are you sure, Liz? The blacksmith shrugged. I know it's not ideal, but it's all about the stats. I made this from corrupted ore back on the 10th floor, as training. I know you favor dexterity and speed over power, but... well, it's the stats really. Just take a look. Drifter did, and whistled. While heavily biased towards damaging power, there was really no arguing with those stats. I see what you mean. This is going to cleave straight through most mobs. Yup. Bear with it for a few days, please. This floor looks like it's gonna be heaven for blacksmithing mats. Give me a few days to find the most suitable ones, and I'll forge you a spear that won't lose to that halberd. Drifter pondered for a few seconds, then shrugged and nodded. Sure. Trying to use this will be a nice change of pace. Thanks a ton, Liz. The pink-haired blacksmith grinned toothly. Whatever she might think about SAO's simplified crafting system, creating and caring for the equipment of several dozen players, the Reavers, Furinkazan, Legend Braves, and some other frontliners who came to her from time to time, wasn't easy. It was always nice having her efforts appreciated. Well, this is gonna throw some people out for a loop. What do you mean, Argo? The info broker spun to look at Drifter's new weapon just before he put it away. Her back was now to the abyss, and he rolled his eyes before reaching over to grab his semi-adopted little sister. Argo stuck out her tongue but didn't complain when Drifter pulled her down. Well, someone became the focus of SAO since they performed that rather spectacular save yesterday, you know? But I bet a lot of fans are gonna be disappointed when they see the mighty broken spear Drifter using a non-spear. Drifter blinked. Next to him, Yuna sat up straight, and Asuna and Klein stopped their debate to listen. Liz tilted her head, and Sanad opened one eye and pulled herself up to a sitting position. The temporarily not a spearman worked his mouth, trying to think of an answer. Fans? That seemed to be what caught Yuna's interest the most, and she turned a speculative stare to her boyfriend. Drifter finally found his voice. Wait, rewind, little rat. What do you mean by broken spear, Drifter? Is that a dig at me? Don't ask me, I didn't come up with it. Your fans did. By now, some of the others had caught wind of the conversation and were gathering around. Argo was smirking, and seemed to be enjoying their confusion immensely. Broken spear, Drifter? Why do you say it like it's written with a capital B and S, Argo? Yuki asked while plopping down on Sanan's lap, which would have normally raised a few eyebrows, but now everyone was focused on the info broker. Even the archer didn't seem to notice, unconsciously wrapping one arm around the purple-haired girl's waist. 'Cause it is, Yuki-chan. Congratulations, Dri Boo, on becoming one of SAO's 12 titled players. What? The spearman was simply dumbfounded, and stared at Argo, who was highly amused. Her head swiveled around, her gaze pausing on certain players. Her smirk only grew. HM, like Kibu over there. The black swordsman Kirito. You were already famous before, now you're a celebrity, Dri Boo. Catching on to what Argo was saying, several of the others got curious. Ignoring Drifter still trying to come to terms with it, much to Yuna's amusement as the songstress poked him, Klein shouted. Wait, you said 12, right, Argo? If Kirito and Drifter are 2, who are the other 10 guys with titles? Well, yours truly, of course. Argo the Rat, at your service. I think it was even Dri Boo who started it by calling me Little Rat. With a flourish, Argo got up and bowed to everyone. Yuki, Silica, Agile, Dynam, Dale, and most of the legend braves clapped and whistled. Argo smiled wider and saluted them again. Well, who else? Me? Klein was starting to get impatient, and asked hopefully, but his expression clouded momentarily when Argo shook her head. He quickly got over it, however, his thirst for gossip being stronger. Argo gestured grandly. You also know all of the others. From the Aincrad Liberation Squad, Kibu the Challenger and Aincrad's strongest shield, lit in the fortress. On the DKB's side, we have Dragon Knight Lind, Kirito, Klein, and a few others grimaced at the first name. Kibu was already extremely entitled, they could only imagine the levels his arrogance would grow now. But not even they could deny he deserved the title. It fit him perfectly, with the way he only seemed to know how to confront everything and everyone head-on. Litton's title, on the other hand, was well received. The more jealous shield-bearers might contest it, but Nautilus, Valork, Shigeo, and Enkidu thought it was well-deserved. There was nothing much to say about Lin's. That's 6 total. What of the other 6? Neza raised his hand and asked, his chakrams dangling from his arm. Ever since Argo took him in as a partner/errand boy, he always behaved like a student in front of her. Why don't you guess? I'll give y'all a clue, they are all here. Really? Oh. The game was on. The players all started glancing at the person next to them, as if seeing each other for the first time. The reality was, it wasn't that hard to guess. They all knew each other too well. Merida pointed 2 fingers. 2 of them gotta be Yuna and Asuna. Me? Us? The 2 girls' jaws dropped, as if they couldn't believe it. Drifter, now recovered from his shock, rolled his eyes and gestured to Kirito. In sync, both boys flicked their girlfriends on the forehead for being clueless. And you say I am the humble one? Or do I need to remind you of all those people wanting to hear songstress Yuna play when we went down to the 5th floor the other day? Right on the money, Dri Boo. Argo laughed, and Drifter twisted uselessly to try and escape from Yuna's cruel fingers as she pinched his side for mocking her. Asuna, meanwhile, pointed at herself. Wait, what about me? Why would I have a title? Kirito rolled his eyes again, and started counting on his fingers as he spoke. Let's see. One of SAO's top 3 beauties, gentle and kind to everyone, but fierce in battle. Can use a rapier like nobody else, and is consistently in the top 10 contributors during boss raids. Yeah, I also don't know why. In an uncharacteristic display of public affection, Kirito leaned over and pecked Asuna's pouting lips. Both the teens blushed bright red immediately after, especially with the catcalls from their friends, but Kirito didn't retract his statement. Right again, Kibu. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you Lightning Flash Asuna. Asuna blushed even harder, if that was possible. To change the focus from her, she showed them another target. What about Sinon, then? I've heard lots of people talking about her. Heads turned towards the silent archer. Yuki was still sitting on her lap, and didn't show any intentions of moving anytime soon. Rand slapped her forehead, but both her sister and the archer behaved as if there was nothing out of the ordinary there. Sinon even raised a finger to her lips in thought. Me? What would it be? Something like Archer Sinon? Nothing as normal as that, Sinchan. Ya are the arrow huntress Sinon. Peril of the skies, despite your feet being planted on the ground all the time. Oh, I like that, Sinon. Yuki twisted around on her seat, Sinon, and, emboldened by Kirito's action, kissed the archer on the side of her head. This time, Sinon did flush, and tried to hide behind the other girl, muttering something. Everyone laughed, but didn't poke fun at the pair at this time. They continued to guess, various names being thrown around, together with possible titles. Argo shot down all of them, however, until they arrived at Orlando. Ah, his is a good one. Care to guess, Orlon and I? How about the legendary brave Orlando? No, that's too similar to my guild's name. Maybe Orlando the Mighty? Orlando the Incomparably Valiant? The boisterous guild leader shamelessly gave himself over-the-top and narcissistic nicknames. Drifter guessed about half of it were jokes, and the other half just Orlando being Orlando. Eventually, Argo had enough. Nah, stop. It's Hero Orlando. But maybe I should try to change it to Zero Shame Orlando. I'm sure I can do it if I had Fuminingdom spread it round. The brave paled at the threat, because he knew Argo had both the means and was vindictive enough to accomplish it. He hurriedly waved his hands. No, there's no need, Argo. There are 2 left, right? Let's see. How about you, Agile? Me? I just have a huge axe and buy and sell stuff. Drifter had to cut in at that. He gave his tall friend a sly look. I think Orlando is onto something, Agile. How about Pyramid Schemer Agile? Or just Scammer, short and straight to the point? Looks like somebody's getting ballsy just because they are my vice guild leader now. Agile sparked back, but without any bite. The exchange, and the whole conversation since Argo brought the topic up, in fact, had everyone laughing without stop. No doubt what she intended. It's slightly more impressive than that, Dri Boo, although I think your suggestions are more accurate. Agile and ye are warrior merchant Agile. The big man seemed quite pleased with his title, and shot a smug look at Drifter. Right, so with Agile, that's 11. Who's the last one, little rat? That would be our very own indomitable knight Nautilus. Me? Nautilus' reaction was the same as most of the others. He turned a finger onto himself, disbelief coloring his expression. In his mind, he hadn't done anything worthy of a title, nothing all the others here hadn't done too, at least. Yuna and Drifter wouldn't have any of that. They hugged their friend and congratulated him. Nautilus had broken through the restrictions of his FNC to protect them. Indomitable indeed. Wait a minute, I almost forgot. Why does everyone get to have a cool title and I'm sick with Broken Spear? It isn't positive at all. Suddenly, Drifter stopped, just remembering what he wanted to ask right at the start of this conversation. He pointed an accusing finger, but Argo just shrugged. Your spear broke when you killed the boss, Dri Boo. The name stuck, but there's nothing negative about it. You should have seen the players down in the town of beginnings, they talked about you like you were Superman or something like that. Ugh. Drifter groaned. He already had enough on his plate without adding all of this to that mess. It was easier to just accept it. Alright. Broken Spear Drifter it is. Chapter 107, Halberd Arts. The 12th floor of Aincrad was comprised of mountains upon mountains, cliff faces thousands of meters high, narrow paths, and a terrain highly difficult to traverse. Because of that, Reaver's Requiem had decided to split up into smaller parties of 4 or 5 members. Drifter had offered to lead the smaller party of 4 people. With Valork, Merida, and Agile in his group, they had both a powerful defense and an overwhelming offense. Drifter himself had become more offense-oriented after equipping his halberd. Even against the heavily armored rock crabs and stone giants that inhabited the floor, he could still deal a hefty amount of damage. Of course, Merida and Agile were tied for first on that board, with their broadsword and axe respectively. At the moment, Drifter was gleefully testing his new weapon on one of the aptly named rock crabs. The mobs were exactly what their name implied, like huge hermit crabs with 1-ton boulders for shells. Send it, Merida. He didn't need to yell it twice. Lifting with ease the broadsword which was bigger than her, Merida slammed into the rock crab with a tornado. Drifter barely had to activate the sting he prepared, the mob skewering itself on his halberd. Now, with half of the weapon's head piercing into the rock crab's body, if Drifter had his spear, he would have pulled back and stabbed again. The main damaging power of a spear was on the tip, after all. But a halberd's true horror was the large blade at the end, almost like someone strapped an axe to a pole. So instead of pulling back, Drifter put his weight behind the weapon and ripped down. If this was a spear, all he would have accomplished would be a thin cut before it either slipped free or broke. But it wasn't a spear, and a red gash was torn across the shell of the rock crab, starting near the highest point of it and ending at the bottom, where the halberd was finally cut loose. With his weapon free, Drifter made to raise it and slash at the still unguarded rear of the mob. That was when he discovered one of the disadvantages of the halberd. It was much heavier than a spear, and there was no way he could handle it as quickly. Mid-motion, he changed to a spin, letting the weight of the halberd carry him through it, and a stab. A little unbalanced, he missed the exposed leg of the rock crab, only hitting it on its carapace, which didn't deal nearly as much damage. Huff! Puffing, Drifter jerked back his halberd and stumbled away from the mob, which was now turning its giant pincers towards him. Each of the members was about his size, and 4 times as wide as him, so he wasn't looking forward to getting squeezed by the claws. Thankfully, he didn't need to experience it. Valork dashed in front of him, like he knew he would, and blocked the mob. Drifter stepped around him, and brought his halberd down on a vertical, right at the joint between the claw and the body of the rock crab. The limb was cut clean off. All yours, Agile, Merida. Deciding he had done enough, Drifter stepped back and panted. The halberd was heavier and harder to handle than he initially assumed. He stabbed the weapon into the ground and leaned on it while his 3 companions finished off the rock crab. "You okay there, Drifter?" "Yep, just a little winded. I had tried lances before, but the halberd is really different. It's gonna take a while to get used to it." "Think you are going to change over to it permanently?" The player considered the question for a few seconds, gazing at the halberd with a pondering look. Then he shrugged and shook his head. "I won't say no yet, but I don't think so. The weight and attack power have its uses, but I still like my spear better." The others didn't comment on that. Everyone had their preferred choice of tools. The same one-handed sword skill was used by Kirito, Asuna, and Nautilus, all with different types of swords. Liz's hammer skills applied to warhammers and maces. There were countless cases like theirs. Frontliners worked in teams, so for them it was better to specialize in one singular type of weapon than be a jack of all trades. It didn't mean Drifter wasn't going to be keeping a halberd in his inventory from now on, or a lance and a polearm, for that matter. He would also spare some time to train with them when he could. He didn't need to become a master of anything other than the spear, but learning to use weapons that fit his skill set would most likely come in handy, even if it was situational. Grabbing the halberd and lifting it, Drifter dropped the weapon across his arms when they started walking again. He had found out this was the easier and less tiring way for carrying it, while still having it easily accessible when they came across trouble. And come across trouble they did. Half an hour and a handful of rock crabs later, the party heard a lot of swearing and someone calling for help. They exchanged glances, and Drifter put a finger to his lips to tell them to stay silent, before rushing over to see who was in danger, and of what kind. Sword Art Online was fraught with dangers, both clear and unseen, covert and overt. Just because someone was screaming for help, it didn't mean you should offer it. You could end up in danger yourself, or even fall into a trap from both NPCs and players alike. Crossing over a ridge, Drifter witnessed one of the weirdest sights yet in SAO, and he had seen a lot of strange things in this virtual world. Surrounded by 3 stone giants, which were basically huge golems with mismatched lumps of boulders for bodies, were 2 players and an NPC. The 3 people were desperately defending against the mobs, while 3 other players, most likely from the same party, attacked the creatures from the outside, trying to rescue their friends. Unfortunately, Drifter could see from their equipment that the players were terribly underleveled for this floor. Their skills were also nothing to shout about, maybe on the low end of the clearer spectrum. But they weren't clearers, because they were panicking. Probably a party aspiring to get to the front lines, but who bit more than they could chew. Drifter? Merida called him. No one had rushed over to aid the party, but they were all fidgeting, their gazes shifting from the surroundings to the battle. So was Drifter's. All caution aside, there was no way they could just watch while others died, and they would die if the Reavers didn't interfere. The spearmen scanned the area one last time. Plenty of boulders and crevices people like Mort could hide behind. It could be a setup, but it didn't feel like it. Drifter took a deep breath. We're going. Valork, tank the one in front. Agile, Merida, the one to the left has the lowest HP, take it out. I'll deal with the last giant. Just you? I'll gather them and have them help me. The other three nodded, and Drifter shot out from behind the rock, followed closely by his party. Rage Spike. Time was of the essence. Without locking a target, Drifter used the charging skill to jump 5 meters forward. Then he immediately changed stances into a comet break. This one did hit something, the halberd piercing right through the back of the left knee of the stone giant and breaking it at the joint. Even Drifter was surprised by it, despite knowing the halberd had a higher chance of cutting off limbs than a spear. He didn't take even a fraction of a second to recover, however, and transitioned into a martial arts, tendon snap, a whip kick that bent his leg at unnatural angles to bypass the enemy's guard. Drifter was still unsure if the name of the skill referred to what it did to the target, or to what his own limb had to do to accomplish it. The skill had probably been excessive, since the mob was already falling down due to one of its legs crumbling. As it was, the kick brought it down even quicker, and with a louder sound. Dagger and spear, help me tie this mob down. Mace guy and sword girl, get the hell back here. Spear and staff on control with me. Move! Slashing diagonally with a normal attack, Drifter yelled at the party he was rescuing. They were just stupidly staring, stunned at his sudden appearance. Valork, Merida, and Agile rushing in right after him and distracting the remaining 2 stone giants only shocked them more. The NPC, a dwarf, was the only one who didn't bat an eyelid at them. But Drifter needed them moving, and he needed it fast. Although he was confident he could take a stone giant, especially a half-crippled one, on his own, that wasn't how frontliners worked, unless they were desperate. Yes. Everyone, follow him. Drifter breathed a sigh of relief when the player using a staff snapped out of his astonishment and commanded the rest of his party, he must be the leader, to follow Drifter's orders. He had been worried there would have been a misunderstanding even in this situation. Gods knew what a fuss Kibu would have kicked up if it had been him in their position, and Drifter interfered, even if it was to save him. With Valork using all his crowd control skills to draw the aggro of one of the stone giants, and Agile and Merida lambasting the other with wounds, the 2 players initially surrounded by the mobs, a meek-looking swordswoman and a jumpy mace user, were able to slip away from their dangerous position and drink potions to recover. Title sequence. Spear first, then staff. They hesitated, but did just that. It wasn't perfect. The spearman simply let the system carry him through the motions of the skill. Drifter would have taken control, so he could direct where the hits would land, and where it would hurt the most. But it got the job done, and the stone giant was sent reeling back and crashing down again, from where it had just gotten up on its singular knee. The staff user was better. He actually timed the skill to when the mob was, once again, trying to get up, and sent it back down. That was the secret to surviving an SAO. Use numbers and every advantage you have to make sure the enemies couldn't fight back. Drifter turned minimally to glance at the other 3 players. The mace user, a guy holding a dagger with an eager expression, and the girl with a sword and shield who seemed very awkward, like she didn't know what to do with it. Switch and crushing impact 3 seconds after I attack. Sword and shield girl, you take the front right after he's done. Dagger, go wild. Casually slipping past the staff user, Drifter used his own title sequence, the 3 wide swipes carving long gashes on the unprotected back of the downed stone giant and felling it a 3rd time. But unlike the other 2, Drifter didn't stop at that. Kicking the ground, he used edge vaulting to pierce the mob's neck and pin it to the ground. Now! Switch! Hiya! The mace guy jumped up without hesitation. The girl with the sword not so much. She seemed afraid to approach the mob, which Drifter could understand, but didn't like. She also slashed wildly, like she had no idea how to use a blade, and no one who was on the 12th floor should be like that. He was forced to switch back and push past her, really, to tank the stone giant. Thankfully, by now the monster's health was already pretty low, and under the combined efforts of Drifter and the party, it was soon killed. Merida and Agile had also finished off their own enemy, so the three of them just traded nods and moved to support Valork without a word. He also didn't say anything or ask for help from the other party, so they just watched. It was an eye-opener for them, that's for sure. Drifter, Agile, Valork, and Merida were like a well-oiled machine. They didn't speak at all, but they were always in the right position and made the right moves, switching in and out without even looking at the other player, and it was always on point. It didn't take long at all for the last stone giant to fall. Drifter dealt the last blow, a crushing swing that smashed the mob's head open. Then he turned to the party, who was staring at him wide-eyed. Maybe they finally recognized them. And the dwarf NPC who seemed uninterested in everything now that his life wasn't in danger anymore. Sorry about barging in without asking, but it looked like you guys were in trouble. No. I mean, there's no problem. You guys literally saved us. Drifter stared at the staff user for a few brief seconds, then nodded. It was true, after all. Anyone would have done the same. Now, those are Valork, Merida, and Agile. And I'm Broken Spear Drifter, we know. You are famous, all of you. The spearman cringed, while Agile, Merida, and even Valork snickered at his plight. Drifter might have accepted the title, but he still flinched every time someone said it out loud. Yeah, that. And you are? Drifter regretted it the moment he spoke. He should have just left now that the party had been rescued. But his damn moral compass felt bad about leading them without making sure they wouldn't get into any more trouble. From the way the party brightened up or completely shut down in the girl's case, Drifter knew they were in for a lengthy talk. Chapter 108 Moonlit Black Cats. The party's names were Keita, Sachi, Tetsuo, Sasamaru, and Ducker, staff, sword, mace, spear, and dagger respectively. They were all in a guild called Moonlit Black Cats, about 16 or 17 years old, and friends in real life. They were also mid-level players who ended up on the 12th floor by a twist of fate and some arrogance and brashness, and that was what Drifter focused on and cut off their introduction. He really didn't need their whole life story, and he felt like he was going to get it if he let them go on. Wait, stop. Repeat what you just said. They were on the same spot where the Moonlit Black Cats, what a mouthful, had been attacked by the stone giants. Drifter had stabbed his halberd into the ground and was using it as a backrest. The other three Reavers were also in more or less relaxed states, meaning alert to their surroundings and ready to jump into action at any moment, but chatting and snacking on some of Asuna's sandwiches. The Black Cats, that's what Drifter was going to call them, couldn't be quite so calm. Ducker and Tetsuo seemed torn between silent admiration of their idols and begging for autographs. Sasamaru was more placid, but he was looking between his spear and Drifter's halberd as if comparing their equipment, and unhappy with whatever conclusion he arrived at. Their guild leader, Keita, was another story. He was nervous, but it was the kind of anxiousness Drifter often saw in clearers and other high-level players. He was aware of their surroundings, and knew his party was in over their heads. The sword and shield girl, Sachi, was another odd one. She was distinctly uncomfortable with her weapon choice, and Drifter saw a little of himself on her. It almost made him call her over to talk, but Keita's story was more important at the moment. Drifter raised a hand. Repeat it, 'cause my hearing must have gone bad. It feels like you just said you were taking a gander around the 12th floor's main town and stumbled upon a multistage quest. Not unlike Elf War, from what you were saying. That's already pretty unbelievable. And then you and your guild, who are still leveling on the 8th floor, mind you, had the insanely stupid, no-offense idea of going through with it. Here! On the 12th floor. That about sums it up? Keita and his friends flinched. When Drifter put it like that, it really did sound like a very idiotic thing to do. WL. Yes? We got very excited and... I'm sorry. The staff user bowed his head, and the rest of the black cats followed suit. Drifter sighed in exasperation and put a hand on his forehead. You don't got to apologize to me. Or anyone really. It's not like I have any right to scold another guild unrelated to Reaver's Requiem. I'm still going to, because what you did was unbelievably stupid and almost got you all killed. You would have all been goners if we didn't happen to be nearby. Quests are important, especially ones that span multiple floors like the one you got, but they are not worth dying for. Remember that. If you want to make it far, or even just survive, be smart. Everything means nothing if you die. The black cats kept their silence. Drifter could see that at least a few of them were mulling his words over, and he hoped he got through to them. Drifter was no saint, but he didn't want more people dying because they didn't have anyone to tell them to stop and think. He turned to the other three in his party. Guys? Valor grimaced but nodded. Agile also signaled his assent. Merida smirked and punched him on the shoulder. We are too nice for our own good. Drifter scoffed. Truer words have never been spoken. All right. Getting up and pulling out his halberd, Drifter stored it away on his back. Keita, right? Here's how things stand. The information from the multi-floor questline campaign is invaluable to the assault team, but Reaver's Requiem and the other frontliner guilds don't have the time to follow it. I know from personal experience how lengthy those campaigns are. Whether the moonlit black cats choose to complete the questline or sell the intel of how to start it to someone else, it's not really our problem. He paused to see if the staff user was following him. Keita seemed like a smart guy, and Drifter could see the gears turning in his head. After their close shave with death, the guild leader certainly knew where their abilities stood. Drifter pressed on. That being said, my morals and the nagging Yuna will give me won't allow me to leave you guys like that, so we are gonna escort you to wherever you have to take the dwarf, and then to a safe zone. After that, however, you'll be on your own to decide what to do. Sorry if Drift comes across as brusque, black cats, but our efforts need to be focused on clearing the floor. We'll give you some pointers while we are together, though. The spearman glared at Merida, but the blue-haired girl stuck out her tongue at him. Drifter rolled his eyes. Why not? But let's get moving soon. I don't want those stone giants to spawn again and catch us by surprise. All right. Overjoyed by the possibility of some one-on-one instructions from SAO legends like Broken Spear Drifter and Merchant Warrior Agile, the black cats were quick to jump to their feet. Keita was pretty sure players from a guild like Reaver's Requiem weren't going to fall so low as to try and steal their progress on the questline campaign, so he happily shared their current objective, to get the dwarf NPC alive to a mining town in the center of the floor. Despite how he had been acting, Drifter was very considerate of the Moonlit Black Cats guild members along the way. He gave pointers to Keita and Sasamaru, both of whom entered under spear skills like him. He also allowed the black cats to take the final hits on many of the mobs they came across, hence raising their experience by quite a bit. The party knew it was extremely rare to have a group of elite frontliners willing to power level them like that, so they enjoyed it to the fullest. But it was on Sachi that Drifter focused, not for any reason that would make Yuna jealous. He had observed her for some time now, and it was easy to notice that she didn't know how to use a sword and shield. Even for mid-level players like them, that was strange, as she should have, by all rights, been playing with those weapons for a while now. Hence, Drifter concluded she had changed equipment for some reason. And, after a few whispered words with Keita, he understood why. Sachi had changed for her party. Simply put, the black cats were lacking someone who could take the front and block mobs, and ended up deciding that Sachi should fill that role. Normally, that was when Drifter would stop asking questions. Party composition was up to the party leader, and it wasn't any of his business. But, again, Sachi reminded him of himself, so he asked anyway. What weapon did she use before? The same as Sasamaru. A long spear. Drifter raised an eyebrow. So that was why he felt such a familiar sensation when he looked at Sachi. She was using the wrong weapon, much like he had on Sao's first day. So, did that make him the Miaulen in this situation? Sachi, here. Let me see what you can do with this. And me? The girl fumbled and almost let the backup spear drifter through to her fall. She timidly looked at Keita, as if confirming she could obey Drifter. After all, it had been a party decision for her to change her weapon. But the staff user just waved his hand. Go on, Sachi. We all know you don't like to fight close quarters. We didn't have an option before because... well, none of us are really good, are we? But if Broken Spear Drifter thinks you have potential with a spear... potential? It was still early to say that, but Drifter withheld his words for now. Maybe Sachi really did have potential. Or maybe she didn't. Either way, he needed to see her use a spear before coming to any conclusions. What spear skills do you have? Vertical, horizontal and variations, sting, rage spike, double tap, and snake bite. Just those. Drifter nodded. Those were the normal skills anyone with a relatively low level of mastery of the two-handed spear and one-handed spear skills would have. Copy me. Raising his halberd, Drifter performed a simple slash. Sachi mimicked him. Then he did 2 stabs in a row. So did she. Pierce, cut, swipe. He went through all the basic motions with Sachi just a beat behind him. Then he started doing the hard stuff. A sequence of attacks at the empty air, a flurry of motions getting faster and faster, even with the heavier halberd. At first, Sachi still managed to follow him, but after 1 or 2 minutes she started to fall behind. After 4, she was so lost she simply lowered her weapon and watched. Drifter was performing 3 attacks in the time it took her to make 1. He went on for another 3 minutes, and a deadly dance to no music. Spins and stabs and slashes and torsions and even elbows and kicks. Never a skill, just pure technique. That was what Drifter hoped to impart to Sachi in the short time that they had. The proficiency in her skills could be raised through time and effort, but she would only really go far if she had the basics down. When he stopped, panting slightly, Sachi wasn't the only one staring at him, though her eyes were the widest of all. In the end, while Drifter hadn't used skills, he made moves that looked just like it. They were beyond her comprehension. That was incredible. How did you do that? Practice. And a lot of risking my life. Drifter said so matter-of-factly. This was the truth all frontliners knew, and there was no sugarcoating it unless you were trying to harm some clueless player. Training and sparring only took you so far. Unless you were willing to put your life on the line, you would hit a wall and stop there. Skills come with time and effort, Sachi. But you can't rely on the system for everything. Frontliners forge their own path. Follow. Spotting a rock crab ahead of them, Drifter raced to meet the monster in combat. Sachi hesitated, scared of the huge creature, but went after him in the end. Drifter instructed her as he dodged a pincer. Never stop moving. With small and nimble enemies, you need to be quicker than them. With big and slow ones, you just need to be faster than their attacks. Pay attention to details. You can almost always tell where an attack is coming from and what type it is by watching the subtle signs. A twitch, the flexing of an arm or tail. Doesn't mean you are always able to dodge it, but you will be better prepared even if you are hit. Putting his words to practice, Drifter's eyes narrowed and he saw the slight shift of the rock crab's legs. By the time the huge claw came smashing down on him, Drifter had already moved out of its path and retaliated. The spear is a long weapon. That's your biggest advantage. Attack the enemy from where they can't reach you. Be precise. Despite the length of a spear, the tip is incredibly small. The faintest of touches can change the trajectory and point of impact. Don't just stab wildly. Use your waist, torso, shoulders, arms, elbows, wrists, hands, fingers. Even your fingertips. Integrate everything and your prowess will be multiplied. It was hard, and Drifter knew that. There was a reason he was SAO's best spearman. His control over his weapon was unmatched and, frankly, astounding to all those in the real world who had even the slightest experience with a spear. Several experts had tried to reproduce Drifter's actions, only to end up chalking it up to the Cardinal System's aid. Sachi wasn't too bad, however. She was shy and timid and scared easily, but once she concentrated, Drifter saw visible improvement. He very much doubted she would ever make it to frontliner level, not because of skill, but personality. She wasn't fit for the assault team. But maybe becoming a clearer wasn't impossible. Drifter always pushed for more clearers. As long as you were smart and knew your limits, it wasn't nearly as dangerous as being a frontliner. There were many who would likely disagree with him, especially the fallen clearers. But Drifter would still advocate for more players to raise their levels and join the clearers on the top floors. Every soul in Aincrad needed to contribute if they wanted to escape. Chapter 109, 12th, 13th, 14th. Another month and a half passed since the assault team reached the 12th floor, and Drifter had all but forgotten his encounter with the moonlit black cats. Like many others, they were simply passerbys in his life. If he had asked, Argo could have told him that the small guild had taken his advice very seriously and trained egregiously during this time. Now they were almost on and at the level of clearers. They had also been providing the info broker with some very important tidbits of intel from the Heart of Stone campaign that spanned from the 12th to, at the very least, 15th floors. And Argo had, in turn, double-checked the information and related to the assault team when it was pertinent. It had been a huge help. Accurate information, diligent preparation, scouting raids, and careful fighting had allowed the assault team to get through the 12th, 13th, and 14th floors with no casualties. It was on the boss chamber of the 14th floor that Drifter was now, surrounded by his friends and the rest of the assault team. His breathing was labored, but he was relieved. The floor hadn't been an easy one, a swamp-themed mess with ogres and all kinds of odd monsters about, with a centaur boss just as the icing on the cake. But they had pulled through with no losses. As usual, the players rested in the boss room itself after the raid was over. That meant the broadcast to the other SAO players was still live, but they were used to being watched by now. And while some of them disliked it, others were performers at heart. The melodic tune of Yuna's harp and her otherworldly voice, at least in Drifter's opinion, created one of the most unreal yet beautiful sights of sword art online. And the smile on the songstress' eyes as she put on a show in the middle of a boss room for the thousands of SAO players made Drifter's heart do funny things in his chest. All the frontliners had stopped to listen to her. Kibu and Lin were distributing rations to their guild members to congratulate them on a job well done, and the ALS and DKB sat down while eating and chatting quietly. Despite the rivalry between the two guilds, some of their members were mingling, led by Shivada and Litton, who were not so subtly holding hands. Orlando and the Legend Braves were somewhere around, talking with other frontliners. Furinkazan had simply laid down and closed their eyes to rest to the sound of the music. Reaver's Requiem was likewise enjoying the show, quietly chatting in pairs and trios or, like Drifter, just staring at Yuna. The girl was unafraid in front of an audience of thousands that she knew about. Indeed, Songstress Yuna was an appropriate name, even if simple. This was a concert that would be remembered forever, not only because of the audience's size, the whole world, but because of the absurd circumstances it came to be. If Yuna had it her way, she would play after every successful boss raid. It was nerve-wracking, but she was loving every second of it. Especially the way Drifter looked at her. She wanted to end her song right now and go to him, but that wouldn't be fair to the audience. So she sang. When her performance was finished, Yuna was rewarded with scattered claps. She didn't mind, as she hadn't done it for the applause. Her eyes were on Drifter the entire time. The spearman had gotten up as soon as she stopped playing and was waiting with open arms. He wrapped his hands around her waist when she got close and kissed her. Beautiful, Yuna. Me or the song? Both. The answer earned him another peck on the lips, and he grinned. Then he rolled his eyes when Sinan pretended to gag and kicked the archer. As if their cyan-haired friend hadn't had Yuki clinging to her just a minute ago. Careful, Drifter. If Yuna keeps putting on shows like that, you will be fighting the competition off with a stick. Yuna gasped, as, of all people, it was Silica who teased them. The young girl only seemed to realize what she said afterwards, because she blushed bright red when all the Reavers turned to stare at her. Drifter just tapped the weapon strapped to his back. Good thing I have a very pointy stick then, no double meaning, you bunch of dirty-minded perverts. Yes, I'm looking at you, Klein. I'm not giving Yuna up easily. Or at all. Drifter pulled the songstress close and took out his weapon to prove his point. The forked spearhead of Liz's latest creation glinted under the torches. The blacksmith had taken her sweet time to find the perfect materials and forge Drifter's spear, and he had used the halberd until the very end of the 13th floor. He still kept it in his inventory, in case he ever needed it again. Well, a spear was still the most comfortable in the end. And Liz had made it to his preferences, so it was even more perfect. Light and flexible, but unquestionably durable. The spearhead was forged into an odd shape, 2 prongs with a finger of distance between them, spiraling around each other. Drifter liked it. If you are done, should we start heading to the next floor? Kirito touched his back, and Drifter nodded. The 15th floor. It wasn't a huge milestone, but it was one step closer. For the SAO players, the broadcast cut off after the assault team left the boss room. But for the viewers in the outside world, they just needed to switch to their player of preference to watch in real time as the 15th floor was discovered and unlocked. Another jungle? Couldn't it be something more straightforward for once? Someone on the DKB group remarked, and Drifter couldn't help but nod along. This was what, the 7th forest-themed floor? Even though the enemies and mechanics were always different, it did get a bit tedious. There's something strange, though. What's up with the acrid smell? Black mist? No, smoke? Drifter frowned as he climbed the final few steps and set foot on the 15th floor. It was a forest, like the other player had said, but everything in sight was covered by smoke and ashes. The entire floor smelled like the inside of a furnace. Look, the trees are burning! Drifter squinted his eyes and realized it was true. 1 in every 5 trees was actively smoldering, the cracks along the bark glowing orange and red, and puffing out smoke. Even the leaves seemed to be coated in molten metal. Now that he looked carefully, the trees weren't the only thing on fire. Rocks had turned dark red because of the temperature, and he wasn't keen on touching them to find out how hot. Strings of flame raced across the ground, seemingly on random patterns. One was right in front of him, and was extinguished when Drifter stepped on it, only to reappear somewhere else. So, what exactly is this floor's theme? A burning forest? Please don't make us try to quench the fire, please. Ugh, the mobs are going to inflict burns. What a pain. The frontliners discussed what they thought the 15th floor was about while scouts were sent to find the position of the main town. Sinan and Silica were amongst the first to return, and the archer pointed west. That direction. Seems to be another dwarf settlement, but there's something weird about it. What we are seeing isn't all there is to this floor. Drifter, Kirito, and Asuna said nothing. Reaver's Requiem's 3 leaders started walking in the direction Sinan indicated, while also having the guild keep a tight formation. The track between the stairs to the town was normally safe, but this floor didn't exactly inspire confidence. Better to err on the side of caution. Drifter carried his spear across his chest. It saved a lot of stamina compared to walking with it at the ready position, but it also meant he would need a half a second longer to react if they came across an enemy. But the entire assault team was marching together, so he wasn't really worried. There's something up ahead. Kirito called out, and Reaver's Requiem stopped. Drifter's gaze locked onto a burning bush, and he prepared to use Serpent Coil Impale. Then he stopped and lowered his arm, because what came out was a slime? The cursor above the glowing orange creature was green. Drifter focused on it and saw it was called a magma slime. It wasn't a monster, but a critter, like rabbits and birds. The players stared as the slime rolled past them without a care in the world. This floor is weird. The town of Firestarter was aptly named in Drifter's opinion. It seemed like every other shop was a smithy, and all the NPCs were stereotypical dwarves, short, bearded, and covered in soot. The Reavers barely stopped by the town to restock, and Liz borrowed a smithy to repair their equipment. Then some of their members went searching for quests, while others went out into the field to fight monsters. Ashen Myconid. Drifter narrowed his eyes at the humanoid fungus. With pale gray skin and a blazing cap, the mob stood at over 2 meters tall. Their eyes were burning embers, giving the creatures a fierce appearance. Urag. Drifter especially disliked their guttural screams. It was as if the mobs were in pain from the flames all the time. It was very unnerving. Unwilling to listen to the groaning anymore, Drifter drove his spear through the body of the Ashen Myconid. The spiral shape of the tip gave the weapon an even greater piercing power than his old Chaldeafana, and the spear pierced clean through the mob. Huh? Drifter grunted in surprise. He had launched just a simple normal attack, and yet 1/10 of the Ashen Myconid's HP had disappeared. In that case, everyone, step back. I'm gonna solo it. The others raised their eyebrows. Drifter was usually a team player, so it was rare for him to make this kind of request. It obviously wasn't because he wanted to monopolize the experience and loot. Nor was it because he was suddenly battle-thirsty, judging by the frown on his face. So it was most likely that Drifter had noticed something about the Ashen Myconid and wanted to confirm it. Dodging a wide swing by the mob, Drifter slashed horizontally with a skill, his spear almost cutting the creature in half. Another fifth of its health vanished, but Drifter's expression only grew darker. Before the mob could gather momentum for a second attack, Drifter dashed and closed in on it. He used horizontal arc to cut off one of the Myconid's legs, and then, as the monster started to fall, he leaned back and stabbed his spear upwards, at the underside of the Ashen Myconid's cap. His spear seemed to blur. As Drifter used one of his newest skills, Needle Spear, a combo of 6 connected stabs with increasing damage. Without any surprises, that was enough to eliminate the mob. And yet, despite how easy it was, Drifter wasn't happy. What's the problem, Drifter? Yuna and the others in the group approached him. They were Yuna, Nautilus, Kirito, Asuna, Sinan, Kismol, Yuki, Ran, and Merida. Agile, Shigeo, and Wool had stayed back in the town to trade, while Silica had gone to the church back on the first floor to help Sasha with the kids. Valork had gone with her for protection. Liz was off searching for new blacksmithing techniques. It was like I thought. That wasn't a real mob. What? Not a real mob? How come? Despite their trust in him, the others still questioned his words. It wasn't that they didn't believe him, but just human nature to doubt that which was out of the norm. But Drifter just shook his head. It didn't drop any loot nor give experience. In fact, there wasn't even a notification I defeated it, you can check. It felt it when I stabbed it the first time. It was far too clumsy for a 15th floor mob. But if it isn't a mob, what is it then? It had a red cursor and a health bar. Even Kismol, the former NPC, or maybe she still was one, no one was sure, had adapted to the ways of the players. Drifter smiled at that thought, then stabbed his spear into the ground, digging at something. The top layer of the soil was swept aside, showing a carpet of white and red fungus. It was an extension of the real mob. Now we have to find the real body. Drifter's speculation was proved correct during the next hour. The group came across no less than 60 Ashen Myconids, sometimes alone, others in packs of 3 to 4. None of them were real mobs. This doesn't make sense. We already covered a third of this map, how can we not find a single real enemy? Despite their indignation, neither the angry Asuna nor the rest of the Reavers planned on giving up. The fact that this portion of the floor was so unusual must mean there was a big secret and, consequently, big rewards waiting for them. It happened as they were talking. Kirito stabbed his sword into a root to rest, and the forest struck back. An entire tree turned on itself and smashed into the unaware swordsman, sending him flying. Arg! Ugh! Kirito crashed into Kismal and ran, the impact strong enough to knock a few percents out of their health. His own HP dropped by more than a third. Kirito! Are you okay? What was that? Merida, Yuki, and Nautilus helped Kirito and the other two to their feet. Meanwhile, the rest of the Reavers were watching slack-jawed as the entire burning forest came alive. Trees crawled along the ground, roots pulling themselves out of the soil and rolling, revealing the network of parasitic fungi controlling them. There! A huge portion of the ground suddenly exploded, showering the frontliners with dirt. A monstrosity of wood, fungus, and fire presented itself before the Reavers. Myconid Queen of Embers. Chapter 110, The Unreasonable Field Boss. Myconid Queen of Embers. Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, Yuna, Nautilus, Sinon, Ran, Yuki, Merida, Kismal. 10 of the frontliners' finest, the elites of Reaver's Requiem, stared at the field boss that appeared all of a sudden in front of them. A field boss on the first day of the 15th floor. Kirito screamed. Run! The players didn't hesitate. Challenging a field boss with just 10 people was suicide. What frontliners' finest? What elites? They were all dead men and women walking if they dared to delay their escape for even a second. They had to run. There was no other option. Drifter stumbled back, almost knocking into Nautilus. He grabbed the blade user with one hand and pushed him. There was clear desperation in all of their faces. Go! 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 Faster! One shouldn't neglect field bosses just because they seemed lesser than floor bosses. They were weaker, that was true, but it didn't mean they were any less deadly. A field boss was generally half as strong as the floor boss from the floor below. Considering over 100 frontliners were needed to safely, in many quotation marks, take down a floor boss, it could be imagined that just 10 players wouldn't even make a scratch on the Myconid Queen of Embers, but instead would suffer tremendously, and most likely die. Break left! Even while they ran away, the players didn't dare to turn their backs to the field boss. That would be like begging for death. Instead, they backpedaled as quickly as they could. That was how they saw a flaming root piercing the air towards them. Kirito yelled, and Drifter, Yuna, Sinon, Nautilus, and Ran threw themselves to the side, barely dodging the attack. The 5 players rolled and got up in one smooth movement, then kept retreating. Yuna and Nautilus were slower than the rest, so Drifter and Ran were forced to slow their pace to cover their friends. It isn't moving. We should be almost out of range. Shut up and run, Yuki. Ugh! Even as he shouted, Kirito spun his sword in a wide arc to deflect another root. Still, a wound was left on his shoulder, and, to make matters worse, it ignited with a green, sickly fire. Debuff. Don't stop! Now wasn't the time to be stingy. A quick glance at his HUD showed his HP decreasing at a scary pace, and Kirito made the quick decision to use one of the valuable health crystals the guild had. Instantly, he seemed to recover his life, and his health gauge went back up to the lower end of green. Drifter let out a short sigh of relief when he saw that Kirito was safe. He didn't feel at all pained by the use of one of the very expensive crystals. After all, items were meant to be used, and if it saved someone's life, then they were more than worth their price. Erg! The grotesque mouth of Myconid Queen of Embers opened in a hellish scream as the players got away. The field boss was coming after them, but it barely moved more than a few meters by the time they were nearly out of its aggro range. But there was a very crucial distinction between almost getting away and truly escaping. One last blazing root shot towards the Reavers, and Drifter's eyes widened when he saw it coming straight for him. In one single movement, Drifter bent his body back as far as he could, and slashed at the incoming attack. The spearhead struck the tip of the flaming root, which changed course and punctured through a few trees, shattering them completely before losing strength. Ack! Drifter, on the other hand, fell on his back after parrying the attack. His spear was almost knocked out of his hand, but he held onto it and rolled away while groaning. There was a large red spot on his lower back where he had hit a rock. The damage he suffered was actually very little, but the whole situation was nerve-wracking. Everyone okay? Yeah. Scared out of my mind, but yeah. While Drifter defended against the last route, the other Reavers had managed to get out of the Myconid Queen of Ember's aggro range. Yuna and Nautilus helped him to his feet while everyone else stared at the field boss. Without any immediate threats, the creature was now returning to its camouflage state, although the destruction it left behind was hard to hide. A field boss! A gods be damned field boss! What the hell was Kaiba thinking? I don't believe Kaiba ever had our well-being in mind, Yuna. That's not the point, Merida. Yes, what was the point? No, what even was anything that happened today? An entire map with fake mobs that don't give experience or drop items, and then a hidden field boss? I always thought Kaiba made SAO to be beatable. Or, at least, plausible. This was completely out of the norm. Drifter didn't join in the discussion. He agreed with what everyone was saying, but his heart was still racing too much to pay attention. That last attack had been almost as fast as one of Sinan's arrows. And he had never tried to parry one of the archer's attacks. Drifter's reaction speed wasn't as fast as Kirito's or Yuki's, which only made his actions all the more impressive. Especially because it hadn't been just his body acting on instinct. He had seen the attack coming and, in those brief fractions of a second, chosen the best course of action to parry and used the force of the impact to push his body out of the way of the route. He had no idea he was capable of that. No, there has to be a catch. As much as I hate Kaiba, he has always been fair. We are missing something. The 10 Reavers had been highly freaked out by the sudden appearance of the field boss, but they weren't frontliners for nothing. After a few minutes of venting their heightened emotions, Sinan's words pulled them back. Right. Nothing we came across has been unbeatable. It doesn't make sense for it to be different now. Ugh. I hate that I agree with you on this, Sinan. Let's brainstorm then. But let's do it with everyone back in Firestarter. Drifter ended the conversation with that and a nod to Kirito. There was nothing to be gained by wasting time here, and they also wouldn't want to go to other hunting grounds after meeting the Myconid Queen of Embers. In SAO, the only way to get stronger was to take risks, and a field boss, despite how dangerous it may be, was too enticing a prey to pass up. They needed to rejoin with the others and come up with a plan before someone else discovered the boss. We might need to bring the Braves and Furinkazan in on this. We'll see. Let's talk first. The trek back to the town was quiet. All the Reavers were thinking of possible weaknesses the field boss could have, but they had only confronted it for less than 3 minutes, and most of it was spent running for their lives. The others were already waiting when the 10 players arrived back at the inn. The guild-wide order to return Kirito had sent had clearly set them on edge, if the worried frowns were anything to go by. Kirito, what happened? Inside, Liz. My room, I think. It's going to be a little crowded, but we'll have to make do. The blacksmith gulped and nodded. She was a veteran too, so she recognized the expression on the faces of the Reavers who had gone out to hunt. Whatever they experienced, it had been a close one. With a heavy heart, Liz, Agile, Shigeo, Wolf, Silica, and Valork followed their guildmates to Kirito's room. Like he said, it was a tight fit, but eventually they managed to get everyone inside. This was important because indoors, once closed, boasted a high level of privacy, which only a high mastery in eavesdropping could overcome. Can you say what's got y'all in a bind now, Kirito? Agile asked while leaning against the wall, his big frame allowing him to see over the heads of those in front. Kirito's answer almost had him falling over. We found a field boss. You what? Already? How? Pandemonium was an exaggeration, but there was certainly a little bit of chaos when Kirito told them what happened in such a direct and abbreviated manner. Drifter rolled his eyes. Do you want to tell the whole story or are you going to leave it at that, Kirito? The swordsman smirked, at least until Asuna smacked him upside the head. Nautilus and a few others facepalmed, and all the tension left the room. All right, don't hit me, Asuna. It's like this, everyone. We were. In short order, Kirito had everyone brought up to speed. It wasn't a long story anyway. But Liz, Agile, and the others understood why the Reavers who met the field boss had such serious expressions. It was never not terrifying meeting an enemy you knew you couldn't defeat. Ha! Thank God you guys are okay. Silica held a hand to her chest. Just by listening to what happened, her heart was beating faster. Yuki and Merida put their arms over the younger girl's shoulders to reassure her everything was all right. What's the plan then, Kirito? We don't have one yet. We need to think of any weaknesses the Myconid Queen may have, and how to exploit them. If we think we can't do it alone, we'll call Orlando and Klein, but I want to try taking it down on our own. It wasn't greed or selfishness that moved Kirito. It wasn't even pride. It was conviction. The belief that they were the best of the best, and that they could do it. Because they could. Kirito's desire was reflected on Drifter, Agile, Asuna, Ran, and all the others. You got it, boss. Agile punched his palm with a savage smile. Even Sinan and Valork were grinning. They were the best. They were Reaver's Requiem. Let's see, weaknesses of the Myconid Queen of Embers. The movement speed is close to 0. The few attacks we saw were also very telegraphed. Drifter started ticking off his fingers. Asuna cut in. Yeah, but it doesn't mean they're easy to defend against. The attack speed is no joke. Comparable to Sinan's, at least. And since it's a plant-like monster, we can expect it to have a 360 attack range, so no chance of sneak attacks. There's also the damage over time effect. I didn't grasp exactly how much or how long it was, but I think 30% HP over 15 seconds is a safe bet. Kirito rubbed his shoulder where he had been hit. Yuna took over. It only launched one route at a time, but that was probably just the first phase. I think we can expect the frequency of attacks to rise later on. The power is also no joke considering how banged up it left Kirito. Piercing attacks at a distance, and swipes when we were closer. That was what I saw. So we'll have to dodge when we are far and block when we are near. We should focus damage. Maybe try to trap and cut off routes when they attack? Maybe it has a limited number of routes. It might result in nothing, but I think it's worth a try. Questions, ideas, solutions, and counter-arguments were being thrown around at Mach speed. This lasted until Kismel brought forth another point. My friends, I believe we might be focusing on the wrong thing. Missing the forest for the trees, I believe, is the expression humans use. Quite literally, in this case. What do you mean, Kismel? What stood out the most for you about the Myconid Queen of Embers and the map as a whole when compared to the rest of the floor, Drifter? The spearman frowned. Kismel wasn't one to make useless remarks, so he thought deeply about what she said. The answer struck him like lightning a mere few seconds later. Myconid. The fungus. It covers the entire map, just a few centimeters below the topsoil and the bark of the trees. Furthermore, both the Ashen Myconids and the field boss looked like they were being controlled by it, like some kind of parasite. And that's important why? Liz didn't see it, but a few others were nodding along. Drifter counted on his fingers. The Myconid Queen of Embers can be split into 3 parts. It's right there in the name. The roots are from the trees that form the body, straightforward physical attacks most plant-type mobs have. The dot effect is from the fire that's around the entire floor. Then what is the fungi's method of attack? Liz, Silica, Yuki, Merida, Shigeo, and a few others opened and closed their mouths repeatedly, no sound coming out. They realized they had overlooked a massive and potentially life-threatening detail. Not that they could be blamed. Even for those who actually faced the field boss, the few minutes their escape lasted was barely enough to notice anything. Debuffs? Poison? Those are usually the most common abilities related to fungi, right? Maybe some kind of stun? Or something that incapacitates us? The Reavers brainstormed for the next several hours, coming up with multiple scenarios and plans to adapt to every possible situation they could think of. Finally, Kirito clapped his hands. All right, everyone, that's enough for today. Repair your equipment, check and restock on consumables, and get a good rest. We are raiding the field boss first thing tomorrow. Chapter 111, The Unreasonable Field Boss 2. Firestarter, the beginning town of the 15th floor, was heavily populated by players at the moment. It was only the second day since this floor was opened, so many of the low-level players came to visit. Humans' capacity to adapt was truly amazing. The players acted like tourists even in this situation. The fact that Firestarter was so crowded also meant a lot of people saw Reavers Requiem's dark expressions as they dragged their feet towards their inn. Many would even refer to it as sulking. Not that anyone dared to say it to their faces right now. That seemed to be the perfect way to get beaten up. Defeat. Utter and complete defeat. That was the result of Reavers' Requiem battle against the Myconid Queen of Embers. Drifter shuddered just remembering. The battle had started well enough. With the awareness of the field boss' hidden presence, the Reavers hadn't been caught by surprise when it appeared. The ground collapsed and then imploded, and Drifter jumped back to avoid the debris. He spun his spear in a circle in front of him, stabbing the Myconid Queen of Embers before it even had a chance to fully emerge. Like it or not, they had to get close to the field boss to engage it. That meant they had a lot less time to react, so Drifter only saw the root when it was practically on top of him. Yet, the spearman didn't panic. He ducked under the madly waving appendage, and cut up again with a vertical. Drifter saw Ran and Yuki attacking the same root in conjunction out of the corner of his eye. He linked the skill directly into a normal slash, leaving another gash in the root. Shrike! I think we succeeded in angering it. Valork, not, all yours. The plan they had come up with wasn't all that different from any other raid tactic they had used before. Drifter, Ran, and Yuki were a little ahead of the others to bait out the field boss, while Nautilus and Valork were just a few steps behind, ready to switch in and take on the aggro of the Myconid Queen of Embers. Everything was going well until then. The two shield bearers flawlessly caught the field boss' attention. Each time a giant root smashed into them, they would be pushed back several steps, but they held strong and didn't fall, pushing back in immediately. The fact they were so close locked the boss to one of its attack patterns, where it could only knock them with the roots as if they were giant clubs, but not pierce the players. And, without piercing them, the dot effect wasn't applied. Pausing for a brief moment to replenish his stamina, Drifter soon jumped back into the fray. His spear blurred as he repeatedly jabbed at the Myconid Queen of Embers, targeting the exposed areas of the field boss' main body. His efforts were rewarded with a sequence of critical hits. Drifter knew it was just luck, but a smile spread across his face nonetheless. Of course, that was when everything had to go wrong. His spear tip, jabbed deeply into a mass of amorphous fungus growing on the side of the boss, got stuck. He narrowed his eyes and tried to pull back his weapon, only for white tendrils to suddenly grow out of the field boss body and crawl along his spear. His pupils constricted and he tried to let go, but it was too late. The fungus had already touched his hand. Ack! As soon as it entered in contact with his skin, the fungus spread like a web, growing at a furious pace to envelop his whole arm. Then, to his horror, Drifter felt his body moving on its own. The spear was pulled out of the Myconid Queen of Embers with a disgusting wet sound, and Drifter turned his back to the field boss. The creature ignored his defenseless stance. For now and the next minute and a half, Drifter was just another of its limbs. Shit! Yuki, get away! The boss is controlling me! 90 seconds. His expression contorted when he realized the boss was controlling him to walk towards Yuki. Luckily, it seemed like the control wasn't absolute. He felt like a wooden puppet, his limbs rigid and movement awkward as he shuffled towards the younger twin. Huh. Yet, despite his warning, the truth was nobody was prepared for Drifter to suddenly turn around and betray them. They had seen a lot of things in SAO, but there had never been a case of a monster taking control of a player. Yuki reacted too slowly, swirling her head to look at Drifter with a frown and open mouth. His arm jerked forward and stabbed the spear deep into her gut. Arg! What are you doing, Drifter? Yuki's eyes widened in shock and confusion, but her reactions weren't slow. She brought up her sword and smacked the spear away before putting some distance between them. Drifter's body was controlled to follow and tried to attack her again, but she ducked and avoided it. He was shouting the entire time. I already said it isn't me. It's the boss, it has a controlling skill. Root! Whatever else, it had to be said that the Reaver's ability to adapt was top-notch. While the Myconid Queen of Embers was using his body as a puppet, Drifter's voice was still his own. He saw a Root coming for Yuki, who was distracted with him, and shouted. The purple-haired girl didn't think twice before dropping down to narrowly avoid the sneak attack. At least you can still talk. Huh? Why am I? Oh no! Surprise aside, Yuki hadn't been too fazed by Drifter's sudden and unwilling betrayal. It seemed the Myconid Queen of Embers couldn't force him to use skills, so he had stabbed her with just a normal attack. An elite like Yuki was more than capable of enduring it and dodging Drifter until the 90 seconds ran out. That was what she thought, at least. But when Yuki wanted to step back and kite Drifter around until the time ran out, she found her body moving in the opposite direction, her sword chopping down at Drifter. She completely ignored his spear piercing her body. Both of their eyes widened in panic. The white fungus had spread from Drifter's arm and spear to Yuki's body and taken over her. Now, it was forcing them to fight each other. A fifth of Drifter's health disappeared when Yuki's sword bit down on his shoulder. On the other side, after 2 attacks, Yuki was already down to half of her HP. This isn't good. Someone? Drifter shouted, alarmed. Despite how long it seemed, it had only been less than 20 seconds since he was controlled. Still 70 more to go. To a frontliner, 20 seconds were a lifetime. At first, the others had noticed what was happening but trusted Yuki to deal with it and occupy Drifter until his status condition was over. But when Yuki was also controlled and they hurt each other, the rest of the Reavers reacted immediately. Just as Drifter and Yuki were about to stab each other again, Nautilus appeared in the middle of them. He deflected Drifter's spear with his shield and smacked Yuki's sword away with his blade. Then he kicked Drifter in the stomach, just a normal blow. Silica was also there in a mere moment, nicking Yuki's arm with her dagger. Drifter and Yuki were treated like normal mobs now that they were being controlled. And the remaining Reavers were truly elite. The best of the best. In the brief moments after the two started attacking each other, they had already analyzed the whole situation and came up with a plan. It involved lots of improving conjectures, but the only way to discover what was right and what was wrong was by trying it. Drifter was controlled after his attack hit a mass of white fungus on the Myconid Queen of Ember's main body. Asuna called it a spore scan in the back of her mind. Then, when Drifter attacked Yuki, he wounded her with his sword still covered by the fungus, and she was controlled too. Ergo, the fungus was the cause, and it could pass from one player to another. Now came the first conjecture: the fungus only controlled another host if it touched them directly. Or, in other words, if they were injured by someone controlled. Hence why Nautilus felt safe enough to get in between Drifter and Yuki, trusting he wouldn't fall prey to the field boss puppet skill. And he was right. And seeing that Nautilus was still with them, Silica, who was on standby, also intervened. Her chosen course of action was directly tied to the second conjecture: Drifter and Yuki were behaving like mobs, so they also must have aggro mechanics, like mobs. Again, that was proven right. Drifter's body, still not obeying his command, changed targets for Nautilus, while Yuki chased after Silica. All of that in 30 seconds or less. Most of the spectators around the world, and there were tens of thousands of them at any given moment, that was how famous Reaver's Requiem was, hadn't even fully understood what was happening and why Drifter had seemingly turned on his friends, and the Reavers had already come up with countermeasures and executed them. Kirito made the call. "This is a mess, we are pulling back. Nautilus, Silica, Get Drifter and Yuki far away from each other and the boss. And don't get hit no matter what. 2 controlled guild members was already really bad. If they added a third and a fourth, this could very quickly escalate and get out of control. Instantly, after hearing Kirito's orders, the mood took a turn for the worse. They had barely started the raid. The Myconid Queen of Embers still had 95% of its HP left. But they all understood the seriousness of the situation, so they withdrew obediently despite their surly expressions. At least it was easy to retreat. The field boss stood rooted on the spot, and Drifter and Yuki were lured outside of the boss aggro range long before the 90 seconds were over for either of them. Without having to worry about the Myconid Queen's attacks, it was a simple matter for Nautilus and Silica to dodge and drag them around until the duration of the control was over. Drifter was the first to recover, and he stabbed his spear into the ground and scowled. Not angry, just frustrated. That did not go according to plan. Agile spoke the obvious to break the silence, and there was scoffing and rolled eyes and suppressed laughter. There had never been a bigger understatement. What now? Now we go back and rethink our tactics. Kirito spoke and the Reavers nodded. Drifter drank a potion and unstuck his spear. Needless to say, any Ashen Myconid they came across on the way back did not have a good ending. Their annoyance needed an outlet, and it was the mob's fault for being at the wrong place at the wrong time. It wasn't in Reaver's Requiem's DNA to sulk for a long time. You had a problem, you thought up ways to solve it, that's how they worked. So after a token few grumbles, they got thinking again. We are not bringing Orlando and Klein into it. Agreed. The more people, the more likely for everything to go sideways. We already had a few too many, in my opinion. No way to focus on the fight when we have to keep an eye out on our own allies. First things first, let's figure out how not to get controlled. If we can do that, then everything else is a moot point. Everyone nodded and turned to Drifter. He blushed a little, very aware and not just a little embarrassed that he had been the first to get caught by the field boss' parasitic abilities, and that it was in large part his own fault. Yuna rubbed circles on the back of his hand to reassure him, and he started talking. I hit one of the big blobs of white fungus on the trunk. It looked like a weak point. I thought I was being clever. Evidently not. Don't beat yourself over it, Drift. Everyone who saw it thought the same. Sinan even aimed a few arrows at it, but thankfully it seems like it only could control someone through a direct connection. The downside is the boss was basically covered in the fungus, so we'll have to be very careful during the raid not to hit it. Which means it's gonna be slow. Asuna put her hands on the table and leaned on it. Drifter grabbed Yuna's hand and rested his head on her shoulder. There was one obvious solution to the whole debacle. We can't just aim to hit the uncovered portions of the field boss, not unless we want to spend the next 2 days non-stop on it. We are going to have to rotate, maybe 2 parties worth at a time. The others will have to be out of range, but still close enough that when one of us gets controlled, they can aggro the person and kite them around. It was a solution, but it wasn't a perfect one, nor particularly appealing. Fewer people fighting the boss meant they would spend more time on it. A longer fight meant more tension and fatigue. And the more tired they were, the more likely to make mistakes or simply for bad luck to play its hand. More chances for someone else to discover the field boss too. In the end, Kirito shook his head and got up. He was anxious. They all were. But just one look was enough for all of them to calm down. One more try. Let's go. Chapter 112 Victory. Third time's the charm, right? Shut up, Agile. Agile's attempt at levity fell flat. Reaver's Requiem was undeniably tense as they made their way towards the Myconid Queen of Embers for the 3rd time in 2 days, and 2nd time today. They had restocked and repaired the little durability lost from their equipment, all in preparation for a lengthy battle. They were ready for the raid against the field boss to go well into the night. It started much like the first one, which had happened earlier today. Their first encounter couldn't even be considered an attempt. Drifter, Yuki, Ran, Asuna, and Kirito were the vanguard and baited out the Myconid Queen of Embers. They were the 5 quickest players other than Silica, who would be playing another role. Agile, Liz, Merida, Wolf, and Shigeo made the second group, positioned to switch with the first at any moment. Yuna and Sinan were at the midway point, with Valor guarding them. His only job was to protect the two long-range reavers from the piercing roots with his massive shield. Silica, Kismol, and Nautilus were the fourth and last party. They were at the back, and weren't to attract the field boss aggro under any circumstances. Like Valork, the trip only had one job, to rush in and lure any player who got controlled until the debuff ran out. Maybe the third time really was the charm, as Agile said. Although Drifter was more partial to experience than luck. If after 2 confrontations they still suffered a one-sided beating from the field boss, Reaver's Requiem wouldn't deserve to be who they were. Whatever was the case, this battle was going infinitely better than the other two. Forewarned, the players were doing their best to avoid hitting the masses of fungus on the Myconid Queen of Ember's main body, and succeeding. The Myconid Queen of Embers was just a field boss, after all. The main difficulty of the earlier raid laid in the fact they were working with little to no information. Now that they knew what to expect, everything was much simpler. Drifter realized he didn't even need to move around much. Usually he was forced to keep changing positions, either to dodge attacks or chase after the enemy. That was especially the case with bosses, who turned their aggro to different targets every second. But the Myconid Queen of Embers stayed rooted on the spot and, most importantly, only attacked one player at a time. Now, Drifter wasn't just another spearman. He was a master of the weapon. He quite literally only let go of his spear when he was sleeping, and even then it would be on the side of his bed, not his inventory. And while those who didn't know him might hear the title Broken Spear Drifter and think it indicated his proficiency with the weapon, everyone else knew better. As did he. Drifter never had proper lessons in the way of the spear, much less a master. Everything he knew he had learned by himself, through countless battles. Get good or get dead, as Argo said. He chose to get good. And one of the many things Drifter learned while fumbling around and later mastering it was that there were really 2 ways to effectively use a spear. You could either be always moving, or stay absolutely still. It wasn't hard to understand why movement was useful. Momentum added power to a blow. Once you took 2 or 3 steps, a simple jab might pierce all the way through someone. And staying mobile also added to your survivability. It was much easier to dodge when you were around going the other direction. Or much harder, if you happened to be moving in the direction the blow was coming. You were literally setting yourself up for failure. So movement was really a double-edged knife. If you could read your opponent, 9 times out of 10 you could avoid their attacks. But if the enemy could read you, then 9 times out of 10 you were the one who got screwed. Once you were moving it was very hard to stop, even if there was a sword coming right at you. Not moving had its advantages. Your actions weren't nearly as telegraphed. And with a spear, staying still was sometimes the best. You could dig in, and let the enemy impale themselves into your weapon. Or you could just go wild, if the enemy was something like the Myconid Queen of Embers. Staying still also took a lot of guts. Because when you didn't move, you saw the sword coming at your face and had to make a conscious choice to react. Usually a snap decision. But it opened a lot more options. Dodge, deflect, defend. Even trade blows. You were more in control. SAO players favored movement over staying still. Mobs were usually easy to read, and they couldn't predict your actions. Their code made it so they were always on the answering side. Just by a fraction of a second, but for a frontliner that was enough. It wasn't necessary in this case. The Myconid Queen of Embers had no wide area of effect attacks that they knew about. It also didn't move. So Drifter could stand absolutely still and lay it out on the field boss. And, when it was his turn to be attacked, he could choose to dodge, block, deflect, or trade. Deflecting was the option Drifter went for the most. By far the most dangerous if you excluded trading blows, which was suicidal against a boss, really. If he mistimed it just a little, Drifter would receive the full brunt of the attack with nothing in exchange. But he was Broken Spear Drifter, one of SAO's 12 titled players, after all. When the field boss smashed a giant root towards him, Drifter planted his feet on the ground and leaned forward, his spear raised above his head to parry the blow towards the sky. In his experience, up was the best direction to deflect a blow from a strong foe. Any other way in the counterforce would cause him to stumble and even fall. But if he directed the attack upwards, it was much easier to maintain his balance and distribute the impact. It was a novel experience. There was a small delay between the Myconid Queen of Embers attacking with its root and then taking it back, and Drifter went all out in that interval, dishing out enormous amounts of damage against the immobile field boss. Drifter wished he had thought to change to his halberd before the battle. This was the perfect situation for the heavier weapon. Even without the halberd, Drifter was dealing a hefty amount of damage, slightly impaired by the fact he had to pause and aim carefully at every blow, so as to not hit the white fungus and get controlled. Sting, horizontal, snake bite, double tap, vertical, horizontal arc, dirty play, needle storm, and so on. Basically every skill that didn't require him to get a running start was used repeatedly, as soon as he came off cooldown. Of course, not all was sunshine and roses. It took a while, and the Myconid Queen of Embers was already down to 70% hap when it happened, but someone, in this case Asuna, slipped and struck the fungal mass on the field boss body. The white tendrils spread out and raised over her rapier, quickly infecting the fencer. "Damn it! I'm controlled!" By the time the exclamation had left her mouth, Nautilus was already rushing over. He shield bashed Asuna just as she was turning to attack Kirito. The skill, which did almost no damage but stunned the target, was perfect for the circumstances. Nautilus was quick to draw Asuna's aggro and lure her away. Merida took her position, making sure the flow of the battle wasn't affected. Shifting to the right a few steps, and giving Merida a wide berth to use her greatsword, Drifter searched for a better angle. 60% health was when the Myconid Queen of Embers' attack pattern finally changed. The Reavers weren't flustered, since they already expected that. No boss would ever stay the same throughout a battle. Drifter's keen eyes caught the fungus on the boss body wiggling and inflating, and he was already shouting for the others to get back and doing so himself before green fire spread over it and the fungus exploded. A ring of green fire burst out from the boss like a circular wave, sweeping over everything in a 10-meter radius. It just narrowly missed Merida, Agile, Shigeo, and Wolf, the slower members of the Vanguard group. Drifter frowned as the fire died out, revealing the Myconid Queen of Embers again. They had been forced to put some distance between them to avoid the fire, and the field boss took the opportunity to send one of the more deadly piercing roots at Ran. The elder twin barely managed to parry it, but still got a long laceration on her left shoulder. "Press in, don't get pushed back." The command was slightly redundant, with SAO being a game of close-quarters combat, but they followed it nonetheless. Drifter sidestepped a root that flew his way, crossing paths with Kirito to get near the field boss. "Watch out for the percent skills. Sinan, you are our spotter." Certain skills were only triggered when the boss lost a set percentage of its health, and the Myconid Queen of Embers' fire wave showed every sign of being one of those. Drifter bet on it being used every time the field boss lost 10% of its HP, but he asked Sinan to keep an eye open for any warning signs, in case he was wrong. He had no intention of discovering what the effect of the skill was. After a few stumbles and 2 more controlled players, Wolf and Liz Reaver's Requiem developed a pattern. 5 or 6 of them faced the Myconid Queen as the front line, with 4 or 5 others as a backup secondary vanguard. Whenever the field boss HP fell by almost 10%, Sinan would warn them and most would retreat, leaving only a couple of the quicker players to deal the last few blows before running away to escape the fire wave. It was when the Myconid Queen of Embers was down to 20% health that changes occurred again. As usual, they retreated and the ring of fire swept through the area around the field boss. Safely out of range, Drifter leaned forward with his spear held low, preparing a comet break. He was taken completely by surprise by the 2 roots that pierced through the wall of fire, burning and spinning towards him. "Ha!" Forcefully canceling the skill, Drifter twisted his body out of the way, narrowly avoiding one of the roots, which passed mere centimeters away from his face. He wasn't able to dodge the second one, however, and it punctured right through his guard and stabbed into his ribs. The root pierced all the way through his torso and came out his back. About 40% of his HP vanished just like that, and the remaining was falling fast. The green flames debuff seemed to have been strengthened, and the spearman was forced to do the same Kirito did in their first battle against the field boss. Without hesitation, he took out a health crystal and used it. The crystal shattered and his HP returned to the 80% mark, but instants later it dipped again. While it was still in the green, that wouldn't be the case for much longer. Drifter, switch and heal. He didn't want to, and started towards the boss before his brain caught up with his emotions and he realized it was the right thing to do. Sighing, Drifter stepped back until he was near Yuna, Sinon, and Valork. Shigeo took his spot. You okay, Drift? The spearman smiled and patted his girlfriend's hair, earning himself a pleased murmur. She could see his health and the rate at which it was falling, so she knew he wasn't in danger as long as he wasn't attacked by the field boss again. Still, there was always that emotional and illogical part of Yuna's mind that worried a disaster would happen whenever Drifter or anyone else got injured. Yup. Thank God crystals and potions don't share cooldown. He downed a health potion to prove his point. Even then, and with Yuna switching to rest, Drifter still lost an overall 50% of his HP to the strengthened debuff. While healing, Drifter kept an eye on the battle. Surprises and scares aside, he didn't foresee trouble. Floor bosses were meant to be deadly. Field bosses not so much. They tested and pushed the players, and claimed lives under unfortunate circumstances, but as long as they were capable and careful enough, it was more than possible to win casualty-free victories against them. The result didn't differ from his expectations. Not every fight could be a life-or-death situation, otherwise everyone would have died before they got to the third floor. When the raid was over and the Myconid Queen of Embers shrieked one last time, the first thing everyone did was look at the drops. This map had been a weird one, with the Ashen Myconids that didn't give any loot or experience, and a field boss first thing. They expected all the rewards to come from the field boss. They were right. The long list of drops had all the Reavers grinning happily, with Liz positively giddy. Most of the rewards were crafting materials, but there were also valuable health crystals, paralysis heal crystals, and even a lesser teleport crystal. Liz looked up from her own menu, an ear-to-ear grin on her face. She was holding a piece of wood Drifter recognized as part of a route from the Myconid Queen of Embers. Sinon, I just found the material for your new bow. Chapter 113, Trust. Liz didn't manage to make Sinon's bow. Either her skill wasn't good enough to handle the high-level materials, or it simply wasn't possible for a player to craft one. Either way, she was down for a few days because the wood she got from the Myconid Queen of Embers was wasted. Not all was bad, though. Unlike floor bosses, field bosses respawn after a few days. And, with the Reavers keeping a tight lid on the news, most players had abandoned the map as a useless hunting ground, and moved on to other portions of the 15th floor. Obviously, they knew there was something there. Kaiba wouldn't make a useless map, but it was much better to go somewhere else to level up than spend days searching for something they might or might not find. 6 days after the opening of the floor, Reaver's Requiem had already taken down the Myconid Queen of Embers. But they too moved on while waiting for it to spawn again. Mainly because the entrance to the tower had been found. The exploration process was already familiar to them. Nothing less than a full party could adventure in a new labyrinth alone. Preferably 2 or more, if you wanted to be safe. More and more it was becoming apparent to players that Kaiba wasn't actively, in many quotation marks, trying to murder them, but always pushing them to get stronger. He was an asshole. Well, that was just an idle thought that was always around any SAO player's mind. It surfaced here and there, especially when you had a giant flaming lizard trying to eat your face off. Which was the situation Drifter found himself in right now. Piss off, you overgrown salamander. Volatile ancient drakes were the main enemies of the labyrinth this time around. Giant lizards the size of a cow, with glistening skin that burst on fire at random. They were also extremely quick for their size, which was why Drifter was getting annoyed with them. Their evasion rate was through the roof. When they didn't flat out dodge, his spear tips slid over their slick skin. Switch! Grunting, Drifter stepped back and allowed Valor to take his place. The player smashed his shield into the mob's head with such strength that it knocked out a few teeth. Seeing a chance, Drifter stabbed his spear over Valor's shoulder, piercing one of the volatile ancient drake's eyes. A screaming arrow that flew through the small gap between his head and Valor's took out the other. Neither player so much as flinched. Sinan had missed before, but she had never hit any target she didn't intend to. Kaiba watched Reaver's Requiem fight from his control room. He found himself doing so often. The guild was by far the most interesting in Aincrad. Maybe it was because they were young, but they truly lived in this world he created. And they also had a penchant for doing the impossible, as evidenced by Kismel becoming a player, Nautilus overcoming an FNC, Drifter almost breaking the unique skills system, and Sinan getting a bow when it shouldn't have been possible. That last one was a problem. Bows and archers weren't meant to exist in SAO, but Arrow Huntress Sinan was already a staple of Reaver's Requiem and the game as a whole. Countless people, both in and out of Aincrad, looked up to her. If she started to become obsolete because she couldn't get a new bow, it would be unfair. It was his mistake that allowed her to become an archer in the first place. Cardinal, what are our options regarding player Sinan? It was just a few seconds of pause before lines of text appeared on a screen to his right. The AI was occupied with an important project at the moment, and most of its computational ability was redirected, so it chose to communicate by text instead of its modulated voice. Kaiba didn't care much. Assuming correcting the mistake by erasing the bow player Sinan currently possesses isn't an option, then there are three possible solutions. Elaborate. The first option is to create more bow designs and add them to the list of drops. I can assign a secondary framework for this process if necessary. However, that would allow more players to become archers. It is not an optimal solution. It is also possible to create more bow skills. Due to the project having been scrapped early on, player Sinan currently only has access to 3 skills, with 4 more that can be unlocked. Most players will have access to 30 to 40 sword skills by the end of the game. Kaiba rubbed his chin in thought. Scrap the first option, but start working on the second. While it won't solve the immediate problem, it is a necessary step that would have to be taken at some moment. Understood. And what of the third solution? My calculations say that 78.3% of player Sinan's overall damage and battle contribution come from the special arrows crafted by player Lisbeth. Player Lisbeth is also, currently, the only candidate for unique skill 11. What are you proposing? A slight modification to unique skill 11 would allow player Lisbeth to craft bows. A connection could then be made to blacksmithing. It would break the balance of the game. An exception was made for player Drifter because he unlocked Serpent Coil Impale on his own, but that is not the norm. Player Lisbeth also came extremely close to achieving unique skill 11 on her own merits before the loophole was patched. Let's say that you were right. What would stop her from arming half of SAO with bows? There was a pause as Cardinal computed the question. When it responded, it wasn't with text anymore, but the female voice it preferred. I do not believe that would be the case. Kaiba shook his head. AIs were still far from perfect, despite the many advancements he made in the area. That was why he needed Sword Art Online. You still don't fully understand the human heart, Cardinal. Lisbeth and Reaver's Requiem in general are kind souls. Most of them would agree to sell bows to other players in a heartbeat if they thought it would increase their chances of survival. I only don't say they would give the bows for free because Merchant Warrior Agile joined them recently, and Broken Spear Drifter isn't so innocent anymore. Cardinal had nothing to say to that. Kaiba stayed silent for the next half an hour, listening to the low murmurs of the machines around him. You are not entirely wrong, however, Cardinal. Let's find a compromise. Include a bow creation skill on unique skill 11, and once her blacksmithing proficiency surpasses 500, let player Lisbeth craft bows, but make it so only someone with the bow skill only Sinan at the moment can use them. In return, make a patch for the creation of unique skill 13, binding it to player Sinan. The only effect will be allowing her to acquire the bow and related skills. Many players will be discontent. They will have bigger worries in their minds by the time they start thinking about that. Those are your directives. Understood, sir. Cardinal went silent after that, the vibrant lines across 3 of his dozens of monitors going still. Silence reigned for another hour before Kaiba spoke again. I'll be joining the players in Aincrad soon, Cardinal. Keep me updated about the issues I highlighted before, but otherwise, I'll leave Sword Art Online in your capable hands. Cardinal said nothing. As always, Drifter and the rest of the world were unaware of Kaiba's and Cardinal's conversation. Maybe it was for the best. If it became known that Kaiba was soon to enter the game as a player, the already fragile trust between players would shatter completely. Trust already was a rare commodity in SAO, thanks to the appearance of red players. Mort's death had deterred them somewhat. Drifter was fairly certain news that it was him who killed the manic had spread. Knowing there were other players out there who were willing to go as far as killing them had scared the red players into caution. They were in the dark, and only 6 player killings had happened in the last 2 months, according to the Monument of Life. Privately, Argo had told Drifter Fumaningum had already identified 2 red players. However, their surveillance had been noticed, and the 2 murderers had gone into hiding after ambushing the Fumaningum member tasked with monitoring them. The role player survived by the skin of his teeth, but since then there had been no news of the murderers. Even if the red players strutted around crowded maps, Drifter wasn't sure what he would do. Mort had been a personal grudge. Not that he was going to hold back if he came across red players. They made their beds, now they had to lay in it. But hunting them like animals left a bad taste in his mouth, even if they deserved it. Arresting them would always be his first option, but if they forced his hand, putting them out of circulation permanently was the priority. If they didn't surrender or tried to escape, then he would kill them. Just like that. Monsters like Mort couldn't be allowed to do as they pleased. But that was a whole other rabbit hole Drifter tried desperately not to go down. Like it had been said, trust was a rare commodity, and the front lines couldn't risk another Mort, so every guild made a thorough job of scanning any applicants, Reaver's Requiem included. And there were many players asking to join them, that is. Reaver's Requiem was just as famous as the Aincrad Liberation Squad and the Dragon Knights Brigade. Even more, in some cases, since they had over twice the number of titled players than the other 2 guilds combined. The Reavers were sloppy with their screening process. All applications passed first by Argo, who was not a Reaver but helped anyway. In fact, most of the frontline guilds hired Argo to investigate and veto possible new members, as that was right within the info broker's skill set. The difference was that she didn't charge the Reavers nearly as much. After going through Argo, about a fifth of the candidates remained, and were personally interviewed by Drifter and Asuna. So far, all of them had been politely declined. Not because they weren't good enough, but because of trust. There were no problems with the players personally, but to turn your back to them and put your life on their hands was a huge step the 2 vice guild leaders weren't willing to take without long deliberation, and they had the full support of their guildmates. The truth was, everyone Reaver's Requiem would even consider letting join them was already in another guild. Orlando and the Legend Braves, Klein and Furinkazan, Akari and Fumaningum, Shavana, Lytton, Argo obviously. Definitely Griselda, but only her. The point was moot anyway, since all with the exception of Argo already had their own guilds, and the little rat was a free spirit. They were just idle thoughts running through Drifter's head while he and the others rested in one of the labyrinth's many corridors. They had just killed a pack of volatile ancient drakes and were recovering their health and stamina before going again. COR for your thoughts. The spearman cranked his neck to look down at Silica. The little girl looked both deadly and cute, with her dagger strapped to her waist and Ferder leaning against her legs. The wolf had taken a liking to Silica, which was eagerly reciprocated. Thankfully Kismol wasn't jealous, and even encouraged the girl to play with the wolf. Not much going on, Silica. Error. Don't tell Yuna I said that, she will mock me endlessly. But I was just thinking about whether we should expand the guild or not. We do need material gathering parties, and we could just get random medium-level players for that, but it doesn't feel right, you know? Like they won't be truly part of the guild. Might as well keep buying mats from independent parties like we always did. He rubbed Silica's head, not actually expecting an answer. She had her hair tied up in a single ponytail today, which somehow gave her a totally different look. She leaned into Drifter's touch. What about the moonlit black cats? Reaver's Requiem youngest family member looked up at him with one finger on her cheek when Drifter stopped stroking her head. The spearmen hadn't considered the friendly guild, with their clumsy ways, but now that he thought about it, it was a valid option. Better than accepting someone they never met before. Besides, it would be in a support role. You think they would be willing to disband? Sure, if they want, we have the space. But they don't need to. DKB and ALS have sub-guilds, don't they? While that was true, those guilds were more like subcontractors, really. They carried the name of ALS or DKB, but weren't truly part of either. Still, the more he thought about it, the more Drifter saw the merit in the idea. I'll bring it up to Kirito and Asuna when I have the time, but it's a really great suggestion. Thank you. You are welcome. And I don't think the Black Cats would be as against the idea of merging with us as you believe, Drifter. They said they created a guild because they were all friends. Isn't that the case for us too? Stunned, Drifter looked at Silica's bright smile for 10 seconds. The dagger user squeaked when he lifted her up in a hug, rubbing his cheek against hers like she was a mascot. The others smiled warmly at the unusual display of affection and Silica's flushed cheeks. Drifter had a huge grin plastered on his face when he let her down. Sometimes, in moments like this, he was glad he joined SAO. Chapter 114, Hard-Fought. Looking cool was a skill that seemed to come naturally to frontliners. There was no other way to explain their nonchalance when standing in front of the door to a floor boss room. Drifter's parents, Kirito's family, Asuna's father, and pretty much everyone else around the world were watching and waiting with clenched fists. SAO, horrifying as it was, had been entertaining and even fun to watch for those in the real world for a while. After all, only a few were related to the SAO victims, so to everyone around the world, it was like hearing about a war in a faraway country on the news. You felt that it was sad, but then you moved on because it had nothing to do with you. But suddenly it did. Because the 10th floor came and over 2 billion spectators watched live how 6 people lost their lives in what was essentially gladiatorial combat. And anything felt more personal when you could see their faces and hear them scream as they died. And then another died on the next floor, and now no one could bring themselves to look away and go on with their day when a floor boss raid happened. Well, there were still plenty of people who enjoyed watching the raids, and online bets reached frankly absurd amounts, but that was neither here nor there. The point was, to the vast majority of the people watching, the manner in which the frontliners behaved, especially after hearing what the floor boss was far too composed. They didn't seem tense, not more than usual, at least, nor were they making last-minute plans or second-guessing themselves. A few of the leaders were chatting in a circle, but it was mostly small talk. To most, their behavior was simply unexplainable. To some groups, however, it was identifiable. They were the soldiers. Or cops. Veterans. Anyone who had seen war of any kind, who had seen life and death on the battlefield. To them, the assault team at the moment felt familiar. In some way, the frontliners were soldiers who had lived, and were still living, through hundreds and thousands of battles. A different type of conflict, virtual instead of physical, with blades instead of guns, but death was just as real. That was the only explanation for their nonchalance. Some would say it even bordered on complacency, but that wasn't the case. The assault team had learned everything there was to learn about the boss previously. They had sent the scout team in, watched, and analyzed the battle afterwards. They came up with tactics, fallbacks, and failsafes. They had prepared as best as they could. So now they were just waiting. No sense in tiring yourself by worrying about the near future. Drifter himself had gotten tired of hearing Kind and Kibu trade barbs, and wandered off. The frontliners weren't in any hurry to start the battle because they knew it was going to be a short, albeit dangerous, one. The scouting party had proved the floor boss was a glass cannon. The battle would be as quick as it was deadly. "Hey, Drifter. Can we speak?" The spearman turned his head to see who had called him. An eyebrow rose when he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar face. "Griselda? What are you doing here?" The brown-haired leader of the Golden Apple Guild was looking more haggard than Drifter ever saw her. They had met a few times here and there, with her guild being cleaners and whatnot, and she was always cheerful and upbeat, but now there were dark shadows under her eyes and the smile she gave him was weak and fake. It was also weird that Griselda was here alone. Drifter looked around, and didn't see the rest of her guild or her husband, Grimlock. He changed his question. "Actually, how did you get here? I know you are good, Griselda, but going through the tower alone." In the few times they sparred, Drifter noticed that Griselda was at frontliner level. She could give Nautilus or Kismal a run for their money, and, most importantly, she was cool-headed during a fight. The only reason she hadn't joined the assault team yet was because her guild wasn't quite there, and she didn't want to abandon them, which Drifter respected. Still, frontline tier or not, climbing the labyrinth alone, especially just before a boss raid, when it was most devoid of people, was incredibly dangerous. The guild leader smiled again, this time with a little more joy to it. She gestured with her thumb towards Argo, who was, as usual, standing back, but present. "The rat was with me. She might not be a frontliner either, but she is handy with those claws." Drifter raised an eyebrow at Argo, who smirked, without moving from where she was. He shook his head with a fond sigh. "Liz made them, but you aren't wrong. Anyway, why are you here?" "I wanted to ask you something. You once said I had the potential to be a frontliner. Do you still think that?" Now both of his eyebrows were raised in surprise, and Drifter stared at Griselda for a long moment. "I do. But your timing isn't the greatest, Griselda. I can't just include someone who never fought with us in a floor boss raid. It would be too reckless and dangerous for you and everyone else. We can talk about it after, if you want." To his surprise, Griselda laughed. The spearman looked at her quizzically until she stopped. He saw Yuna and a few other reavers giving him curious looks over her shoulder, and shrugged. "Sorry, it's just that Argo the rat said something very similar. I had heard you two were close, but she basically predicted what you would say word for word." After she finished laughing, Griselda nodded and waved at Argo, who wiggled her fingers back. Drifter signaled the little rat that they would be having a talk later. Argo just stuck her tongue out at him. "I know I can't join in the fun today, Drifter, but I just wanted to know if I really had that frontliner potential you said. I have plenty of confidence in myself, but having broken Spear Drifter's opinion is a huge confidence booster." "You are welcome, I guess. But what about the rest of Golden Apple? We can put them through the paces, but I'm not sure they are up to it, Griselda. No offense. None taken. And I'm not sure there will be a guild much longer. Grim and I had some quarrels about it. I want to become a frontliner because I feel like I could be doing so much more. But the others disagree. Some are even thinking of quitting as clearers. Even if we stick together, there's always danger, and now that we know every 10 floors it gets harder." She trailed off, and Drifter nodded in understanding. No one understood the reality of SAO better than the players, but for most it was still relatively safe most of the time. Frontliners and clearers were the obvious exceptions. You had to be a little crazy to become one. Nobody willingly risked their lives just because. That wasn't all that had Griselda feeling down, of course. There was something else, and, if Drifter had to guess, from the way she spoke, it had to do with her husband. He never particularly liked Grimlock. The timid man always had a smile that didn't reach his eyes. And they were cold eyes. Yuna had already mentioned he made her uncomfortable. But even if Griselda was having love trouble, it was none of his business, so Drifter didn't mention it even when the woman went back to talk to Argo. They were on friendly terms, but Drifter wasn't that close to Griselda as to pry. especially now that the raid was about to start. As Kibu called for everyone's attention and Drifter moved closer to the door, Yuna sidled up to him. What did Griselda want? Jealous? She is married. And? You are still jealous. Drifter needled Yuna with a smirk. The songstress smacked his shoulder and huffed, her cheeks tinged pink. His grin grew, knowing he had hit the nail on the head. Laughing, Drifter pulled Yuna close and planted a kiss on the top of her head. You are cute, Yuna. The songstress pouted, but leaned onto him anyway. This isn't fair, you don't ever get jealous. That's because I know Nautilus has his sights set somewhere else. He's the only one I really worried about. Oi! Why are you bringing me into this? Drifter had spoken the last bit loudly on purpose. It was no secret that the ash-haired player had a crush on Yuna once, but he had long since moved on, so a chance to get in a 2-in-1 teasing like this was rare. And when the spearman saw Ran looking over Nautilus' shoulder with a small smirk, he decided to go for the triple. I thought you would appreciate the chance to make Ran jealous, not. He ducked away as soon as he finished speaking, to avoid a punch from a now blushing Ran, only to get smacked upside the head by Yuna. Act your age and shut up, Drifter. Yes, dear. Properly cowed, Drifter pouted, before shaking his shoulders and standing upright. Yuna, Nautilus, Ran, and the others also suddenly took on serious expressions, all levity gone from their faces as if it was never there. Kibu had his hand on the door to the boss room. The air around the assault team changed in an instant. Gone were the smiles and worry-free faces. Now all that were left were expressions set with grim determination. Griselda was taken aback by the sudden transformation. It was one thing to see it through the broadcasts, and another entirely to have a front-row seat like she did now. She suddenly understood a little more why Drifter said she couldn't just join the frontliners whenever she pleased. Under the watchful gazes of two worlds, the assault team made their way inside the boss chamber. Their gazes were all trained to the front, where there was a big, dark opening on the wall. The entire boss room, which looked like the inside of a giant cave, was covered in tunnels, but the frontliners knew from the scouting raid that the biggest one was where the boss would appear from. And appear it did. The ground rumbled like 10 trucks were speeding past them, and what looked like a giant red snake, easily 30 meters long and 4 wide, poked out of the hole. It flickered its forked tongue at them, and saliva fell from its mouth, igniting the ground where it dropped. The boss appearance was fearsome, but its name was even more intimidating. Agua the Igneous VRM. A creature closely related to dragons, and the central piece of this floor's lore, if anyone cared about it. Frontliners didn't. As planned beforehand, Litton, Valork, Shavana, and 3 other tanks stepped forward in a mixed-guild party to block the first attack. It was a little of a shot in the dark, since the scouting party only saw it once, but if there was an opening move, it was that. They weren't disappointed. The floor boss reared its body, snarling and showing rows of sharp teeth. The visible portions of its underside glowed orange, like it was slowly charging something, starting near the middle of its body and going towards its mouth. Brace! The fire breath smashed into the shield bearers and broke like a wave against reefs. The WIRM hissed, then coiled its body for a strike. Valork and the others, still recovering from the fire breath, were smashed out of the way, but the assault team had already been expecting that. Prearranged teams encircled Agor and attacked it. Despite the shiny red scales, the boss flesh was surprisingly soft. Drifter's spear sunk in it when he used Rage Spike, and left a brutal gash when he tore it free with a horizontal. He could see right away that he had hurt the WIRM. With dozens of attacks landing on its huge body in the span of a few seconds, Agua the Igneous WIRM cried out and squirmed, a tenth of the first of 4 HP bars already gone. But Drifter had called the boss a glass cannon earlier for a reason. Roaring, the WIRM swept its tail, smacking him and several others away. Drifter gulped when he saw a third of his HP just vanish. After freeing itself from the attackers, Agua rushed towards one of the many tunnels around the room and disappeared. Not eager to fight the deadly reptile in an enclosed and dark space, the assault team repositioned themselves in a circle, with tanks and shield users on the outside, and the others in a second group in the middle. It didn't take long for the boss to burst out from a completely different tunnel, right on Reaver's Requiem's side of the circle. Drifter grinned savagely when the monster slammed into Valork, the young teen holding his ground against the beast. Kismol! Drifter slipped to Valork's left, stabbing his spear deep into the side of Agyor's body with a dirty play. At the same time, he shouted for the Dark Elf, who rushed over and, without hesitation, jumped up, stepped onto his weapon, then jumped again, getting level with the boss head. A cross-slash blinded one of its eyes. Feral grins developed onto the faces of every Reaver. Yes, Kismol. Now we are talking. Chapter 115, Family Meetings. Drifter caught Kismol by the shoulders when she came back down, steadying the Dark Elf. He grinned and tapped her back in silent congratulations when he saw the lines crisscrossing over Agyor the Igneous WYRM's left eye. The boss' accuracy had to have fallen by at least 50%, for as long as it stayed blinded. Tearing his spear off the monster, Drifter jumped back to avoid a trashing tail, then delivered another cut. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Nautilus and Asuna's HP fall on his HUD, but it stopped just before entering yellow, so he wasn't very concerned. Probably a glancing blow. Agyor disappeared into another tunnel, then came rumbling out from an opening 30 meters away, right in between the Legend Braves and Furinkazan. While some of them ran to assist, the other Reavers took the chance to catch their breath and recover. Everyone good? Yup. Yes, Drifter. No problems here. I got clipped by the tail, but nothing serious. By the way, great work, Kismol. The Dark Elf smiled, and Drifter glanced at Nautilus and Asuna. Both were sporting large red marks across their torsos, rapidly fading away. There was nothing to be done. With monsters as large as Agyor the Igneous WYRM, sometimes it just wasn't possible to dodge completely. You had to believe your judgment and act as best as you could to minimize the damage, which both players had accomplished perfectly. Huh. Who knew Silica could work so well with Klein? Do we need to beat him up? Aren't you being a little too carefree? You are the same, though, Asuna. Drifter ignored the bickering couple and Agile fanning the flames. It had been his intention to launch a Serpent Coil Impale, but he lowered his arm again when he saw Silica jumping at the floor boss. The tiny girl used Klein as a springboard to climb on top of Agyor, leaving crisscross wounds along the way. Just as the girl sunk her dagger into its flesh for about the 20th time, Drifter's gaze was captured by Ferder. The wolf was an old companion by now, and the pet of Reaver's Requiem. He was also an asset in battle, although many forgot that sometimes. Agyor the Igneous WYRM roared and rolled. For a moment it looked like Silica was going to get dragged and crushed, but she jumped. So did Ferder, and Silica landed on top of the wolf, who immediately turned and took her away from the boss. Wow! Suitably impressed, Drifter rejoined the battle. Flipping his spear, he once again prepared Serpent Coil Impale, and this time let it fly. The silver spear pierced through the roof of Agyor's open mouth just as it prepared to bite down on Chuchulain. The brave gave him a thumbs up. Drifter nodded back and retook his position when the boss fled again. His gaze wandered to Silica, who was panting. Ferder was underneath her, with his head between her legs. It was at the same time inspiring and terrifyingly sad to watch the 12-year-old girl go against a monster like Agyor the Igneous WYRM. It could quite literally devour her in a single bite, and yet Silica showed not an iota of fear or hesitation when facing it. Even after they left SAO, Silica would never be a normal child again. Drifter directed his gaze at the boss again. This time it had slithered over to the DKB. It was already an entire health bar down. They were maybe 7 minutes into the fight. When do you want to go, Kirito? Not yet. Keep an eye out for anyone in need of help. Argo said the ALS had a couple defectors in the last days, so Kibu will be eager to show off. We need to make sure he doesn't screw up. What are we, his babysitters? Don't complain, Sinan. At the end of the day, What's important is that everyone makes it home." The archer grimaced, but didn't say anything more. She kept firing at Agur with her new skills, slowly chipping away at the boss HP. "It's coming our way again." "Ready!" Agur the Igneous WYRM had just gone into a hole and came out another near Reaver's Requiem. Drifter intercepted it with a comet break. Kirito, Kismol, Ran, and Yuki came from the sides in a combined pincer move of sonic leaps. The others were right behind. Due to the Agur's high mobility, this was a different kind of battle than the frontliners were used to. Instead of actively going after the boss, the assault team was being reactive. Each guild had their own section of the circle to defend, and assisted those nearby when it was needed. Drifter had his reservations about this strategy at the start, even though he was one of the people who came up with it. But as time passed and Agur's HP fell down to 50% of the last bar, he became convinced it was the right choice. In fact, it worked so well the assault team was left dumbfounded when Agur the Igneous WYRM collapsed after one last fire breath. It felt entirely too anticlimactic, and the frontliners stood still for almost a minute, waiting for something to happen. But the "congratulations" message left no doubt the boss was, in fact, dead, and that they had won. There were a few close calls, but none were life-threatening. Even Kibu didn't have the chance to be reckless, that was how fast the battle was. The raid was over in just 27 minutes. About half the time of the second fastest floor boss battle. I wish all boss raids were this easy. Don't jinx it, Merida. Drifter deftly spun his spear twice before storing it away on his back. Stretching, he pulled out a couple of cold drinks from his inventory and passed them around. The drinks were bamboo-flavored and acquired a couple of floors below. Despite the weird taste, it was a favorite amongst the Reavers. Every day Drifter felt grateful that Kaiba saw fit to simulate taste in SAO. It would have been really tragic if they had to spend years without being able to enjoy food, on top of everything else. Sipping on the odd concoction that was the fizzy bamboo juice, Drifter serenely waited for Kirito to give the order to climb the stairs to the next floor. He sincerely hoped the 16th floor wasn't on fire like this one. It was annoying, not to mention hot. The 16th floor was not on fire. It was under a lot of water, however. They came out of the tower right in the middle of the main town of the floor, Maclanta, which was definitely not wordplay. It was a novel sight. The settlement was floating, each individual building on top of a barge, tied together by ropes and bridges. The entire town swayed lightly with the waves, in a way that had some of the Reavers holding their stomachs and groaning. As far as the eye could see, the floor was covered in water. A full-blown ocean. The only land players could see were odd shapes in the distance. They looked like islands at first glance, but when you peered more carefully, you noticed that they were man-made structures. Drifter spotted what looked like another town, as well as a huge round building just rising out of the sea, and what he was fairly certain was a castle, or maybe a cathedral. "Think we can bring our boat up?" "I'm not sure how we would carry it over the tower, Yuna. Besides, we have a lot more people in the guild now." The Reavers were entirely blasé about the situation. This floor looked a lot like the fourth, so, while unexpected, it wasn't anything new. Already some frontliners were moving towards what looked like docks and shipyards at the edges of Maclanta to acquire the means of transportation of the floor. I wonder how the dwarf storyline fits into this floor. I'm sure someone will find out. Where should we go now, Kirito? The swordsman looked at his guildmates, then at Asuna and Drifter, who shrugged. Kirito looked around and also rolled his shoulders. It wasn't even afternoon yet, so calling it a day would be too wasteful. I guess we go find a boat. To the people outside, an entire watertight floor was much more novel. It also made them curious about what the first 10 floors of SAO had been like since, from the conversations of the frontliners, it wasn't the first time they had seen one. Kana and Genji were two such people, although if they knew what the first months of Sword Art Online had actually been like, they wouldn't have been nearly as enthusiastic. Despite how chilling SAO still was, the first months had been another level of horrifying and depressing. Are they talking about vacations? My, Your boy is really strong-willed, Kana. A woman in her mid-30s laughed when Drifter made a comment about how the 16th floor reminded him of another floor they already went through, and that they should take a day off someday close in the future to go to the beach there. Then he whispered something to Yuna that had the songstress blushing and Kana shooting the television a disapproving glare. Well, it wasn't like she could scold him where he was, so Kana turned her attention back to the guests she was entertaining. There were quite a few of them. The woman who just laughed with Kana was called Hasuka Myochi, the mother of one Hasuka Karina Tomo. Or Argo the Rat, as she was called in-game. Myochi had a good laugh when someone mentioned that particular epithet, saying it suited her daughter. She was a very cheerful woman. In fact, most everyone was feeling giddy right now, as a result of watching their loved ones survive another boss raid. It was kinda like how people felt after their country just won the World Cup or something like that. You were tense and worried for a long time, but suddenly you were relaxed and very happy. Kana left the SAO broadcast from Itsuki's point of view. Her son was the only one she still thought of by his real name, running in the background, and carried 4 glasses of wine over to her guests. She handed one to Myochi, another 2 to Black Swordsman Kirito's aunt/mother Midori, and Asada Izumi, the mother of arrow huntress Sinan, and kept the last one for herself. Midori was already an old friend by now. She and her daughter, Suguha, had actually helped put this watch party was a good name together. The idea was that the family of Reaver's Requiem members should meet when possible to watch the raids, that way they could support one another through the trying times. Suguha and her dad were somewhere else in the house, talking with who Kana believed were Valoric's parents and little sister, as well as Lisbeth's grandfather and older brother. Most actually, of the people here Kana had only met today. Sinan's mother was one such. The woman was younger than Kana, but she looked much older, and had a haunted look even when she graciously accepted the wine glass offered to her. Kana didn't know why that was, and it certainly wasn't polite to ask about it on their first meeting. At least Izumi seemed ecstatic that her daughter was safe. Of course, there were many of Reaver's Requiem family members that either couldn't come or couldn't be found. The government agent, Kikuka Sijuru, had said he couldn't disclose personal details of the SAO victims or their families, which Kana very much agreed with, but she and Midori had asked him to pass along the message to them, with their number, inviting them to meet. Some had answered, some hadn't. Overall, there were quite a few people at the Ogawa's home today. Other than those already mentioned, there was also a tall foreign woman who was merchant warrior Agil's wife. Her name was Trisha, and she owned a cafe together with her husband, and had already offered it as a meeting spot for another occasion. There was also Silica's father, who had to leave as soon as the raid was over due to a business matter. So had Wolf's girlfriend and baby daughter, mainly because the cute little girl was tired and the house was too noisy. Asuna's father, a very polite man, had called earlier to say he couldn't come this time, but looked forward to meeting them on another occasion. That seems to me like a very interesting meeting over there. Wouldn't you say so, Kana dear? Myochi gestured towards the open kitchen, separated from the living room only by a short countertop. Kana looked over and made a face. Her husband, Genji, was talking over beers with Indomitable Knight Nautilus's father, a short and stout man. But the reason Kana grimaced was the third participant of the conversation, songstress Yuna's father. Genji is a grown man, I'm sure he can deal with it. Ha ha ha. It must be very awkward for him. For both of them, actually, and the poor father of Nautilus, who got dragged into it. Yeah, well. It's not often that you meet the father of your daughter-in-law without meeting the girl in question first. That had all 3 other women laughing, and Kana joined in after a second. The circumstances through which they came to meet weren't the best, but it was nice to have new friends. It was really a pity the family members of some of the Reavers hadn't answered. They were Ran, Yuki, Merida, and Shigio's relatives. And Kismel's, but she was a special case. Chapter 116, Expanding the Guild. It was a bright and sunny day on Aincrad's 16th floor. Drifter was laying on the deck of Reaver's Requiem ship, a much bigger one than their first, with 3 masts and giant square sails. He was enjoying a short snooze, feeling the warmth of the sun on his skin. Ferder was serving as his pillow, though the wolf seemed more than happy with the role. Silica was also fast asleep on the furry pillow, and neither she nor Drifter knew, but the image was already making the rounds around the world. Yuna and the rest of the Reavers certainly seemed to find it cute. Their ship was anchored on McClenta's port, which was why Drifter let his guard down enough to take a nap. As for the reason why they were still here instead of out in the wilderness or ocean, in this case, was because they had a meeting, and also because Kirito, Asuna, Ran, and Nautilus were in the process of procuring a map. Not a floor map, but the kind that had a big X that said where the treasure was. From what Argo had found out in the short time she had, the major gimmick of this floor was treasure hunting. Apparently, other than material rewards, that was also how they had to acquire information about the floor boss. The little rat had already promised to sell them the intel with her kind of family discount. Wah! Drifter felt something poking into his side in his sleep, and opened his eyes while yawning and stretching. Sitting up, he saw Yuna mischievously grinning. "Why did you wake me up, Songbird?" "I was having a pleasant dream." Yuna smiled wider at the nickname, and crouched to hug him. Drifter's arm naturally wrapped around her waist, dragging her down next to him, and he pecked her cheek. "You did look like you were comfortable, Drift, but it's almost time for the meeting with the black cats. Kirito messaged saying we should meet them back at the inn." "Right, there was that. Afternoon naps make me feel like it's already tomorrow." Blinking away the last of his drowsiness, Drifter got up, pulling Yuna with him. He looked around, cracking his neck. The others were scattered around the ship, most looking like they had followed his example. He didn't blame them, the sun was very sleep-inducing. What time is it?" Ferder had woken up when Drifter did, and the wolf in turn woke up Silica by rubbing his muzzle against her face and licking her cheek. The girl was even more sleepy than Drifter, and her hair was sticking out wildly, making them all laugh. "Close to 2, Silica. Come on, sit up. Your hair is a mess." Kismel scratched Ferder behind the ears before procuring a comb and combing Silica's hair. The young girl purred much like the animals she liked so much, closing her eyes to enjoy the pampering. "At times like this, Sao ain't too bad." Sinan and Yuki walked over. The couple, and they were one officially since of a few days ago, had been sitting intimately near the bow of the ship, just behind the figurehead, a harpy of some kind. Valark, Liz, Merida, Agile, Shigio, and Wolf also came from wherever they were napping or waiting. The merchant warrior waved his hands. "I don't think this was what any of us were expecting when we bought the game, but it does make everything else more bearable." It took 10 minutes for Kismel to tame Silica's hair and for everyone to get ready, mainly because they weren't in a hurry. Otherwise, it would have taken a whole 2 seconds for them to jump into action, wild hair notwithstanding. Drifter rolled his eyes when Yuki, Merida, and Agile jumped off the side of the ship onto the dock instead of walking down the plane like normal people. Scrolling through his HUD, the spearman saw a message from Kirito. It was the same Yuna had already relayed, so he simply sent an OK as acknowledgement. "You think the Black Cats will merge with us? That's what today's meeting is about, isn't it?" "But yes." At least Keita seemed open to the idea, and I don't see him taking that step without first discussing it with the others. "I think it's a good thing. We need more people to gather mats and complete quests we can't waste time on. The Black Cats wouldn't necessarily be my first choice, but they should be good enough for a clearer group. They will basically continue to act independently, no? Of course, some of us will go with them every now and again, but mostly it will still be just them. Like a subdivision of Reaver's Requiem. Pretty much. Keita will have to rein in Ducker and Tetsuo, but he already has to do that, so it's not really that big of a difference. You guys are getting ahead of yourselves. First of all, we have to see if they really want to be absorbed into Reaver's Requiem. So far, all Keita said was that they were interested. That's basically the same as saying they agree. Let's be honest, there are very few disadvantages and a lot of benefits for them. Drifter shrugged at that, and the topic slowly veered away from the upcoming meeting. By the time they reached the inn, There was a heated debate going on about what would be the best mobs to have as pets if you could tame them. Yuki was a fervent defender of the rock crabs, for God knows what reason, while Yuna was making very good points about the fluttering butterflies of the third floor. Silica ended the discussion by telling Ferder to lick anyone who didn't agree he was the best pet. You guys seem to be having fun. Shivada, Litten. You know how we are, chaos all around. But what about you two? Is it a date or is it a date? The DKB vice leader rolled his eyes and clapped Drifter's back with his free hand. His other hand was holding Litten's, who, despite having stopped hiding her gender and started openly dating Shivada, was still very shy. But they were all old friends, and quite quickly Merida, Yuna, and some others had pulled her into some girl talk Drifter and Shivada wisely wanted to stay far away from. Yes, Sir Broken Spear Drifter sir, we are on a date. What about you lot? About to interview some potential guild members. That got Shivada's interest. Reaver's Requiem was famous for being very selective of its members. Frontliners? Drifter shook his head. Clearers. We basically need someone to split responsibilities. Sensible. Reaver's Requiem has always been a little odd, with the entirety of your guild being frontliners. Lin won't ever say it, but he's actually really envious of that. I think he wanted the brigade to take over the assault team, but he has enough common sense to know it won't happen. Drifter chuckled. Only Shivada would talk so freely about Reaver's Requiem's oddness in front of them and about his guild leader behind his back. Still, the spearman felt compelled to defend his guild, even if they were just joking around. We aren't that strange. Furinkazan is also all frontliners, and the Legend Braves too, apart from Neza. Yeah, that just proves my point, Drifter. You know as well as I do that neither the Braves nor Furinkazan are what we would call sane, right? You could say the same about the entire assault team. I'm fairly sure everyone thinks all frontliners are crazy. Not that they are wrong. There was a short pause after Drifter finished speaking, before both men burst out laughing. The spearman patted Shivada's arm when they stopped. We should probably get going. It isn't good manners to leave our prospective members waiting. Enjoy your date. Thanks. Drinks Saturday are still up, right? Yup. I'll bring all the usual crazies. See ya. Bye, Litten. See you, Drifter, everyone. Good luck. Waving goodbye to the couple, the Reavers filed into the inn. Obviously, Kirito, Asuna, Ran, and Nautilus were already there, and Drifter noted with interest that the latter two were standing very close. Maybe Nautilus was finally making his move? Or it was just as possible that Ran would be the one to take the first step. The moonlit black cats turned out to not have arrived yet, but they blustered through the door even before Drifter could greet his guild leader. They all seemed to be very excited, although the spearman could detect the undercurrent of nervousness in Sachi's expression. Greetings were made and everyone took a seat or found a spot to stand on. Drifter could tell the black cats were clearly intimidated by having the entire Reaver's Requiem guild in the same room as them, but they would have to become used to it if they were to join Reaver's Requiem. Relax, Kata. We don't bite. Well, Ferder does, but only if you anger him. There were nervous chuckles and Asuna punched Drifter in the shoulder for making a bad joke as they sat to either side of Kirito, like the good vice leaders they were. The spearman was unabashed, and Kirito rolled his eyes, then looked at Kata. Drifter is being dumb, but he is right. Depending on how this goes, we'll either be in the same guild or not, but we'll still be friends either way, so don't get too nervous. It was so odd to hear that from Kirito of all people that the Reavers stared at their leader for a moment. Drifter grinned. They had all grown, Kirito more than most. The shy, introverted boy was now outspoken and carried an air of confidence. Of course, there were still times when he needed some support, but that was what Drifter was here for. Instead of beating around the bush, let's be upfront since everyone knows why we are here. Kata, we are interested in having the Black Cats join Reaver's Requiem, first as a clearer group, which is kinda what you already do on your own. If any of you are interested in advancing to frontliners, we can see about it later, as accepting new members is a decision that must be taken by the assault team as a whole. Keita nodded, and Kirito launched into an explanation, with Asuna's assistance, of what would his and his friends' roles be if they entered Reaver's Requiem. And also what would be the benefits, apart from simply belonging to the guild with the largest number of titled players in SAO. Meanwhile, Drifter was watching the Black Cats. As a result of a discussion that happened a long time ago, Drifter held the right to veto anyone he didn't think would be a good fit for their guild, as long as he gave his reasons, of course. But he didn't think that would be necessary here. Argo had already done a thorough background search on the Moonlit Black Cats, and that had been a costly but necessary job, and nothing bad had turned up. Not that he had expected it to happen. Anyone who spent more than 5 minutes with the Black Cats knew exactly what kind of people they were. Good friends in the real world, who only got closer in SAO. Drifter truly hoped they would become part of his growing family. Family. What a strange thing to have found in a game of death. But it was more true than anything, and the anchor that kept Drifter centered with everything that happened. Kirito, Asuna, Nautilus, Sinon, Kismol, Argo, Silica, Valork, Ran, Yuki, Merida, Liz, Agile, Wolf, Shigeo. Drifter wasn't sure what they were to him. Brothers and sisters and cousins and whatnot. Or something not nearly as specified. They were family, and that's what mattered. And there was Yuna, of course, who was family too, but in a different way. If we merge with Reaver's Requiem, would we be able to enlist Lisbeth's services, Drifter? I believe me and my friends have what it takes to be clearers. Good clearers. One of the things holding us back is the difficulty of acquiring high-level equipment. Drifter's mind snapped back to the conversation. That was the first thing Keita had said that he didn't like hearing. He frowned at the younger man, and spoke when he saw Kirito's troubled expression. Liz has always been responsible for our equipment, and I'm sure she will be more than happy to forge for you too, Keita. After all, you will be Reavers just like us. Isn't that right, Liz? Yup. He glanced at the blacksmith, and she bobbed her head. Then the spearman turned back to Keita, who had an uneasy smile because he could feel the butt. Of course, Liz can't forge air, so you'll have to source the materials. Liz's blacksmithing proficiency is the highest in Aincrad, but it doesn't mean she can just churn out top-tier weapons and armor. It always takes a lot of mats for her to forge a true masterpiece, as you would expect. He stared at Keita, and the man took the mild rebuke for what it was, lowering his eyes. Liz didn't ask guild members to pay for what she forged, but they had to at least provide the materials. Asuna and Kirito took back over, and by then Drifter knew it was already a done deal. Despite the slight hiccup, not even 10 minutes later Keita was shaking Kirito's hand and then, after a few steadying breaths, dissolving the Moonlit Black Cats. 5 quick notifications popped up on Drifter's menu saying that Keita, Ducker, Sachi, Sasamaru, and Tetsuo had joined Reaver's Requiem. Drifter welcomed them all with a big smile. Chapter 117 Loss. How did you search for treasure in Sword Art Online? You followed the map, that was how. The dashed line led to the big, attention-catching X. Then, you just had to dig the treasure and you were set. Simple as that. The problem with that plan was how many things were trying to kill you along the way. First flocks of seagull-like monsters that dive-bombed you, and humongous crabs that climbed aboard your ship and used their wickedly sharp pincers better than most clearers could wield a sword. And that wasn't mentioning the underwater tray ants and crystal octopuses that grabbed the boat from underneath and held it in place and damaged it until someone jumped overboard to cut off their limbs and free the ship. And when you finally completed your sea voyage, amongst all those perils, and landed on an island or half-submerged structure, you realized you weren't even close to finishing your adventure yet. This floor had to have the largest variety of mobs Drifter ever saw. He counted 4 different types just on the ocean, and half as many again on land. But the monsters weren't the worst part. Mobs you killed and were done with it. But each island was also filled to the brim with traps. From the simplest pitfalls and poison darts, to logic puzzles that tried to fry you with electricity if you didn't give the right answer or complete them fast enough. The Reavers had just met one such puzzle, and Drifter spun his spear to parry an arc of lightning. A metal spear wasn't the best counter to the trap, but he had already discovered through painful experience that it was worse to let the electricity hit him directly. 3 tiles to the left, Sasamaru. The one with the leaf-like emblem. Sanon's keen eyes found the key to disarming the trap, but instead of simply shooting an arrow at it, she guided Sasamaru to strike it with his spear. After all, this was the perfect place to train their new members. It took 2 tries, mainly because Drifter let a lightning ray slip past his guard, so Kirito had to jump in front of Sasamaru to protect him. But the spearman, and it might be time to start calling Drifter a spearmaster, just because now he wasn't the only spear user in Reaver's Requiem, finally manages to hit the emblem, deactivating the trap. Sorry about that, Sasamaru. Those things are trickier to catch than they look. No worries. The former moonlit black cats were having a bit of a hard time adjusting to Reaver's Requiem's rhythm. It wasn't unexpected, as there was a large gulf between clearers and frontliners, not necessarily in skill, although that too, but in mentality. Oh, that one is mine. Drifter was about to speak up and give tips in spear handling to Sasamaru when he spotted a new type of monster spawning not far away. His eyes lit up, and a grin stretched his face. Without waiting for the others to answer, the Spearmaster dashes forward to meet the new mob. It was a humanoid creature, which looked like a skeleton, but covered in flowing sand. Its name was Cursed Death Scavenger, but more than the mob itself, what piqued Drifter's curiosity was the weapon it was wielding. The older Reavers rolled their eyes when they saw Drifter clashing directly with the mob, spear against spear. Asuna pushed Sasamaru and Sachi forward. Pay attention, you two. The next one of this mob that spawns is yours. Huh? The 2 spear users had their eyes open wide, not understanding why the fencer was putting them on the spot like that. Asuna just shrugged, and it was Nautilus who explained what was happening. Drifter doesn't have many quirks, but this is one of them. Whenever we fight against a spear-wielding mob, he insists on facing it alone. I would say it's 1/3 a challenge, 1/3 to prove himself, and 1/3 to learn. Well, dueling humanoid mobs like this is also good training in itself, I would say. They have a lot more HP than a player, and can also use skills. We won't be putting you against one alone right at the start, though, so don't worry. You can face the next one together, and you just need to call out if you need help. You too, Keita. You use a staff, but it's still broadly in the same category. You will be on your own, though. Wah! Why me? Seeing the evil smirk on Yuna's and some of the others' faces, Keita realized that his new guild could be petty sometimes. Still, he dutifully turned to watch Drifter. The Spearmaster was really going at it, and it was clear to anyone who was the more skilled one between him and the Cursed Death Scavenger. Why does the mob feel so pitiful? Putting a simple AI against Drifter. It's just outright bullying by this point. Ducker, Tetsuo, and the others commented while they watched Drifter once again dodge an attack by moving his head just a little to the side, and at the same time counterattacking with a jab that pierced right through the mob's neck. Sachi's eyes opened wide in surprise. I wasn't sure before, but he is dodging before the mob even launches the attack, isn't he? How is he doing that? The founding Reavers beamed proudly, and Yuna grabbed Sachi's arm. You've got good eyes, Sachi. You are right, he is reading their moves and acting before they can. That's why we told you to watch carefully. This is SAO's best spear user. Broken Spear Drifter. When it comes to spears, no one beats Drifter. Not players and not mobs. Spear arts are so deeply ingrained into his bones that he knows what you are going to do before you do. In one-on-one fights like this, it's rare to have a mob touch Drifter even once. Watch his eyes. It wasn't quite that simple, because Drifter kept moving, and fast. But once they did manage to focus on his face, Sachi, Sasamaru, and Keita followed his gaze, and realized what was different. First of all, Drifter's gaze rarely stopped in one place. It kept flickering from the Cursed Death Scavenger's hands, to his wrists, arms, elbows, shoulders, torso, waist, face, legs, feet. Basically its whole body, one part at a time. Just a fraction of a second on each, almost imperceptible. Secondly, the one spot Drifter's eyes spent the least time on was the mob's spear. Which at first seemed counterintuitive to Sachi, since the weapon was what you had to watch out the most for, right? She certainly never took her eyes off the enemy's weapon when she fought. But then Sachi realized that Drifter didn't need to watch the mob's spear all the time. He already knew what was coming and where the strike would land, because he could see the mob as a whole. Is he predicting the scavenger's attacks? By seeing how it moves its body? Nothing so logical. Like we said, no one knows spears better than Drifter. It's instinctive. And it's also why Drifter can't do the same with swords or axes or daggers. Even against a staff-wielding enemy it would be difficult, Keita, because despite being in the same category, the range of attacks is different. And it's only against mobs that Drift can make it look that easy. Their patterns are set, after all. It's much harder against a player who can think freely. Just in time to hear Nautilus remark, Drifter finished the fight with a fake snake bite. He hadn't used any skills during the battle, only replications of them. The Spearmaster turned to his ash-haired friend and spoke with an overly sweet voice. "Ah, thanks, Not. I really appreciate the vote of confidence." The title player, Indomitable Knight Nautilus, did the very mature thing and gagged. Drifter laughed loudly. "Seriously though, don't let him talk me up too much, Keita. Any of us could do what I just did. You will too someday. Just gotta train hard." The staff user's eyes trembled before he took a deep breath, and conviction filled them. Drifter grinned. That was it. Keita had just changed from a promising clearer to frontliner material. Now, shall we see what the treasure is? Let's! The easily excitable Yuki and Silica led the charge, and thoroughly dismantled the handful of cursed death scavengers that popped up along the way. Drifter grinned at the duo, and continued to teach the new Reavers. The treasure turned out to be another map. Or, at least, part of one. They needed 3 other pieces before gathering a complete map, which would lead them to the entrance of the labyrinth. I'm sending this to Argo, and I'll get her to see if any of the other guilds have the corresponding pieces. The faster we complete the map and beat this floor the better. Any complaints? The Black Swordsman looked at his guildmates, who all shook their heads. If this was a normal game, then they would keep the map to themselves, since the other guilds would be their rivals. But this was SAO. Alright then. Onwards to the next spot. That gothic-looking building we saw from Atlanta? I think the Legend Braves are there already. Orlando argued with Kibu for first exploration rights. Drifter opened his HUD and checked his last messages with the boisterous guild leader. Orlando insisted that the others called him by his title, hero, which meant that, obviously, nobody ever did, if only to see him sulking. I don't think he will mind if it's us, but the drops are theirs by default. We just need the map, if there's even one there. Actually, it would be even better if they already found it, and it's a different piece than ours. Sure. Can I take a look at that, Kirito? Kirito shrugged and passed the piece of parchment. Drifter took it, but put it back in the guild inventory a moment later. The entire thing was a foggy, blurry mess of scribbles. Only if they joined all 4 pieces would the map reveal itself. The Spearmaster scratched his head. The entrance to the tower, huh? I hope this floor boss isn't like Withage or whatever it was called. That was not a fun fight. Drifter unconsciously rubbed his right shoulder, where the 4th floor boss had ripped off his arm. There was no pain, not now and not back then, but it had been extremely disconcerting. A small hand grabbed his, and Drifter smiled at Yuna, his bad thoughts vanishing at the sight of his girlfriend. We might want to pass by Maclana first, Kirito. Those traps did a number on our equipment, and we also wasted quite a few paralysis heals. Plus, the city is on our path anyway. Agile pointed out, and the black-haired swordsman nodded. They had plenty of potions and crystals, but it was a habit for frontliners to always restock when they had the chance. You never knew when you were going to get locked into a long fight. Liz also nodded her assent and added her thoughts to the discussion while fiddling with her menu. I have my anvil, but the repairs will be better if we use a proper forge. I hope there's something like a portable furnace on the later floors. We can always dream. McClanta it is, then. Anyone who needs repairs goes with Liz. Agile, Wolf, you are in charge of supplies. Roger that, boss. Reaver's Requiem went back to their ship, and the trip back to McClanta was uneventful in the sense that nothing more than normal mobs appeared. Drifter knew that at some point teleport crystals would become mainstream, but he hoped that time arrived sooner rather than later. It would save a lot of time. It was 45 minutes later that they docked at McClanta's port. Feeling mischievous, Drifter sneaked up on Yuna, then lifted her in a princess carry, and jumped over the side of the boat. Eh! The fall was of less than 3 meters, but Yuna screamed for a good 10 seconds after they landed, just out of fright at being suddenly picked up. Her arm shot up to grab Drifter's neck, and refused to let go. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee. What a set of lungs, Yuna. Ha ha. It was only when everyone burst out laughing, including Drifter, who was still holding her, that the songstress realized she had been the target of a prank by her boyfriend. Ha ha ha. Ouch! Ah, I'm sorry, Yun. Ha ha ha. PL please stop biting me. Ha ha ha. Her face burning, Yuna refused to look at anyone, and wiggled out of Drifter's hold before grabbing his arm and biting it. It didn't hurt, but he acted like it did to placate the angry girl. Don't do that again. Ha! I won't. It was just too good of a chance to pass up. I promise I won't do it again. I love you, my songbird. Love you too. When she eventually relaxed the hold of her teeth on his arm, Yuna immediately buried her face in Drifter's chest and mumbled. Drifter embraced her and ran his fingers through her hair, whispering in her ear. Yuna flushed even more, if that was even possible. Should we give you two some private time? We can come back here in, say, half an hour? If you think that's enough. I'ma kick you, Agile. Ha ha ha. The couple didn't need to respond to the teasing, as Asuna made good on her promise and went over to shut up Agile the violent way. It sure was a sight, watching a petite young girl chasing a giant of a man around the pier. Everyone laughed again, and even Keita and the others joined in. That the older Reavers could play and joke around so easily lessened the pressure they were feeling from joining such a top-rate guild. Drifter smiled at that, still comforting Yuna. Ugh. The moment was interrupted by a soft groan, which was almost lost amidst the laughter. Drifter started to turn his head. The sound that came next halted everything completely. It was a terribly familiar sound. One every player had heard at least once. That every Reaver had heard multiple times. Too many to forget. The sound of glass shattering. Of a life being lost. Merida? Drifter had frozen in his tracks, but Yuki's pained whisper restarted his brain. He let go of Yuna, and whipped his head around. Kirito, Asuna, Agile, Wolf, Shigeo, Silica, Valork, Keita and his friends were all in front of him. Nautilus, Kismol, Sinan, Yuki, Ran, and Merida had been behind him. Nautilus and Ran were still there, eyes wide in the horror of having witnessed something Drifter didn't. There was Kismol, frozen mid-patting of Ferder. Sinan and Yuki, with their hands covering their mouths. And Merida wasn't there. Where the blue-haired, cheerful girl had been standing, now there were only flickering shards. Chapter 118, The Sleeping Nights. Merida? Someone whispered the girl's name again. Ran this time. But now even the shards were vanishing, and all of Reaver's Requiem was frozen in horror. Memories of the blue-haired player replayed in Drifter's mind. From their first meeting back on the 4th floor, to all the adventures they went through together. Floor boss battles, the deadly fight against the final boss of the Elf War campaign. He had known the broadsword user for less than a year, but Merida had been a constant in his life for all that time. Another cheerful, happy-go-lucky little sister. In retrospect, she had been very quiet and subdued these last few days. Drifter should have noticed something was wrong. What happened? Merida. She can't be. She can't. We are in a safe zone. Why? No. Please no. Not again. Merida. Even when watching Kagachi the samurai lord tear apart the assault team, the Reavers hadn't been as shaken as they were now. Fragile. Drifter could see in their faces the same fear he was sure was reflected in his. The attempts to deny the truth, and the immediate realization that it was useless. There was only one reason why a player would shatter and disappear. And that was death. Merida was dead. Drifter could feel his heart beating painfully in his chest. Merida was dead. She was a frontliner, no monster or player could have one-shot her without any of them noticing. Merida was dead. They were in a safe zone. Merida was dead. How had she died? Merida was dead. Why? Merida was dead. 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 Why? Drifter dragged his gaze from the empty air in front of him and looked at his family. He saw Keita, Sachi, and the 3 new Reavers, shocked and confused. Kirito, wide-eyed and already grieving. Silica, holding onto Valork as if both would fall if the other wasn't there. Ran and Yuki. They were crying. But Drifter saw something in their faces. As if they weren't surprised. As if Merida's death hadn't been a shock, even if it was sudden. As if they had been expecting it, only not now. Drifter looked at Yuna, whose eyes were beginning to water as she processed what happened. He touched her shoulder, and she turned to him, tears beginning to fall. His voice croaked with his own suppressed emotions. The monument. That was all he managed to get out before he took off in a dead sprint. Drifter ran through the streets of Maclanta, dodging players and NPCs, until he reached the teleporter. Ignoring everyone shouting and complaining, he shoved people out of the way and pushed his way through to the head of the line. Town of Beginnings! A blue flash and 3 seconds of weightlessness later, and he was on the first floor. Drifter hadn't stopped running. His eyes were focused on something he couldn't see, and he didn't notice the person watching the teleporter from under the eaves of a building. Drifter was a clearer and a frontliner. His level was the highest it could be in SAO, his stats were overwhelmingly higher than normal players, and his equipment was crafted by Aincrad's best blacksmith. He blitzed through the streets of the town of Beginnings so fast that most of the low-level players barely saw a blur. He arrived at the plaza that held the Monument of Life and halted unconsciously. Even after being here a dozen times, the imposing black slate still took his breath away, and not in a good sense. All the cross names were an invisible pressure crushing him. But Drifter didn't have time to think about it now. He hesitated only for a moment, before running down the Monument of Life's length until he found the name he was looking for. It was crossed. Merida. June 12th, forced disconnection. Ha! Ha! Merida. That had been his worst fear. More than some player finding out how to kill people inside a safe zone. We are damned. Drifter knelt, starting to lose his cool. Merida had been forcefully disconnected. Someone outside had pulled the nerve gear off her head. Those in the real world had given up on the SAO players. They were starting to pull the plug. Merida was the first. Who would be next? So that was why. I'm sorry, Drifter. Someone walked up to him and softly put their hand on his shoulder. Drifter didn't even hear their steps. But he recognized the voice. Getting up, Drifter took a deep breath and schooled his expression. He rubbed his eyes with his forearm. He wasn't crying yet. Turning around, the Spearmaster beheld the black-clad figure of Akari. This was actually the first time he saw her during the day, but the clothes she wore and the way she held herself still left just as little clues as to her identity as when he saw her before. The bump in her chest gave away her gender, and yes, that was something Drifter hadn't yet confirmed about her, that was how secretive Akari was. Her dark eyes still stared straight through him. "How are you here, Akari?" Despite only having talked face-to-face twice, Drifter had a lot of respect for Akari, and some amount of wariness. Akari had been instrumental in allowing Drifter to kill Mort. On the other hand, she had helped him kill Mort. The cosplayer was on their side, no doubt, but she was someone Drifter couldn't fully read. But Akari wasn't role-playing today. And Drifter could see her emotions plain as day through her eyes. "I have someone watching the teleporter of all major cities. They saw you rushing out of Maclanta and into the town of beginnings. Figuring out where you were going wasn't that hard. There's really no other place on the first floor that someone would come to in such panic." The ninja was choosing her words carefully. Drifter appreciated that. Glancing at Merida's name on the Monument of Life, the Spearmaster sighed. "Give me a second, Akari. I need to let everyone else know." The woman nodded. Drifter swept a finger and opened his HUD. "Drifter, Merida's gone." Someone outside pulled the plug. It took a while for Kirito to answer, although he saw the message almost immediately. Yuna must have let him know where Drifter was going. And when the swordsman replied, it wasn't what Drifter was expecting. "Kirito, got it. And maybe not. Come to the 9th floor. La Usula." Drifter frowned. Reaver's Requiem had a history with La Usula. It was a familiar place. As close to home as anywhere else they had in Aincrad. It made sense that Kirito had led the guild away from the 16th floor. They couldn't continue exploring today. "Kirito, come quickly, Drifter. Bring Argo. Ran and Yuki say they have something to tell us. But they are not in a good way. Not good at all. Drifter, on my way." Ran and Yuki were twins, but Merida was like their third sibling. The broadsword user herself had called them sisters many times. They had known each other for a long time out of Sword Art Online. Obviously, Merida's loss would affect them even more than the others. "Drifter, Merida is dead. We are meeting in La Usula." Argo wasn't someone to whom he needed to sugarcoat bad news. Quickly sketching the message and sending it, Drifter looked up again. Akari was still there. He gave her a sad smile. "Thanks for coming here. It hit me harder than I expected. If it had been on the battlefield. It is what it is, Akari. I have to go." The others. "Huh. We just recruited some new people too." The spearman started walking away, shoulders hunched. Drifter wasn't running anymore. He didn't have the energy. And truthfully, he didn't know how to face his friends. Especially Yuki and Ran. Akari was right. If it had been in a floor boss raid or something like that, Merida's death wouldn't be so hard to accept. But the way she died was so pointless. Out of their control. Just before rounding the corner, Drifter turned his head one last time. Akari was gone, but he was sure she was still around. She went with him to hunt Mort. She wasn't the type of person who would just leave like that after coming to comfort him. He spoke, believing she was listening. "Keep in touch, Akari. I would hate to find out from." He looked at the stoic Monument of Life. From the shadows, Akari nodded unseen. He ran into Argo on La Usula. The info broker was waiting for him on a bench, clearly frazzled, and jumped up as soon as he walked out of the teleporter. "Merida is dead? Where? How?" Checking the location of Kirito and the others on his map, Drifter started walking at a brisk pace, Argo almost sprinting to keep up with her shorter legs. "It was in Maclanta. She just died. I think." I might have heard a groan, and then Yuki called out. I turned, and she was gone. I just came back from the monument. She was disconnected. Argo froze, her eyes wide. Drifter sighed, and pulled her into a one-armed hug. "Come on, little rat. They are waiting. Yuki-chan and Ran-chan. Kirito said they are taking it hard. But also that they have something to tell us." Argo allowed herself to be dragged, and Drifter was glad for her presence. It was easier for him to control his emotions if he had to care for someone. They are here? Yeah. I guess they needed to relax. Drifter and Argo stopped in front of the hot spring building the Reavers had gone to, what seemed like a lifetime ago. He was puzzled at first, but then realized this was better than moping around in their rooms and crying themselves to sleep, which was what most of them would do if they went to the inn. They found Reaver's Requiem already submerged in the hot water. Unlike the last time they came here, the cheerful mood was nowhere to be found. Sorrow hung over their heads like a shroud. Keita, Sachi, Sasamaru, Ducker, and Tetsuo were in one corner, unusually silent. From their faces it was clear that they were still feeling lost. Maybe this was the first time they saw someone die personally, and it was even someone they knew, even if they weren't close. Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo were together too, submerged up to their necks. The merchant warrior gave Drifter and Argo a tight nod when they entered. Valork and Liz were close by, with Kismel sitting between them, Silica on her lap, the young girl's back resting on the dark elf's chest. Silica had her eyes closed, but Drifter could see she had been crying. She probably fell asleep from emotional exhaustion. Ferder was outside of the hot springs, but still within arm's reach of its master. Kirito and Asuna were sitting together, the fencer leaning heavily on the swordsman's side. Both appeared to be deep in thought, and Drifter saw the worry in their eyes when they glanced at him. Argo went to join them after wrapping her body in a towel, and gave Asuna a gentle hug. She whispered something to the couple, and they nodded. It were the last 4 Reavers that weighed the most in Drifter's mind as he slipped next to Yuna, pulling the songstress close to him and planting a kiss on the top of her head. Yuki and Ran were right in front of him, but their eyes were unfocused. They didn't notice Drifter or Argo entering the water. It was only when Sinan and Nautilus, who were almost wrapping the 2 girls in a 4-way hug, shook them that the sisters looked up and met Drifter's eyes. He had nothing to say to them that they hadn't heard already. Merida's loss would hurt for a while. There was nothing any of them could do about it other than being here for each other. Kirito said, "Merida's cause of death is a forced logout on the Monument of Life, right?" Rant's words came out in a coarse, pained murmur. Drifter nodded. "Yes. Forced disconnection." The purple-haired girl shook her head and straightened her back, still holding Nautilus' hand in a death grip. "That's wrong. Merida died because she was sick. She should have told you sooner. We should have told you sooner." Drifter's eyes widened. He didn't know if that was better or worse than thinking that someone pulled the nerve gear off their friend's head. What? What did she have? A brain tumor. Yuki answered. Asuna, Yuna, and several others gasped in horror. Drifter closed his eyes. So that was why Merida was feeling down these past few days. She must have felt it coming. But even Ran and Yuki hadn't noticed anything wrong until it was too late. The blue-haired girl must have made an effort to behave normally. She probably didn't want to spend her last days surrounded by pity. That last thought connected to something else in Drifter's brain. Ran and Yuki were sad Merida had passed away. Heartbroken, even. But they hadn't been surprised. Which was normal. They had been friends for many years, from what they said. They knew Merida was sick and that it was fatal. But what if? Ran. Yuki. Was Merida the only one? Or are you two sick as well? More gasps. Drifter stared hard at the sisters, and saw that flash of unwillingness he knew too well. Brain tumors are contagious, Drifter. Yuki stuttered and Ran tried to play it off badly. The fake smirk with trembling lips fooled no one, and Yuna's grip on his arm was almost painful now. Silica, Asuna, and Nautilus blinked away tears. The rest were just stunned. Yuki-chan. Ran-chan. Argo waded through the water to grab the twins into a bone-crushing hug. Ran held her at arm's length. She was smiling now, but there was no mirth in her eyes. Like I said, we should have told you. We were just afraid of what you would say. And there was really nothing anyone could do. She shook her head. Yuki reached over to hold her sister's hand. Yes, Drifter. We are sick, both of us. We have AIDS. Silence. It didn't sound quite as lethal as Merida's brain tumor, but from the way Ran spoke, it was clear it was just as terminal. Drifter covered his eyes with his hand, and sighed. Today was just not a good day. Chapter 119, The Sleeping Nights, 2. Acquired Immune Deficiency Syndrome. AIDS. It was a disease that was rarely lethal by itself. Just a slight fever during the initial infection, and then nothing for a long time, in most cases. Years at a time, with the patient none the wiser. And all this while, the virus was destroying your immune system. What killed an AIDS-afflicted patient were other diseases. Opportunistic infections, cancer. The kind of diseases that you either wouldn't get normally, or could fight off easily. But because your immune system was in shambles, even a simple cold could be fatal. And Ran and Yuki had AIDS. It probably wasn't a coincidence that both twins suffered from it. They had probably contracted it from their mother. When they were still in the womb, during childbirth, or breastfeeding. Whatever it was early on, which meant Ran and Yuki had been living with the disease for 14 years. Drifter was no expert, but he knew that was an abnormally long time for someone born with AIDS to survive. He remembered seeing in one of the many AIDS prevention campaigns that the mortality rate for children afflicted with AIDS below 2 years old was more than 50%. And that was only if they received the best antiviral treatments from early on. Those who didn't get treatment didn't make it that far. Raising his head, Drifter looked around. Most of the Reavers were looking lost and hurt. Some probably knew better what the disease was, others just the basics. The majority of them, Drifter included, were too young to remember a time when AIDS and HIV weren't at least somewhat controlled in Japan. Agile's face showed he knew just how scary the disease was. Shit, Ran, Yuki. I'm sorry. When were you infected? Yeah. Maybe it was insensitive of Agile to ask such a straightforward question. Rude, even. But the twins looked open to answer. Almost eager. Just like Merida, they didn't want pity. Probably had received enough of that in the real world already. Ran smiled ruefully. The shock of losing Merida was washing away. Even if it was by replacing it with a topic just as grim. The day we were born. There was a complication, and they had to do a cesarean to get me and Yuki out. More things went wrong, and they had to do a blood transfusion. It was contaminated with HIV. Fuck, I thought this kind of thing was dealt with after that scandal in the 80s. We heard about it even back in the US. Agile rubbed his face. Drifter vaguely remembered studying this in school, but it was one of those topics that the teachers didn't spend a lot of time on, since it was a black mark in the country's history. It was before knowledge about HIV, its transmission methods and prevention became mainstream. Lots of hemophiliac patients had contracted AIDS due to contaminated blood, and, in the late 80s, filed a massive lawsuit against the government. Apparently it had been a topic even in international media, if Agile heard of it before he came to Japan. Ran and Yuki were too young for that, obviously, but the same thing had happened to them. Poor girls. How bad is it? Again, the same smile. The curl of the lips of someone who was resigned to their fate. We can't move. Pretty much the only part of us that's still functional is our brains. That's why we turn to virtual reality. It's the only place we can do anything. Live. No one said anything. They just stared at Ran, but the older twin simply smiled, and Yuki took over. At some moment Sinan had pulled the younger girl to her lap, and now had her head buried in Yuki's back. If she was crying, nobody mentioned it. Full dive technology was a blessing for us. The first game we played was called Serene Garden. More than a game, it was a meeting place for people in the same situation as us. Not necessarily HIV positive, but terminally ill patients. Sergier was meant to be a virtual hospice, and there were always caretakers, and we had to be careful of strenuous activities even. If it was VR, but for us who hadn't been able to go outside since we were born, and who hadn't been able to leave the bed since we were 8, it was paradise. We could talk to other people, our bodies didn't hurt all the time, and we could meet our families without it having to be through a window so they didn't hurt us by mistake. We couldn't experience the real world on our own, so virtual reality became our real world. It was also where we met Merida. And also a lot of other people. We were even thinking of forming a guild. The Sleeping Knights. Because we never left the bed, haha. The sisters took turns speaking, and it hurt to hear them. Because no matter how cheerful they tried to sound, the undercurrent of sadness was too strong. Merida wasn't the first friend you lost, was she? Surprising everyone, even herself, Sachi was the one who spoke. The girl was mortified when she realized it, and opened her mouth to speak again. Then stopped. Somehow, apologizing seemed wrong. Ran nodded gratefully. Sometimes people would log out of Serene Garden, and just never come back. Some of them moved elsewhere to get treatment, some just didn't like virtual reality. And some died. She was so casual about it. She sounded exactly like a frontliner. Only, she had been fighting a battle bigger than SAO, and for much longer. Nautilus gave up all pretenses and hugged Ran. How did you come to Sword Art Online from this Serene Garden? We call it CRGA for short. And we played a bunch of games. Really, anything we could convince the doctors to let us try. There was an Ancient Kingdoms one where we were generals. Oh, and that weird one where we were bugs, remember, sis? Ugh. I didn't want to, Yuki. Playing that was the worst decision we ever made. Even more than SAO. Ah. But you were the cutest caterpillar, Ran. Drifter couldn't help himself. He snorted, and then coughed, trying to hide his laughter. But the others were also struggling to hold it in when they imagined the stoic swordswoman that was Ran as a chubby purple caterpillar. Yuna looked green at the idea of a game all about bugs. Argo was the first to break. The info broker broke out in mad giggles, and the dam burst. Maybe it was because all the tension bled out in a single moment, but it took much longer than it should have for the Reavers to get themselves under control. No one mentioned Merida's death or the sister's illness again. In an unspoken agreement, they moved on to safer, happier topics. Of course, the notion that at any moment Ran or Yuki could drop dead still hang over their heads. It wouldn't ever go away. And it was bound to happen someday, they all knew it. There was no cure for AIDS. Clearly Ran and Yuki were already receiving the best care they could in the real world. They certainly couldn't do anything from inside the game. So they did as the SAO players had already learned, if you couldn't control it, move on. Until a certain member of the Reavers whom they had all forgotten about raised her hand. Kismel tilted her head. What's this real world you were talking about? Kayaba turned away from what was certain to be a very interesting discussion. Cardinal was recording everything, and he would go through it later. For sure, he did not envy the Reavers who had to explain to the Dark Elf Kismel. The former NPC and now an unclassified mix of a player and virtual entity, what the real world was, or that Aincrad was simply a virtual creation, and that she wasn't real. Except of course she was real. Good luck to them. They should have been more careful when talking in front of her if they didn't want to go down that path. For now, Kaiba had bigger worries. The internet was in a frenzy following Merida's death. Drifter's trip to the Monument of Life and the subsequent discovery of how the girl perished had many around the world clamoring to know who had pulled the nerve gear off her head. The true cause of Merida's death and the sisters Ran and Yuki's disease was still a secret. For obvious reasons, the hot spring was considered a private location, so the transmissions had cut off when they entered the building. The netizens were left hanging, and they didn't like that. Kaiba couldn't care less. What he did care about was that one of his players had died due to external influences. That had been acceptable on the first day of SAO, when the world didn't know the rules yet. Now it wasn't. Cardinal, I want a thorough research of the background of every player. All of them. If there are any others in similar situations to players Ran and Yuki, where they could die for reasons outside of Sword Art Online, I want to know immediately. Understood, sir. The system answered, but Kayaba was already getting up. He walked around the neatly organized room, opened the door, and climbed the stairs. This was the first time in weeks that he paused his 24/7 overarching of Sword Art Online. The first time in weeks he left the room. The light hurt his eyes. Aki? Is this? No, it's still early, isn't it? They just out to floor 16. The scientist looked up. A petite woman was sitting on a couch, nursing a cup of coffee. She had short, straight black hair, and was in her mid-20s. Kujiro Rinko. The only one who stood by him despite everything. His lover, who held his hand even through all his selfish pursuits. Kayaba kept the same blank expression he always had. He didn't know how to smile. Rinko! How are the Medicuboid prototypes coming along? Short and straight to the point, that was Akihiko Kayaba. Her lover had never put any pretenses, and Rinko was used to it, and she loved him anyway. Despite everything he did. She knew he was wrong, a monster, and that she was the same for aiding him. But he needed her, more desperately than he would ever know. Well, we are nearing the end of the first testing phase. We'll need to get in touch with hospitals soon to enter the practical testing phase. Do it soon. Got it. But why the hurry now? Shouldn't you be getting ready to enter SAO soon? There are only 4 more floors. Cardinal will take care of everything. And a player just died due to health issues. A brain tumor. There are at least 2 more. Cardinal will fill you in on the details. No external factors are allowed to influence SAO. Only Kayaba would have the gall to talk about terminal diseases as if they were something he could look down upon and squash under his feet. Rinko just nodded. She knew Kayaba hated lengthy talks when he could avoid it by delegating to his AI. Furthermore, Sword Art Online was Kayaba's project, the Medicuboid was hers. Rinko was the more interested party in this development, so of course it was up to her to chase after it. I'll contact them using the Foundation, your name won't be mentioned. That probably wouldn't go very well at the moment. But Aki, you know the Medicuboid is still being developed, there are a lot of things I have to fix before it's done. And even then, it can't stop death, only delay it while making it less agonizing. Rinko spoke, already procuring a tablet to search for news about the dead player. Cardinal had a whole document ready and already delivered to her, but Merida's death was first-page news around the world, even if the details were obscured. There were plenty of theories being flung around, some close to the truth, while others couldn't be further. Kayaba featured in quite a few, which said he had disconnected Merida himself for a myriad of reasons. When Rinko looked up again, Kayaba was already going back to his room. In response to her last statement, he lifted his hand and waved without looking back. I'm already working on something. Simple like that. As if Kayaba just had to sit down, type a code, and stop the sick players from dying. The weirdest thing was, Rinko believed him. Because her lover was many things, but not a liar nor a quitter. If he said he was working on something, then he was. And he would continue trying until he made it work. He never gave up. That was one of the reasons she loved him. Chapter 121 Man Show. A dark cloud hung over Reaver's Requiem for the rest of the 16th floor. Jokes could only dodge the issue for so long, and even the awkwardness of explaining to Kismal about the real and virtual world wasn't enough to make them forget Merida's death, nor it should. Even so, while they grieved the loss of one of their own, Reaver's Requiem was out in the wilderness or the ocean in this floor's case the next morning. Merida was dead, but SAO continued. One definite effect Merida's death had on the players, other than the somber mood that reigned over them for a while, was how closely Sinan and Nautilus were sticking to the twins. They weren't cuddling them all the time, only on occasion, but neither of them was ever too far from Yuki and Ran. It wasn't pity. The sisters didn't want any of that, and the Reavers respected them too much to do so. But the reveal that there was a metaphorical blade hanging over their heads, which could drop at any moment, was possibly even harder to take in than Merida's death. But like with anything, they got used to it. Humans had incredible adaptability. People lived in war zones and had their afternoon tea to the sounds of firearms and bombs. Frontliners saw people die, froze for a second, mourned for a day, then shook themselves and carried on. The disappearance of one of Reaver's Requiem's oldest and foremost players didn't go unnoticed, and it didn't take long for the other frontliner guilds to find out the reason. Furinkazan, the Legend Braves, Shivada, Lytton, and many others offered their consolations, which the Reavers gracefully accepted, but declined to talk further. It was still in a bad mood that Reaver's Requiem found themselves in front of the 16th floor's boss room. Drifter was going to take out all his frustrations on the creature on the other side of the door. It chose the wrong floor to be the boss of. The Spearmaster looked around. Reaver's Requiem was the only guild with a reduced number of members. Not only had the frontliners not lost anyone else on this floor, but the assault team as a whole had swelled up to almost 130 players. The increase in numbers didn't mean the standards had been lowered, however. If anything, the bar had been set higher than before. Merida had been an elite even amongst the assault team, and her loss reminded the recruiters just what exactly they needed to look for in prospective frontliners. Of course, getting another player on Merida's level wasn't just hard, but close to impossible. No one would say it out loud since it was bad for interguild relationships, but the broadsword user had been worth 4 players on her own. Still, the new recruits could give the likes of Chuchulain, Beowulf, Isin, Kunamitz, and the others from the Legend Braves and Furinkazan, except Kellen and Orlando, a run for their money. They were all accomplished clearers, most having moved up from subguilds to the main ALS and DKB groups. 130 frontliners. Drifter doubted the assault team would ever get larger than that. At some point, too many people was just as bad as too few. Besides, players had mostly forgotten about the 10th floor disaster since it had been quite a few months, but the 20th floor was around the corner. That was another heavy weight on the leading frontliners' minds. Drifter could see it behind Kirito and Asuna's tired expressions when they talked about the future, on Yuna and Argo's closed faces when they overheard some low-level player complaining the assault team was too slow. No later than the 19th floor, a meeting about floor 20 would have to be called. If Lind and Kibu didn't do it first, then Drifter would talk to Kirito about it. Strategy aside, the main thing they had to discuss about the 20th floor was what to do when not if someone died. What to do when frontliners were killed in the boss fight. There's smoke coming out of your ears, Drifter. What got you thinking so hard? A hand clapped him on the shoulder, and Drifter spun to face Shivada. The DKB fighter appeared relaxed, but the Spearmaster easily spotted the tension underneath his calm exterior. The 20th floor. My mind was just wandering. There ain't much we can do about independent players other than warn them to be careful, but we need to come up with a way to prevent anyone from dying in the boss fight. And countermeasures if we fail to do that. But I hate having to imagine scenarios where people die. Shivada nodded, then shook his head. The idea of death wasn't what made any frontliner lose their sleep. It was the image of a guildmate, friend, family, dying that did. And worse, coming up with scenarios where someone you cared about perished, and you had to ignore it and keep fighting. Think about the boss in front of you now, Drifter. We can pull our hair about the 20th floor later. Don't make a mistake because you are distracted. Despite everything, Drifter scoffed and rolled his eyes. He wouldn't still be alive if he couldn't compartmentalize and focus. Smacking Shivada on the thigh with the shaft of his spear, he jerked his head at the doors. Let's sushi this fish. That's what I'm talking about. A smile found its way to Shivada's hardened face, and Drifter's own lips curled up in a grin. Someone had to climb Aincrad, and that someone was them. The worst that could happen was dying along the way. But they would go down swinging. To your positions, everyone. We are going. It was Lin's turn to lead the raid, and Shivada returned to his guild leader's side. Reaver's Requiem fell in formation, Shigeo and Wolf covering the gap left by Merida. The assault team pushed past the doors, and Drifter allowed his gaze to wander for a second. The scouting party had already shown the room once, but it was still an impressive sight. Green torches flickered to life, revealing the broken and forgotten remains of a sunken palace. Starfish, corals, and algae hung from the walls and statues of long-dead warriors. The ceiling above their heads was a dome of water, and fish and other sea creatures could be seen swimming, none the wiser to the battle that was about to start underneath them. The giant figure of Neptune, the Sea Watcher sitting upon his crumbling throne, completed the picture. The 15-meter-tall fishman watched the players enter the room with disinterest. A webbed hand supported his chin. The other fiddled around with a rusty trident, each prong the size of a person. Now, Drifter wasn't someone who usually cared for the lore of a floor, but the treasure hunt mechanic of the 16th floor forced him to learn it, and he would admit that it was quite engaging. Neptune was the guardian of a lost civilization, sunk to the seabed for angering the gods. The murals they found while digging for clues to the labyrinth entrance depicted the rise and fall of Neptune's kingdom, and Drifter felt like he was in an Indiana Jones movie. If it weren't for his other worries, Drifter probably would have enjoyed it a lot more. Engaging or not, it didn't change the fact that Drifter was going to vent out all his negative feelings on the floor boss. Neptune was still dramatically getting up from his throne when Drifter's spear flew towards his face, hitting him right in the forehead. "Crap, I was aiming for the eye. That's why you should stop trying to steal my job, Drifter. Go play with your pointy stick." Her bow and arrows glowing pink, Sinon drew 2 arrows and fired them together with one of her new skills. The arrows spun around each other during flight, before splitting away at the last moment to nail both of Neptune the Sea Watcher's eyes. "Arg! How dare lowly landbound worms invade my sacred palace and wound me? I will bring down the wrath of the storm god upon you." Unlike many of the other bosses, Neptune actually talked. Unfortunately for him, no one cared. Players were already cutting at his ankles by the time he finished his scripted dialogue. Drifter had recovered his spear and was darting around the room, stabbing Neptune whenever he stomped close. Considering his aggro was locked on him and Sinon since they were the first to attack the boss, that was quite often. With Yuna's songs as background music and empowering his blows, Drifter switched up Valork so the tank could absorb a trident swing for him, before rushing back into rip into Neptune the Sea Watcher with vertical end title sequence. "Above!" A shout from Kismel warned him, and Drifter dove to the left without even looking up, just barely avoiding a giant webbed hand that wanted to squash him. An edge vaulting nailed said hand to the ground, and Drifter smirked coldly as the assault team took advantage of the short moments during which the boss was pinned down to empty one of his health bars. Boss or not, Neptune was just one, and the frontliners were many. He roared and cursed the players again after he managed to free his hand, but all he got for his troubles were more arrows sticking off his face and more blades slashing his body. Second phase. Tanks to the front. Title players, time to earn your keep. Drifter scowled at Lin's words. He didn't like being put on a pedestal. But he did his part without mouthing off. When Neptune the Sea Watcher stabbed with his trident again, a column of water fell from the ceiling, ignoring all laws of physics to coil around the weapon. It looked remarkably like a sea serpent or an eel. Then the boss swung the trident like a baseball bat, and jets of water exploded off of it in all directions. Shavada, Litten, Valork, and the other tanks blocked most of them. 3 of the remaining water jets came towards Reaver's Requiem. Indomitable Knight Nautilus took care of one. He stumbled back from the force, but stayed on his feet, water splashing all around him and drenching Nautilus, Kismel, Silica, Ran, Yuki, and a few others. The second jet went in Agile and Kirito's direction. The merchant warrior and black swordsman dashed at it instead of away, and there was a collective gasp from the viewers when they swung their weapons and smashed the pillar of water apart. Drifter one-upped them. The third and last water jet flew at him, and he held his ground. His spear low to the ground, he took a deep breath before swinging. The pillar of water stopped for a fraction of a second, before it continued rushing forward, unstoppable. It advanced maybe 10 more meters before it lost form and crashed, leaving 2 wet trails and Drifter perfectly dry in the middle. Skyrender. Drifter's newest skill. It was comparable to Comet Break in power, but instead of dashing to gain momentum, he needed to stay still to accumulate power, before delivering a single slash. Did you just cut that in half? Are you insane, Drifter? What if that went wrong? There were two very different sets of reactions after the Reavers picked their jaws off the floor. Kirito and Agile, drenched like dogs caught in the rain, they had not been as successful as Nautilus in staying up after blocking their water column, were beyond impressed. Yuna was mad. But Drifter gave her a childish smirk which disarmed her completely. Later she described it as unfairly cute. I wanted to try that since I saw the boss using that skill against the scouting party. The rest of the raid was both a blur and a slow-motion movie to Drifter, right up to the end. He fought with a certain detached coldness. Neptune was just another monster to be cut down. Nothing more, nothing less. If you asked him later, the Spearmaster would be able to give a play-by-play of everything he did, but at the time he was moving mostly on instinct and being reactive. What everyone could agree on, however, was that Broken Spear Drifter was, without a doubt, the star of the raid. Cutting the boss attack in half wasn't even the most impressive thing he did in that battle. That prize would have to go to when he narrowly dodged another hand slam and countered with a horizontal that severed Neptune's hand. To close off what had basically become a one-man show, Drifter finished off Neptune the Sea Watcher by carving a series of lines on his chest with tornado and horizontal arc. Spinning his spear, Drifter safely tucked it away on its sheath on his back. Then he turned around to find all of the assault team staring at him. What the hell was that, Drifter? Did you take steroids, man? If so, gimme some. That was out of this world. Drifter just stared back at Orlando and Klein, unsure of what they were talking about. He knew he was in tip-top form today, but surely it wasn't that amazing? At least, that was what he thought, right until Dragon Knight Lind of all people complimented him. I know I told the title players to earn their keep, but you didn't need to take it so seriously, Drifter. You made the rest of us look bad. Haha. There was stunned silence for a good 30 seconds, before someone laughed awkwardly. Kibu the challenger. Then everyone had a new target to stare at. Drifter turned to Yuna and mouthed, "What is happening?" She responded, "No idea." Chapter 121, 19th floor. The 17th and 18th floors of Aincrad were quite dull compared to the emotional roller coaster that was the 16th floor. They were hill and forest-themed floors respectively, the main twist on both being the tunnels players could explore, and which dwarves used to get around the two floors without having to go through the tower. Incidentally, the 18th floor also marked the end of the Dwarf Questline campaign. The boss had been a humongous rock slime, which was much more terrifying than it sounded. Still, the frontliners had managed to get through both floors without losses. In fact, the player deaths were at an all-time low, which only left the assault team even more nervous about the coming 20th floor. It felt like the prelude to a huge battle. The calm before the storm, as they said. But before they could confirm whether their premonitions were right or wrong, the players had to beat the 19th floor. And Drifter had to say, what he saw when they first stepped into the floor didn't bode well. That's a bad omen if I ever saw one. Shut up, whoever said that. It was a sign of how on edge the frontliners were that Kibu barked at a DKB player and Lin didn't immediately fight him. The Dragon Knight was too preoccupied scanning the dead trees and black soil. Kirito, I don't like the look of that mist. Me neither. Kibu, Lind, Klein, Orlando, I vote for moving as one group to the settlement. Aincrad Liberation Squad, Dragon Knight Brigade, Furinkazan, Legend Braves, and Reaver's Requiem were the 5 most important guilds in the assault team, even if not all by size, considering Furinkazan and the Legend Braves only had a party's worth of members each, but by the strength of their members. Whatever they decided, usually the other frontliners followed. This was where Kibu and Lin would usually argue and say they didn't need anyone's help, and set off on their own, leaving the other 3 of the big 5 to go together. But this floor was very unsettling. Ait. We'll take point. Lind? The rear is ours. Kirito? Kirito nodded to Lind and Kibu, glad they were on the same page for once. Truth was, after the 10th floor both of the guild leaders had mellowed out a lot. If they still fought, well, that was just their personality. Orlando, Klein, you got some fast guys, take one side each, eyes open. Reaver's Requiem will be spread out, help wherever it's needed. Drifter, if you would do the honors. The Spearmaster flipped a jaunty salute to his guild leader, diminishing some of the tension. Then he turned to the rest of the assault team, who were watching the higher-ups discuss, and shouted as the chosen spokesperson of the leadership group. Everyone, this floor looks nasty, so we are all gonna move together. Keep your eyes peeled, stay on your toes, and all that. There's not much that can threaten us in a group this big, but we are low on supplies, and if this isn't prime assassin-type mob's territory, then I don't know what is. We don't want anyone getting picked off cause they got complacent. Remember the 10th floor. This is SAO. Don't take it lightly. There were tight nods and curt grunts of agreement to the announcement. Doubtlessly, each frontliner was very willful and at least a little, sometimes a lot, arrogant. This was inevitable. They were Aincrad's elites, and they risked their lives every day. They were allowed a little entitlement. But by the same logic, they knew better than anyone just how dangerous SAO was. Being able and willing to put aside their personal feelings and work together was a requirement for survival. The dry black soil crunched under the boots of 130 players, a low and unending rumbling sound that only added to the eerie atmosphere. Mist swirled around the trunks and through the branches of dead trees. Other than the sounds the players made, there was no other noise. No insects chirping, no birds singing, no animals running. Not the sound of wind rustling through leaves or the gurgling of running streams. Stop! One of the ALS players at the front held up their hand, and the assault team stopped dead in their tracks. The silence was deafening. Drifter instinctively used searching in the direction he was looking. At first he didn't see anything. Then his gaze caught just the barest hints of red denoting a monster. It's fast. Floating. A wraith? As likely as anything else. Arrow Huntress, can you hit it? Don't call me that, Kibu the Challenger. I have a name. And yes, I can, so get out of the way. Kibu scowled, but he deserved it. He knew Sinan didn't like anyone other than the Reavers calling her by the title, and somehow it always sounded like he was mocking her when he said it. Sinan knocked an arrow on her bow, and paused for a second and a half with it at full draw. Then she loosened her fingers, and the glowing yellow arrow flew through the trees, avoiding every single branch along the way. The frontliners followed the glow through the mist with their gaze, and their eyes widened when they saw it curve around a tree to hit the mob. Whatever it was, it didn't make a sound even after getting struck. Sinan definitely hit it though, because Reaver's Requiem's status suddenly changed to in combat. That, and the monster lunged at Sinan. It made maybe about 30 meters from her before getting cut down by no less than 8 ALS players, 2 others of Sinan's arrows, and a serpent coil impaled by Drifter. The Spearmaster recalled his weapon and glanced at Sinan. Someone leveled up their mastery. Homing arrow. I got it on the 17th floor but didn't really have a reason to use it. I was hoping to eye you all. Did it work? The archer gave one of her rare smiles, and Yuki took the chance to steal a kiss. It did, love. But conceit doesn't look good on you. The dumbfounded look on Sinan's face was worth any punishment Yuki would get later, Drifter thought. It left the Reavers in stitches and any other player who heard the exchange holding their stomach in laughter. If y'all are done, we got the name of the mob. We did too, Kibu. That's a creepy one. Want to share it with the rest of the class? You killed it so quickly we couldn't even get a good look at it. Klein shouted, and Kibu waved his hand before sharing the information of the mob with the rest of the assault team. Hero's Ghost. It has an apostrophe in the name. That's usually reserved for bosses. But it didn't seem that strong. I don't think any mob is meant to have a dozen players attacking it at the same time. You don't. This one is like the Myconid Queen of Embers, do you? Did it drop stuff? Let the next one go through so we can get a better look, ALS. Dieter winced at the jumbled voices. One of the disadvantages of clearing maps in such a large group was communication. It was very hard to understand anything when 100+ people all talked at once. Alright, quiet everyone. Shut it. No, it's not like the Myconid Queen, it gave EXP and dropped some mats and junk. Whoever said to let one in, you got it. Kibu, we'll surround the next one and analyze patterns. Don't see why we have to waste more time here. We should just get to the city. The spiky-haired ALS guild leader grumbled, and Drifter rolled his eyes. Not you too, Kibu. We are all gonna have to gather intel later, or buy it from Argo. Might as well get it out of the way while we are all together. That was clearly an ambush-type mob. This is safer. Not even Kibu could argue with that. While dispatching the hero's ghost might have seemed easy, that was only because of how many people were attacking it at the same time, and the fact that both Sinon and Drifter were well matched against it since they had ranged attacks. If one managed to sneak up on an unsuspecting party, the result would be very different. This portion of the floor seemed to be sparsely populated by mobs, as it took more than 5 minutes before they ran into another one. And the hero's ghost gave the frontliners quite a scare, as that one was only discovered when they got much closer. It thoroughly drove home the point that Drifter had been trying to make. It still was killed before being able to attack even once, no way around it with over 100 players gathered, but it would have caused trouble to a single party. At least this time around they were able to properly see the mob. And it was no wonder the hero's ghosts were so hard to spot. They were almost transparent, and very similar in appearance to vengeful wraiths and similar mobs from floors below. If Drifter had to point out a difference, it would be that the hero's ghosts carried a variety of weapons, all ghostly-like, and were quite adept with all of them. Now over 9 months into SAO, Drifter had experience fighting enemies with all kinds of weapons. Swords, shields, spears, maces, axes, hammers, daggers, gauntlets, and many more, so the collection of armaments the hero's ghost used didn't daunt him. The main problem was still their ambushing habit. It was a weary group that reached the 19th floor's main city, Rauberg. They had already fought one floor boss today, and then had to deal with constant assassination attempts on their way to the settlement. All the assault team members wanted was to sit down inside the safe zone and rest. Even take a nap, or maybe a trip down to the hot springs. That would be nice. Instead, they split up, and Reaver's Requiem made their way towards the main plaza every city had. They were to activate the teleporter, and Drifter and Yuna had volunteered to stay there while the others replenished their supplies and explored Rauberg, to warn clearers and other players of the dangers of the floor. I'm already tired just from thinking how much work this floor is gonna be. We'll just have to plow through like we always do, Yun. I just hope the field boss isn't like the hero's ghost stuff. The songstress shuddered and clenched Drifter's hand as they made their way towards the teleporter. Uck! Now that's a terrifying thought. Here we are. Teleporter. Activate. Putting her hand on the structure, this one looked like 2 semicircles overlapped at odd angles. Yuna activated Rauberg's teleporter. Almost immediately, people started to come through. The couple recognized many of them as clearers. Argo was also one of the first to step out of the device. Heya, Dribu, Yu-chan. How are ya? We're doing fine, Argo. Hold on a sec please. Everyone, a minute of your attention. Yuna hugged the info broker, and Drifter shouted before players started to drift away. Heads turned in his direction, and he heard whispers of broken spear. Drifter. Rolling his eyes, he started speaking. Before you set out to explore the floor, the assault team wanted to give everyone a warning. The floor is full of assassin-type mobs, and the terrain is tailor-made for them. The entire assault team came here together, and they still managed to sneak up on us, even with Arrow Huntress Sinon on the lookout. Be careful. That was all he had to say, and several players nodded their thanks before walking away. Drifter was exaggerating a little, but it was better to have the clearers be too careful than not cautious enough. The Spearmaster repeated the warning a few more times, with almost the same exact words, until the flow of players coming from the teleporter slowed down to a trickle. Stepping back, he saw Yuna and Argo sitting on a bench. The songstress was diddling on her harp while the rat was furiously typing away. Drifter could only assume she was already gathering information from her contacts in the assault team and working on her guide. Thanks for the help, Songbird. I really don't know what I would have done if you weren't there by my side. Yuna merely stuck out her tongue in response to Drifter's sarcastic remark. You had it well in hands, Drift, and Argo is cuter. You know Sinan's gonna get you for using her title, right? Only if one of you tells her. And she does have the highest mastery of searching in SAO, so it's a little bit her fault I have to use her as an example. I'll believe it when you tell her that to her face. Yuna raised an eyebrow and snorted, but Drifter didn't bite the bait. He wedged himself between the songstress and the info broker, kissing Yuna's cheek to show he was joking, and throwing an arm over Argo's shoulder because he knew that annoyed her. What are you working on, little rat? Nunya your business, Dri boo. You stink, go away. Oi! Argo shoved him into Yuna, and Drifter grabbed her in a headlock while the songstress yelped. She raised her fist and started smacking him when someone giggled, giving them pause. Griselda, hi. And the rest of your guild too. Golden Apple, right? Hello, you three. And yes, Yuna. We thought we would come explore the new floor. Ha ha ha. I never thought I would see this side of songstress Yuna, Broken Spear Drifter, and Argo the Rat. Drifter looked up and saw Griselda with a smile on her face. The rest of her guild was behind here, appearing much more uncomfortable. Her husband Grimlock especially. His eyes were hidden under his hat, but Drifter could feel his piercing gaze. Keynes and Schmidt and Drifter honestly didn't remember the others' names. But they were all jittery. All of the guild members seemed incredibly tense. The gazes they kept exchanging, and how they looked away immediately when certain pairs of eyes met. Drifter was familiar with the sight. Golden Apple was breaking. He shrugged. It was none of his business. Hey, Griselda, Grimlock, everyone. And we are just human, Griselda. By the way, I'll give you the same warning I gave the others. Careful on this floor. The mobs are all ambushers. Always have someone with searching on, or you might walk into them before realizing they are there. Griselda sobered up fast, and thanked Drifter. He waved it off. A large portion of why Drifter fought was still because he wanted to escape. But he also wanted to free everyone else. Any information that helped to avoid deaths, he would share freely, much less a simple warning. We'll get going then. It's always good to see you too. Goodbye to you as well, info broker Argo. Bah, drop the formalities, Greechon. Yuchan and this idiot over here seem to like you, so you're alright on my book. Golden Apple wandered away, just another coincidental meeting. So why was it Drifter couldn't stop his frown? His two female companions seemed to be having the same reaction. So that's Golden Apple, Don't like it. Me neither. They were never a cheerful bunch other than Griselda, but today I could practically see unhappiness radiating from them. Grimlock was glaring at us. Drifter just said that, his gaze still locked on the direction Golden Apple had left. Yuna shifted to lean a little more into him. I don't know what Griselda sees in him. He creeps me out. Not, Liz, and the others too, I know. Drifter pulled his girlfriend closer. They are married in real life, Songbird. Plus, SAO changed everyone. Griselda is pushing forward. Grimlock and the others aren't. Yup. They're gonna disband, no doubt about that. Give it a few more weeks at most. Wanna make a bet, Dri boo? Nope, I already owe you enough COR as it is. There are Kata and the others. Let's grab them and get going. Chapter 122 We are frontliners. Argo the Rat watched Drifter and Yuna walk away with the new additions to Reaver's Requiem in tow. Kata and his group weren't the best, but they were good people, and they were being trained by the best. That amounted to something. Lowering her gaze to her menu again, Argo resumed her work. She was combing through dozens of reports at the same time. Most were just from frontliners trying to make a quick buck by giving vague descriptions of the 19th floor and the hero's ghosts. Argo classified those as third-rate informants. Not someone she would ever give priority when buying or selling intel, but still necessary because they were the bulk of her network. Argo took her job very seriously. Lives depended on it. Used to be 10.000, now they were down to just 7.262. That was a number she knew by memory. It diminished each day. Which was why she paid her third-rate informants even if their intel was half-assed and virtually identical. The latter was actually what she liked to see. Conflicting reports were a mess. Dozens of messages saying the same? That meant the intel was solid. Then Argo moved to her second-rate informants. The Legend Braves and Furingtazon were in that group, as well as another portion of the frontliners and clearers. She was currently going through one of Kirito's messages which described the appearance and fighting patterns of the hero's ghost. The boy was updating her in real time if the bursts of messages followed by periods of silence were any indicator. Second-rate informants were much more thorough, and their intel much more reliable. They weren't so much after the COR she could pay them, as sharing what they considered necessary information for survival. Drifter and Kirito Reaver's Requiem as a whole, really Shivana, Litten, and even Kibu and Lin to an extent were all second-rate informants. The reason they weren't considered first-rate in her internal classification wasn't because she distrusted them. Quite the opposite, especially when it came to Reaver's Requiem. There was no one she trusted more than Drifter and Kirito. But they were still second-rate, because they weren't Fumaningdom. The role-players, as distasteful as they could be sometimes, were the only ones in Argo's first-rate informants list. The Rad had reached an agreement with Akari. Fumaningdom were her eyes and ears in Aincrad. And while they might not bring in as much information about mobs and quests as frontliners and clearers did, there was one major reason they were first-rate. Fumaningdom was the dark side of Argo's trade. The side she didn't mention to her friends because they wouldn't approve. Maybe Drifter would, after Mort. He was accompanied by Akari then, after all. Argo employed Fumaningdom to do all kinds of dirty stuff. Invasion of privacy by eavesdropping on conversations and stalking were the most harmless ones. She had Fumaningdom players constantly acquire orange status so they could enter outlaw zones. She had them tail red players in hopes of discovering their identities and hideouts. She had them intimidate people who bullied low-level players. Yeah, she wasn't looking forward to the day Kirito and the others found out. Asuna would fly off the handle. Drifter probably already suspected something. He knew Akari, and he was a lot more perceptive than he let on. Akari didn't have any reports for her right now. But maybe Argo had a job for her. So she paused, hesitated, and in the end typed a message. She didn't like the look of Golden Apple. Not at all. Most of the members looked like they had already given up. One looked ready to snap. And when a player snapped, it only ever went two ways. Either they jumped, or they dragged someone down. Drifter was distracted. Which was very hypocritical of him after all the speeches he delivered today about staying attentive being key to surviving the 19th floor. But he couldn't help it. Grimlock had glared at him throughout their entire short meeting with Golden Apple. Not just stared hard, but tried to pierce a hole through him with his gaze. Now, Drifter wasn't a stranger to being glared at. He was headstrong and had made plenty of people unhappy during strategy meetings, Lind and Kibu being just two of the most blaring examples. He faced boss monsters who wanted nothing more than to smash him to a past, and who stared like it. But Grimlock's glare reminded him of one other, much more malicious. Only Mort had glared at him with so much animosity. Like they wanted him to drop dead just from their gaze. Which didn't make sense. First because Griselda's husband had no reason to hate him so much, and secondly because Grimlock was a coward. It was plain as day to Drifter. Grimlock was someone who should have been sequestered away in their room back in the town of beginnings, never having left the first floor. One of those players who didn't have the courage to take a single step outside of a safe zone, but also weren't brave enough to jump over Aincrad's edge. Every step Grimlock took was hesitant, every move he made full of fear. Grimlock hadn't left his room out of his own free will. He had been dragged away. And the only one who could do that was his wife, Griselda. But none of it explained why Grimlock hated Drifter. The Spearmaster thought back to his interactions with the older man. Truly, there weren't many. They had crossed paths a few times. It was inevitable, as there weren't that many clearers. But if they exchanged 10 words, it was too much. Drifter was fairly certain they hadn't gone past an introduction in their first meeting. So it wasn't something he did to Grimlock. And the only other connection between them was Griselda. He can't be jealous, can he? Jealousy made a bit more sense, but only because humans could be irrational. In reality, there was no reason why Grimlock should be suspicious of Drifter's and Griselda's relationship, because there wasn't one to begin with. The woman might seem close to him, but she was bubbly towards anyone. Surely Grimlock knew that, being married to her. What a headache. Hey, Drifter. Take your head out of the clouds, man. It's going towards you. Agile's yell was unnecessary. No matter how out of it Drifter was, he was never going to be caught off guard by a mere normal mob. Sting! Watching the hero's ghost's broadsword coming closer and closer to his face, Drifter allowed himself to fall backwards. The attack missed him by a mile, and he stabbed up, his spear piercing the mob under the jaw and coming out the back of its head. His back hit the ground, and Drifter lashed out with a martial arts, tendon snap without getting up. It struck the mob in its midsection, and the broadsword started to drop towards his chest. Drifter didn't blink. He smashed the butt of his spear with his palm, pushing it deeper into the mob's head. The fake dirty play staggered the hero's ghost for a fraction of a second. It was all Drifter needed. He rolled away, and the broadsword cut the ground where he had been laying. It was never lifted again. Tearing his spear free, Drifter spun it one-handed and beheaded the hero's ghost with a snap horizontal. Dusting off his clothes, Drifter stabbed his spear into the ground and raised an eyebrow. There were a lot of side-eye glances and outright stares being thrown in his direction. What? Something changed. Liz spoke. The blacksmith was giving him an appraising look, as if he were a new material and she hadn't quite yet figured out what to forge with it. Whatever are you talking about? You were always good, but the way you were fighting now is different. Unstoppable. Fluid. That's the only way I can describe it. Drifter considered her words for a moment, his gaze wandering towards Ran and Yuki. He saw the twins tense. He looked to his guild. Yuna and Nautilus. Kirito and Asuna. Sinon, Kismol, and Ferder. Agile, Wolf, and Shigeo. Liz, Silica, and Valork. Keita, Sachi, Sasamaru, Tetsuo, and Ducker. They were already missing some. More people are going to fall. But none of ours. We'll beat SAO. There was the customary silence that always followed declarations like that, until Rand shook her head. Merida wasn't anyone's fault, Drifter. We already went over this. I know. The same way it won't be our fault if your disease gets you or Yuki before we clear SAO. But we're getting to the top. All of us. No one dies. Rand looked at him with the same sardonic smile she always had when she didn't want to show emotion. The Spearmaster's gaze softened. He knew he was making an impossible promise, but he meant every word. What brought this on, Drifter? Nautilus questioned him, and Grimlock's glare entered his mind again. Yuna and I met Golden Apple when we went to activate the teleporter. They are going to crumble. Or they are going to die. And it reminded you of us? There was some incredulity in Sinan's voice, and Drifter allowed himself a bark of laughter. Not even close. Reaver's Requiem is as different from Golden Apple as it can be. They only have Griselda driving them forward. We. Drifter looked around, and his smile was answered with smirks and grins, from Silica to Agile, from Kismol to Yuki. They knew exactly what he was going to say. We are frontliners. This. Did your son always have that tendency to make chill-inducing statements at the drop of a hat, Kana? That's not the first time either. Look, the hairs on my arm are all standing up. And no. He did not. Ogawa Kana herself was still feeling goosebumps. Her Itsuki was always an outspoken and active kid, but he had never been this intense. Sword Art Online changed him, Ms. Hasaka. It changed all of them. The only thing I will ever be grateful to Akihiko Kaiba for is allowing us to witness those changes in real time. If my daughter woke up now and I hadn't been able to watch her and know what she had gone through, I don't know if I would recognize her. Argo's mother, Hasaka Miyochi, turned to the person who spoke, a tall and lanky man wearing thick glasses. He was also their host for this evening. Nonsense, Tetsuhiro-kun. Yuna will always be your daughter, songstress or not. And I already told you to call me Miyochi. Shigemura Tetsuhiro, the father of songstress Yuna, or Shigemura Yuna, as was her real name. The families of Reaver's Requiem had come to his house to watch today's floor boss raid. It was a very large house. It might even be accurate to call it a mansion. Kana and Genji's eyes had popped out when they first saw it and realized that, while their financial situation wasn't bad at all, their son was the one marrying into money. Yuna's mother was nowhere to be seen. Kana and Genji knew they would have to breach the subject at some moment, but they didn't have the courage to do it yet. There were no pictures of the woman in the house, and Tetsuhiro never mentioned her, nor did he wear a wedding band. Miyochi's right, Tetsuhiro. They were forced to grow up, but they will always be our little boys and girls. And change isn't bad. I never imagined Shino would turn out to be that way. But she moved on from the past. There's nothing that could make me happier. Asada Izumi, Sanon's mother, spoke softly. She was still very taciturn, but there was pride visible on the curl of her lips. She may have been shocked to find out her daughter was a lesbian, but she was being honest when she said nothing could make her happier. The girl now had several friends when before she had just one, and she was more confident and joyful than she had ever been since the incident in her childhood. Ha! I know you are right. I just can't help but think of the what-ifs. What if we only had their bodies in the hospital beds to watch over? And what if they had never put on the nerve gear? Or never met each other? Tetsuhiro rubbed his forehead, his mind somewhere else. Then he realized everyone was looking at him, and stuttered. I don't mean any offense, Kana, Genji. Both of you are wonderful. And while this isn't how I thought Yuna would find me a son-in-law, I would have blind to not see how good Drifter, that is, Itsuki, is to her. We understand, Tetsuhiro. Genji put a hand on Tetsuhiro's shoulder to stop him. He had gotten to know the other man fairly well in the last few months, and knew that Tetsuhiro tended to babble when he got nervous. He did convey what he was thinking, though. Tetsuhiro smiled in gratitude and glanced at the television again. He could see Drifter cutting down another monster from Yuna's POV. Learning his daughter was dating an older man had been a shock. The way it happened had been awkward. And he would be lying through his teeth if he said he wasn't a little uncomfortable about it at the start. But there was no way he could disapprove when it was clear how much they loved each other. It also helped that it was hard to dislike Drifter in general. Celebrities usually only showed a public facade, so there was no way of knowing how they truly were as people. That made it much easier to love and hate them. But the SAO players couldn't hide anything, whether they were frontliners or murderers. The world witnessed it all, save from the most intimate moments inside their rooms. Again, how could he dislike Drifter when all he saw was a young man who willingly risked his life every day? Who put it all on the line to save all the trapped players? Most importantly, he couldn't dislike the man his daughter loved. She had suffered too much already. He had caused her too much pain. And even then she had grown up to be a cheerful and loving person. She deserved true happiness. And if Drifter brought her that, then Tetsuhiro approved of him. Chapter 123, The True Monsters. Aincrad's fifth floor, Wilderness. Night had fallen in Aincrad. A few brave souls were still about, but most of the players had turned back to the safe zones to rest. Nights were dangerous in Aincrad. Mobs multiplied and went berserk more easily. And it was when Aincrad was shrouded in darkness that the true monsters of Sword Art Online came out. A lone figure was making their way through Aincrad's 5th floor. It was a man, afraid of his own shadow. He jumped at every little noise, and kept looking over his shoulder. He should have been looking in front of him. That way, maybe he would have seen the blade that came out of the darkness and left a vibrant red line across his neck. "Arg!" The man screamed and staggered back. The back of his knee hit a rock, and he fell over. When he scrambled to get up, he found out he couldn't move. The yellow lightning bolt symbol for paralysis appeared next to his depleted health on his HUD. Kiki. What do we have here? Did you lose your way? Jaya! Ha ha ha. Don't you know that night is when the wolves are about, little lamb? The attacker cackled madly, an insane laughter that left no doubts about the twisted mental state of the player. Wait. Don't kill me. Please. His hat lost somewhere in the darkness after he fell, Grimlock looked up at the mocking player, his eyes wide. He was beyond fear, especially as he watched the creepy red eyes hidden behind a mask, and the even redder cursor above the player's head. He was terrified. Ah! But I really want to cut you to pieces, though? How about I kill you just a little bit? Huh? What do you think, lost little lamb? The player raised his weapon, a blade so thin it was almost invisible in the surrounding darkness, if not for the cold glint when the moonlight shone on it. Those red eyes were like two bloody lanterns boring into Grimlock's mind. Please. I came here to find you. Oh. The blade that had been slowly descending to pierce Grimlock's body halted. The red player tilted their head curiously, and Grimlock quickly continued, knowing that convincing the murderer over him was the only path for survival. I heard you take J-jobs sometimes. See commissions. I have a one for you. I can pay. The red player stared at him for a long time, and Grimlock closed his eyes, waiting for the moment that blade pierced his heart. But after a long time, what hit his chest was a small vial. Paralysis heal? Drink it, little lamb. Then I'll take you to the boss. Grimlock almost couldn't believe his ears. He was saved. He was going to live. All his relief vanished when he saw the grin on the red player's face. Those teeth seemed ready to sink into his throat. Yeah. You better have a good story to tell, little lamb. I was just gonna skin ya alive. Boss is gonna have his fun. Kiki. Grimlock had started regretting his actions the moment he stepped out of the safe zone. Now, he was almost wishing someone would pull the nerve gear off his head so everything could be done with. But there was no medicine for regret in this world. By the way, little lamb, you do know who we are, right? The red player fixed Grimlock with another dead stare. He swallowed and forced himself to answer. Why yes. El Laughing Coffin, right? His only response was crazy laughter. Fumaningum didn't have many members. Only 23, in fact. Too few to form a thorough spying network for Argo the Rat. And the higher the players climbed, the more Aincrad expanded, and the harder it became. Because of that, Akari wasn't surprised when the subordinate she tasked with following Golden Apple reported that he had lost sight of some of the guild's members. Fumaningdom was already stretched thin, and the rat had said this wasn't a priority, so Akari only assigned one person to the mission. They still needed to rest and sleep, and there was little they could do when the guild members split. The role player logically chose to stick with the guild leader, the woman called Griselda, who was somewhere on the 12th floor. Royal Customs. That's an NPC appraisal shop, isn't it? Yes, my lord. An expensive one. Tell the shadow to continue following her. Report anything unusual. Understood, my lord. A shadow blurred and vanished from her side, and Akari laid back her head against the roof tiles. Her gaze flickered once to the people in the square below her. The unassuming man with a spear strapped to his back, the girl playing the lute while sitting between his legs, the black-haired boy arguing with a loudmouth red-haired man, and many more. Akari wasn't here for any particular reason. She just found herself tailing Reaver's Requiem more and more. Somehow, even while hiding on rooftops, she always felt included whenever she was watching them. Maybe it was how brightly their spirit burned, even in the shittiest of situations. They never gave up hope. They gave her hope that SAO could be beaten. It was a pity Drifter already had a girlfriend. And Agile was married. Klein. Too loud. The girls were too young for her taste. Ah well, that was too bad. Romantic daydreams set aside, Akari looked at the sky, the bottom of the 20th floor in this case, and closed her eyes while listening to the sounds of conversation under her. Almost a fifth of the way. Fumaningdom might not be able to help in the front lines, but they were doing their part too. Griselda and Grimlock were a married couple, both in Sword Art Online and the outside world. Their story was nothing special. Griselda and Grimlock had met each other in their last year of university. They didn't start dating immediately, and only became a couple a month before graduation. After 2.5 years of dating, Grimlock asked her the question, and she gladly said yes, knowing that he was very much the love of her life. They had been married for 3 years when Griselda brought home 2 nerve gears, suggesting it would be a good way for them to de-stress and bond as a couple. Grimlock readily agreed. At first, Sword Art Online was everything they imagined and much more. So realistic. So engaging. And better yet, they could relive their marriage inside the game. Griselda and Grimlock were married for a second time before their first sunset in Aincrad. Then they had been teleported to the town of beginnings, and Akihiko Kaiba had appeared and explained what Sword Art Online truly was. That was when the first crack appeared in the couple's relationship. After the first week of denial, Griselda made her way outside of the town of beginnings again, this time with the full knowledge that death was real. Grimlock refused to leave their room. That was the first time Griselda felt so disappointed. Not at her husband, but with herself. The image of the man she loved crying and babbling, holding her leg and begging her not to go, struck her heart. The way he immediately slammed the door closed after she left drove the wedge deeper. Every night, Griselda came back exhausted, but alive. Grimlock barely spoke a word to her. She didn't think he even realized time was passing. Griselda knew that while she was hesitantly exploring the outskirts of the town of beginnings, players were already adventuring into other maps. She truly respected them for not giving up and for getting back on their feet so quickly. She longed to join them. But she couldn't leave her lover behind, even if his actions had hurt her deeply. It was only after witnessing the frontliners defeat Ilfong the Kobold Lord that Grimlock gathered his wits, for the first time thinking that maybe, just maybe, there was a way to survive SAO. There were players forging forth. Someone would save him. By then, Griselda had already explored much of the first floor, and met new people with whom she formed a semi-regular party. They were the starting foundation of the Golden Apple Guild. With Keynes, Schmidt, and the others, Griselda was surviving and growing stronger. The heroes she watched on the raid broadcast were still far away, but not forever out of reach. Still, every night Griselda returned to the town of beginnings, to the room she paid for, and brought Grimlock dinner he couldn't afford, having long since spent everything he started SAO with. Not once, in the entire first month of SAO, had Grimlock left the room. But he did the morning after Ilfang's defeat, after much coercion from Griselda. She had never felt happier than the moment she saw him pick up a sword. She understood that he too needed to grow stronger, as she couldn't protect him forever. She too would one day join the front lines, and escape SAO with her own strength. For a time, it seemed like they could mend the crack in their relationship. But every night Griselda heard her husband crying himself to sleep, and that Grimlock refused to spend the night in the same room as her, looking at her as if she were a stranger. Griselda understood that it would never be the same again. If Sword Art Online hadn't happened, they would still be a happy couple. Grimlock would never have shown her his cowardly, selfish side. She would never have broken her shell and became a woman that thought and acted for herself. If only SAO hadn't happened. Then everything would be perfect. Except that now that she saw Grimlock's faults, all of them, Griselda couldn't be sure he was the man she fell in love with. She still loved him. Very much so. All his failures, all his selfishness, everything aside, Griselda loved him. The man she spent almost 7 years with wasn't an illusion. He was just buried underneath fear and insecurity. But he was still there, she was sure. Which was why his betrayal hurt even more. More than anything she ever felt before. Grimlock, where are we going? Call me by my name, my real name. We are alone here. All alone. Okay. Then, where are we going, KG? Griselda looked around. She wasn't afraid of much, but the 19th floor was eerie. Especially at night. The dark soil, dead trees, swirling mist, and dead silence made her shiver. She could hear her own heartbeat, and the sound of her husband breathing. Both were fast. She was also unsettled that Grimlock had suddenly called her here. Grimlock, who usually wouldn't let her out of his sight for even a minute, not because he was afraid for her, but because he would be too terrified to move otherwise if she wasn't there with him. Grimlock, who trembled every time they met a mob. Who would urge all of them to pack up and return to the safe zone 3 hours before sundown. He asked her to follow him out of nowhere, and even made a point of not letting their guildmates know about it. As far as Keynes and the others were aware, the couple was still in their room. If it was for some romantic escape, Griselda would understand, and even welcome it. But there was nothing romantic about their surroundings. All she saw was a hill, a big dead tree, and what looked like a grave in front of it. KG. Please tell me why we are here. You are scaring me. My, you are my wife. I love you. I love you. Grimlock stopped walking and took off his hat. Then he plucked his shades off his face. Griselda recoiled when she saw his eyes. They weren't downcast and numb like she had grown used to seeing. But they weren't better. They were huge. Crazed. KG, what happened? I love you so much, my. Why couldn't you have stayed the same? I love you. But you are not who I love anymore. You became another person. KG dash. You are my wife. You aren't supposed to change. It's all this damn game's fault. But I won't let you change. You are my wife. You will always be mine. KG. I can't let you change, my. But your memory will always be mine. I'm sorry. I love you. I'm sorry. I love. KG, there are people here. Who are they, KG? KG. Sorry. I love you. I'm sorry. I love you. Her heart hurt so much. Grimlock, no, KG had fallen to his knees now, and was still mumbling crazily. But Griselda forced herself to look away from him. They were surrounded. Shadows had appeared amongst the trees when she wasn't paying attention. She pulled out her sword, thinking they were monsters like the hero's ghosts. But then she realized the figures were other players. Her grip on her sword handle tightened when she saw they were all holding weapons. Kakik! Looks like you broke him, sweetheart. Though, he probably was always a little broken, no? Ha ha ha. Who are you? Griselda spun on the spot, slowly. There were 7 players surrounding her. A lump formed on her throat when she realized they all had red cursors above their heads. The one who spoke appeared to be their leader, so Griselda turned to face him, forcing down her fear. Truthfully, she did not see a way out of this situation. Kikiki. I suppose I can let you know, can't I? Not like you're gonna be able to tattle to anyone. Kikik. Griselda felt the leering gaze of the red players on her. The leader's was the worst. That skull mask and red eyes. She could feel his lust, but not for her body. He just wanted to kill her. That was what got him off. We're laughing coffin. The man raised his arms like he was lauding some god. His laughter was maniacal. Then he suddenly stopped, and his gaze pierced her. The lost little lamb hired us to skin ya, sweetheart. Should have been a better wife. Kiki. Griselda's eyes widened, and her head snapped towards Grimlock. He was still on the ground, but he had stopped mumbling. Now he was staring up at Griselda with a fanaticism that disgusted her. She didn't even contest what the red player said. She could see it was the truth. KG. How could you? It's all your fault. You changed. If you hadn't bought this game. If you had stayed with me instead of going out to fight. But you will soon be my old Mai again. Yes. I won't remember who you are now. Only my wife, my dear, sweet, obedient Mai. Right as the last two words left Grimlock's mouth, Griselda knew the man she once loved was well and truly gone. Tearing her eyes away, she turned back to the red players. She could see their mocking smiles. Some were outright laughing. They were enjoying this. For them, it was some kind of sick play. All done, sweetheart? Kakik. I'll stab 100 holes in you. A masterpiece like. The psychopath pointed his sword at Griselda and Estok. A small part of her mind whispered, probably trying not to go insane, but stopped mid-threat, and tilted his head. Griselda wondered what was happening. Was this another way to torture her? Then she felt the ground rumbling. And it was getting louder. Unconsciously, Griselda turned her head towards where she had come from. The city of Rauberg lay there, far away and lost beyond the mist. But she heard something. It sounded like horses? She had just started to identify the outlines in the mist when she saw a silver blur. It rapidly grew larger, and her eyes widened in sudden recognition. A spear slammed into the leader of the red players, who barely managed to move his estoc in front of his body to block. The thin blade did little to protect him, though, and the silver-glowing spear pierced a hole through the right side of his chest. Then Reaver's Requiem burst through the mist, Kirito and Asuna jumping off a horse, weapons drawn and attacking, forcing the three red players behind Griselda to beat a hasty retreat. The NPC Kismel rode her mount straight into the middle of the battle, smashing Grimlock away. Griselda barely noticed. Her eyes were locked onto the last Reaver. Drifter jumped down from his horse, putting himself between Griselda and the red players. She had never seen such a fearsome expression on the Spearmaster's face before. Not even against Ilfong or Kagachi or the worst of floor bosses. Such hate. So much disgust. His glare at the red players and her scum of a husband was pure loathing. She never felt more relieved it wasn't directed at her. Chapter 124, Hill of the Cross. Drifter had experienced much since entering SAO. He had fought monsters. He had seen people die. Friends. He had killed. Never before had Drifter felt so disgusted like when he looked at the crumpled Grimlock and the red players in front of him. 1 hour earlier. The day had started like any other. Reaver's Requiem woke up at the crack of dawn with the obligatory complaints from Yuna, Yuki, and many others who were definitely not morning people ate breakfast and set off into the wilderness to level up and explore the 19th floor. The day stayed normal all the way throughout morning and afternoon, and when the sun started to set, Reaver's Requiem started making their way back to Rauberg. They were intercepted at the entrance by a panicking Argo and an uncharacteristically nervous Akari. Drifter had never seen the latter show herself so openly. That, more than anything, didn't bode well for the news they carried. Drifter! Kirito! There you are. We have to hurry. Please! What's the problem, Argo? Drifter had seen Argo break down before. She was still just a 14-year-old girl. But this was different. He quickly stepped forward to hold her up by the shoulders. Her eyes were wide and crazy. Drifter saw himself reflected in them and the sheer panic his little sister was feeling. He changed the position of his hands to cradle her head. Take a deep breath, little rat. What's going on? Speak to me. Still very agitated, but having visibly calmed down from Drifter's presence and his gentle touch, Argo closed her eyes and let out one deep breath before opening them again. Griselda is in trouble. We don't know the details, but there are red players surrounding her. What? Argo, are you sure? It was true bedlam as everyone yelled at the same time. Argo was close to being overwhelmed when Drifter turned his head and fixed his guildmates with a glare like they had never seen before. We'll save her, little rat. You did well. Akari, I'm assuming you know where? Drifter's tone was hard. It left no room for debate. Kirito, Yuna, Nautilus, and everyone else also hated Mort. But they hadn't killed him. They hadn't witnessed how twisted a red player was. Yes. We have to be quick. I'll explain on the way. Akari shuddered under his gaze, and nodded. Most of her attention was on her HUD, where the Fumaningdom ninja she had following Griselda was constantly updating her on the situation. Kirito, Asuna. Kismol. We four are going first. Keita, you and the cat stay here. You are not ready for this yet. Everyone else, follow. Akari, lead the way. Drifter stared at Akari for a long second, then turned to the others. He had completely taken control over the situation. Kirito might be the guild leader, but they were going against other players here. That was his burden to carry, not Kirito's. We'll take the horses, Drifter. There's no time to waste. The Spearmaster was already moving when Akari called him, and he stopped. Her idea had merit. Most players, Drifter included, forgot about horses. They had only appeared after the 15th floor. Not only that, horses were incredibly expensive to rent, and, despite their faster movement speed, couldn't be used in combat. The players were forced to dismount when they entered a battle, so most considered them useless. Good idea. Let's go. Wait, Drifter. We should all go together. Someone shouted at him to stop again, and Drifter slowed down. It was Yuna this time. Maybe he was being too frantic. Drifter halted, and took a deep breath. The situation demanded speed, but that didn't mean he couldn't explain it properly. Reaching for Yuna, he pulled her to him and kissed her lightly. Sorry, Songbird, but we need to make haste. The horse's speed scales off a player's stats. Myself, Kirito, Asuna, and Kismol are four of our fastest members. Sinan, Ran, Yuki, and Silica too, but I don't want to split the groups too much. It's night, and the mobs are more dangerous. He spoke as much to her as to the others, and they nodded, even if begrudgingly. Drifter knew he wasn't fooling anyone. The reason he wanted the others to simply follow instead of go with them was because he didn't want them to face the red players. If Drifter had to be completely honest, his first two picks would be Kismol and Agile. He knew the former wouldn't stay her blade if necessary, and he trusted the latter to make the hard decisions in the heat of the moment. Plus, they were both adults. But Agile was too slow, and if there were multiple red players, just Drifter and Kismol were insufficient. Kirito was realistic enough to realize they might have to kill the red players, and Asuna was backup. Drifter would do his best to ensure she didn't have to stain her hands. Ugh. I hate this. Alright. Be safe, all of you. Don't you dare get hurt, Drift. We'll be right behind you. The songstress grimaced. Drifter could almost see the cogs turning in her head, trying to find another solution. There wasn't any. Yuna grabbed him and, ignoring everyone around, kissed him passionately once, before letting go. We'll be fine. Little rat, take care. Akari. Argo sniffled and nodded, and Drifter patted her head one last time. The Fumaningdom leader didn't say anything, and simply rented a horse for herself, and jumped on its back. Drifter, Kirito, Asuna, and Kismol did the same. Not 30 seconds later, the quintet had already disappeared into the mist. The remaining players looked at each other, before Yuna and Nautilus took the lead in renting horses too. This would burn a hole in Reaver's Requiem's finances, but nobody considered that at the moment. Akari, how long before we get to where they are? And how's the situation right now? 20 minutes. My shadow says the red players are closing in on Griselda and Grimlock. They still haven't shown themselves, but should soon. Akari was riding in the lead, with the other 4 right behind her. Trees and branches flashed past them in a blur. Not having ever ridden a horse before, with the possible exception of Kismol, the players would have most certainly have fallen off and gotten hurt if it weren't for the system's assistance. Grimlock is there too? What the hell are they doing out in the wilderness in the middle of the night? No, start from the beginning. Why is one of your ninjas even spying on Golden Apple? We were hired by Argo, I don't know the reason. Intuition, I would say, and a damn good one. It was a sign of how serious this mess was that Akari had abandoned her role-playing and was even cursing. From where she was sticking closely to Kirito, afraid of falling, Asuna turned her head. So what? One of your guild members saw Griselda and Grimlock leaving the safe zone and followed them? Exactly. And can't they do anything to help? It might be all over in 20 minutes. They were all having to yell to be heard over the wind whistling by their ears. Akari shouted a denial. I'm not telling him to commit suicide. He can see at least 5 red players, probably more. He would die. And there's something strange with Grimlock. It's like he is having a mental breakdown. A hero's ghost charged the riding players, and Akari veered to the left, dodging it. Drifter's spear unconsciously lashed out, and he belatedly realized that was a bad idea, as he would be forced to dismount if his attack landed. Luckily it missed, and by the time his spear-wielding arm was brought back up, the mob was already far behind them. Drifter had already forgotten it, thinking over what Akari said. Realization hit him like a thunderbolt, and he cursed. Fuck! It's Grimlock. That two-faced bastard. Drifter? What did Grimlock do? Lure Griselda into a trap, that's what. I'll bet everything I own that he's the one who tipped off the red players too. Maybe he's even the one who hired them. What? But they are married. Why would Grimlock do any of that? Kismol, from slightly behind him. Drifter didn't turn his head. The buffeting wind was starting to hurt his eyes. I don't know. But it's him. I'm sure of that. If I get my hands on him dash. We'll have to get there quickly for that, Kirito. I don't think Grimlock realizes how insane red players are. They'll kill him too. Drifter spurred his mount to go even faster. 20 minutes would be just enough time before the horses ran out of stamina. Akari, how much longer? 6 minutes. They are at the Hill of the Cross. And the red players? They are still in ambush. No, they are showing themselves. Griselda's pulled out her sword. Shit! Faster, go faster. How many, Akari? 7. They are talking. My shadow can't get closer, but he thinks they are taunting her. Griselda's going to fight. Of course she is. I always knew she was a frontliner. Kirito, Asuna. Yes. Drifter glanced at his 2 friends. They were young. Far too young for what he was about to ask of them. Don't hold back. They will be trying to kill us. He thought his voice might have been lost to the wind, but then saw Kirito's jaw set in determination and the grim look on Asuna's face. They heard him. They understood. We are almost there. It's the hill just ahead. Drifter, frontal combat is not my strength. I'll sneak around. I'm leaving Griselda to you. Akari pointed at the slight elevation of the terrain right in front of them. Drifter thought he saw shadows in the mist. A raised fist was his answer to Akari, and the ninja broke from the formation. Now Drifter could see more distinct shapes. One was on the ground, and another standing next to it, but not too close. Other figures surrounded the first 2. He counted 7. Kismol, get Grimlock away from Griselda. Immobilize him in any way you can, short of killing him. He's the one we need the most to understand everything. Kirito, Asuna, we have to herd the red players into a big group. We can't let ourselves be surrounded by them. We just need to buy enough time for the others to get here, and they're gonna run. He didn't hear a verbal acknowledgement of his orders, but he trusted his teammates. Lifting his spear, Drifter focused on the shape right in front of the one he assumed was Griselda. Hopefully he was right. This was going to be a difficult shot. Serpent Coil Impale was already a hard skill to hit if he was staying still, much less on horseback at full gallop. But he had to do it, and he had to get the timing just right. The moment his spear hit the target, he would be considered by the system to have entered combat, and be forced to dismount. Luckily the red player, the odds were in his favor that it was one made themselves an even easier target by raising both arms. Drifter waited for the moment the horse's 4 hoofs were off the ground, and launched the skill. He knew he had hit the moment his mount suddenly braked hard and he felt the system taking him off the saddle. Thankfully it had him land on his feet instead of his face, as it would have been if proper physics were followed. Maybe it was desperation and adrenaline, but Drifter had gotten everything perfect. Serpent Coil Impale struck the red player and it was won just as the small Reavers group burst into the Hill of the Cross. The Spearmaster landed on the ground and quickly took in his surroundings. Griselda was standing with sword in hand, mouth wide open in shock. Grimlock was rolling on the ground a few meters away. Kismel had taken his order to separate him from his wife very seriously, and ran full speed into him with her horse. Well done, that was all Drifter had to say to the Dark Elf. The red players were now in one big group opposite of them. 3 of them were sporting cuts, one from Kirito's long sword, the other 2 from Asuna's rapier. The one Drifter had attacked had a huge red hole on the right side of his chest. Drifter spared Grimlock a single glance full of loathing as he recovered his spear, before turning his gaze back to the red players. He felt a small jolt of pleasure when a few of them flinched from his glare. Fuck off. Chapter 125, Laughing Coffin. Fuck off. Drifter stared coldly at the 7 red players across from him. The horses had disappeared to somewhere, leaving only the Spearmaster, Kirito, Asuna, Kismel, a shell-shocked Griselda, and their enemies. Grimlock was completely ignored. The man was sobbing and mumbling on the ground, not even bothering to get up after Kismel knocked him. He was a non-existence. He supposed there were also Akari and the Fumaningdom player that was already there. But he couldn't see either of the role players. Good. They could ambush the murderers. Drifter observed the criminal players. They were all in very similar attire. Dark clothes and black or dark green robes, all in tatters and full of holes, though that was more of an aesthetic choice than anything. Still, their stats didn't look that great. Another thing all the players had in common was that they were all using masks and hoods to obscure and cover their faces. That, and they all had blood-red cursors above their heads. Kiki. What do we have here? Are you friends with the little lamb? No. You are here for the wife, aren't ya? How wholesome. Kikik. After their initial surprise, the red players recovered their composure. The one in the middle, who Drifter had pierced with Serpent Coil Impale, cackled. The other murderers too laughed, as if the whole situation was very funny to them. Drifter could glimpse nothing but madness from their eyes. They were insane like Mort. All of them. I'll only say it one more time. Fuck off, whoever you are. You are not killing Griselda today. Or ever. Crawl back to whatever hole you came from. Drifter wished for nothing more than to arrest all those scums and throw them into the Black Iron Palace, leaving them to rot until the day they cleared SAO. And then hand them over to the authorities on the outside, to pay the full price for the atrocities they committed for those red cursors. Unfortunately, he knew it was impossible to accomplish that tonight. They were outnumbered, and even if that wasn't the case, Drifter didn't want to put any of his friends in risk. It would be much better for everyone involved if the red players left. Of course, that wasn't going to happen, otherwise it would be too easy. The murderers just laughed harder when they heard him. Ha ha ha. How sky! I think I'm shitting my pants, I'm so terrified. The player with a skull mask and red eyes mocked Drifter. The Spearmaster simply tightened the grip on his weapon. They just had to endure. The more they stalled, the closer Yuna and the others got. Oh! Now that I take a good look at our party crashers, don't they look familiar, boys? Broken Spear Drifter, Dark Elf Kismol, Lightning Flash Asuna, and Black Swordsman Kirito. What an honor! Not! More laughter. Drifter wasn't sure the criminals even knew what they were chuckling at. They just wanted to. His eyes narrowed. You know our names, but we don't know who you are. Why don't you introduce yourself, Red Ice? And tell us why you were after Griselda while at that. The leader of the red players playfully tapped his lips with the tip of his sword. An S-Dock, Drifter noticed. The thinnest blade in Aincrad. Just as deadly as a greatsword in the hands of a skilled user. Red Ice, huh? I like that. From now on you can call me Red-Eyed XAXA. If the red player was expecting to get any reaction out of the Reavers with his self-given epithet, he was sorely disappointed. Drifter caught the flash of annoyance in his red eyes, and pressed on with a mocking smirk. Very impressive. Do the others have names too, or are they just lackeys 1 through 6? Now Zax's anger was clear, as he didn't immediately guffaw like he had been doing. The other red players also shifted, and for a moment Drifter was afraid he had pushed his luck too much. But then XAXA raised his S-Dock. Drifter's gaze followed the tip of the blade. If there was a sudden attack, that was where it would start. Very funny, frontliner. But if you must know, I'll tell you. We are Laughing Coffin. The name didn't ring any bells, but it wasn't hard to gather what this Laughing Coffin was. An organization of killers. Of murderers and red players. That was when a splash of red on Zax's wrist caught Drifter's attention, and the Spearmaster realized that the red player hadn't been showing off the S-Dock, but the tattoo. They were a few meters apart and the brand wasn't that big, but Drifter could still identify the stylized coffin with disproportionate eyes and a toothy grin. It had to be one of the creepiest designs Drifter had ever seen, more so because he understood what it meant. They all have it. It was maybe a redundant affirmation, but Drifter followed Asuna's gaze and saw the Laughing Coffin tattoos on the wrist of all the red players. Now they were showing off, and the twisted smiles were back. That's right, girly. What do you think? I'm sure I can talk Boss into accepting in our numbers if you kill Blackie over there. Boss was in need of a plaything, keek. The NPC will also do nicely. Red-Eyed XAXA licked his lips lecherously. His lustful gaze roamed over Asuna and Kismol's bodies, and Kirito stepped in front of his girlfriend to block their vision. Asuna was trembling. Drifter didn't know if it was a fear, disgust, or rage. Kismol hadn't batted an eyelid at the insults. Either she didn't understand what XAXA meant unlikely, no matter how big the cultural barrier was, or she simply didn't care. Drifter caught Kismol's gaze, and she looked up and to the left, where a player's HUD was. The Spearmaster had to suppress a smirk. Most people still considered Kismol just an NPC Reaver's Requiem luckily recruited. It never crossed the red players' minds that she might be receiving messages while they talked. Their guild was close. Lost your tongue, Stickman? You were so brave just a sec ago. Or could it be that you want a piece of the NPC too? We can share, just kill that woman over there for us. Okay, so XAXA wasn't stupid. He knew the chances of them getting to Griselda had fallen precipitously after their arrival. Of course, the red player didn't seriously believe any of the Reavers would even consider his proposal. But Drifter latched onto the change of topic. Why do you want to kill Griselda, XAXA? Why are you even here, actually? The criminal spat. Bah, and here I thought you would be a fun guy to play with. Turns out you also only want to know the boring stuff. We want to kill her 'cause it's fun. That the lost little lamb at your feet was willing to pay for it was only the icing on the cake. Is that what Laughing Coffin is then? Killers for hire? That must have been the wrong thing to ask. Or the right thing, depending on how you saw it. Either way, Red-Eyed XAXA stopped talking, and the glare he gave to Drifter was much the same as Mort's right before the Spearmaster killed him. This is boring. Cut them to pieces, Boys. It was so sudden that the Reavers took a second to react. But when the first two red players charged at him, Drifter let his instincts take over. A snakebite lashed out at the first criminal, but the player tilted his body and dodged both stabs from the skill. He closed in on Drifter, and his dagger was almost assuredly poisoned. The Spearmaster forcefully changed the direction of his attack and smacked the red player on the side of the head with the shaft of his spear. While it did little damage, it was enough to disorient the opponent, giving Drifter enough of an opening to deal with the saber chopping down on his head. Ha! Shouting, Drifter stepped forward, shoulder charging the second red player. The saber cut into his shoulder, but Drifter ignored it and knocked back the murderer. Retracting his spear, he stabbed without hesitation, and a sting put a hole through the man's lower abdomen. Drifter didn't stop there. Fighting humans, especially other players, was very different than facing monsters. But one fundamental principle still stood: once you have the advantage, press on. Never give your opponent a chance to breathe. Spinning his spear, Drifter swept it violently from left to right, slashing the dagger user, who thought he could catch Drifter unaware. Reversing his swing, he cut the saber user right down to yellow. Then Drifter suddenly bent his back, abandoning the perfect chance to continue his offensive. Red-eyed Zax's S-Dock still blinded him of one eye. Drifter's spear almost took his head off his shoulder in return. The decisiveness with which Drifter went for lethal blows apparently shocked even the red players. In an unspoken agreement, the Spearmaster took a step back, as did XAXA and the two Laughing Coffin members. Their cold gaze on Drifter now held a hint of apprehension. Drifter took the chance to see how his friends were faring. He had every bit of confidence that they could hold their own against the murderers, but it was still the first time Asuna, Kismel, and Griselda were fighting other players in a real battle, no holds barred. Even for Kirito, that was only the second time. To his relief, Zax's decision to come after him with 3 players, probably wanting to take him out of the game right from the start, had majestically backfired. With 3 killers tied up with Drifter, that left the other 4 to face Kirito, Asuna, Kismel, and Griselda one-on-one. XAXA had made the wrong bet. Laughing Coffin hunted other players to satisfy their twisted desires. Reaver's Requiem were the cream of the crop of frontliners. In an ambush or overwhelmed by numbers, they would be in trouble. But face-to-face with a single opponent? They would teach the criminals what it meant to be a frontliner. It had been maybe 30 seconds since the battle started? Less. Yet the red players facing Kirito, Asuna, and Kismel were already in a sorry state. Their HP was down to yellow while the Reavers were still all in the green. That was how fights between players went. Against monsters, you had to whittle them down slowly. Not players. The battles were short, vicious, and brutal. Griselda was faring a little worse. She hadn't been prepared for this, after all. Not like the Reavers had since Mort. And Grimlock's betrayal must still be affecting her. He was her husband after all. What about it, red-eyed XAXA? Want to keep going? Drifter checked in on the others with just a glance, most of his attention still focused on XAXA and the other 2. One of his eyes was closed, and Drifter knew that had this been outside of SAO, he would have permanently lost an eye. But here, all it did was lower his accuracy. It didn't even impair his vision. XAXA was visibly disturbed. He had stopped laughing. The red player certainly hadn't expected such ferocity from the goody-two-shoes frontliners. His gaze slithered over to Griselda, who was undoubtedly the weakest link on the other side. But then he was forced to jump back as Drifter lunged at him with a rage spike and slashed the air in front of him. Don't even think about it. Grr. I'll admit it, Broken Spear Drifter. I didn't think you had it in you. It almost feels like you were actually trying to kill me with that first exchange. Insane bastard. Your eye for my head, hum? A worthwhile trade. My eye will heal in half an hour. You aren't coming back if I take off your head. Kikikikahaha. You don't have what it takes to claim a life, frontliner bastard. Drifter didn't miss a beat. I don't? Why don't you ask more about it? He thought the same, right until I stabbed his throat. XAXA froze. The other red players stopped. One of them even looked at the cursor above Drifter's head. You are lying. XAXA hissed. Drifter shrugged with fake nonchalance. He had never put what he did so bluntly. And he certainly hadn't felt that indifferent to Mort's death. But if it scared the red players, he was willing to bluff. How about I send you down to meet him and you trade stories? He was one of yours, wasn't him? Laughing Coffin. Drifter spat on the ground after speaking the name of the Red Players Guild. Red Guild. XAXA narrowed his eyes. This wasn't turning out to be as fun as he had expected. Surrender, XAXA. You are more worthless than mobs. At least we get something from slaying them. From you, I'll just feel the need to change my spear, since dirt like you is hard to clean. Give up and you can spend the rest of SAO in Black Iron Palace. It won't be comfortable, but you'll be alive. XAXA snarled like a wild animal, but Drifter just smirked. He was provoking them, which might not be the wisest thing to do. But he could see many dots approaching fast on his map. And he could also see Akari and another shadow sneaking behind the red player dueling Griselda. Everything happened in a blur next. XAXA must have given some sort of invisible command to the red players, because they suddenly dashed back in unison. At the same time, the rest of Reaver's Requiem burst out of the mist and into the Hill of the Cross. And lastly, Akari and her subordinate jumped on their target. It was a short and brutal scuffle, which ended up with the red player paralyzed on the ground and Akari sporting a nasty cut on her belly. Poison, from the looks of it. She would live. If glares could kill, Drifter would be dead and buried by now. He knew he had made another enemy for life today. But he stared down red-eyed XAXA until the red player vanished and stopped those who wanted to pursue Laughing Coffin. If Drifter had it his way, when XAXA and his guild of murderers crossed paths with him again, he would send them down to meet Mort. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 6. Peace.